YouTube was spared from my singing. Which means we'll have to run it back. And you might say hi, and I might say hey. But baby, you're perfect, no matter what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. It's the live Kinzo POV, dude. Because I didn't play Higurashi first, I had the opposite reaction and dropped the game when I saw a lolly witch suddenly show up. Okay, well, it's not like Lolly Witch has no precedent, because we got Maria's bum on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Okay, so the big question, chat, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, is how do we... I am now muting the stream. Thank you. I wonder if you get copyright struck for that. Yeah, I'm a little too pitch perfect, so it is going to get copyright struck. The big question is, how do we want to organize our note-taking going into Chapter 2? That's the big question, right? Because right now, all of these notes are Chapter 1 specific, which isn't a bad thing, right? And, like, there's a couple characters that, we can add on here and there. But there are some problems, because when we're going chapter by chapter, we don't want to accidentally have Chapter 1 notes make me have a false assumption on a Chapter 2 thing. Such as, something like this. Like, this conversation only happens in Chapter 1. It might not happen in Chapter 2, even if, like, but we know that George... inherently like feels this way. He's like willing to make this statement, but he doesn't actually have it in Chapter 2 necessarily. And like, does Natsui give another character head in Chapter 2? We don't know yet. We haven't experienced it yet. So we don't want to have like wrong assumptions. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like another, yeah, like got the glicky, right? Like the got the glicky note doesn't actually make sense. It won't necessarily make sense. Or like potential liars, no group alibi. This only makes sense in Chapter 1. So I think our options is I can either do like a clean sweep. Oh, I was trying to clean this up off stream. Let me get a couple of them. I could do like a clean sweep reset where I take out the text and lines and like do a Chapter 2 one. I could do it like chapter by chapter, or I could do something else. I don't know though. Saw you on YouTube. I can't wait to get on the Madness Express for the rest of the series. Time zones permitting. Hell yeah. Hard arm. Hell yeah. I'm excited, bro. I found C. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Could make the text layers invisible and make a new one for Chapter 2. That's not a bad idea. That's like a thought I was having. That is also, though, like I opened up the Higurashi one because I have the JPEG up. I'm not going to, like, go through it. But here's the Higurashi one, right? The Higurashi one, like, almost crashed my computer, like, a million times because of having, like, 40 layers. So I'm a little bit worried about having too many layers, but, like, maybe we just cross that bridge when we get there. Pink, you know who it is. Take your $2. Thank you, TD Wall, for the $2. Thank you, thank you. Look, and now, chat, I have fixed... Wait, how do I like it? I fixed my setup, so now I can see stuff better whenever this happens. Can I, like, pin this or something? Oh, there it is. There's the heart button. Ding! Thank you, TD Wolf. That's very kind of you, TD Wolf. I appreciate their support, TD Wolf. WTD Wolf in the chat. Individual boards for each chapter is cringe. The point is the chaos. There should be one big board. See, I agree. Yeah, because that's what made this one so fun. Is it was, like, so chaotic. It's just we need to be able to navigate the chaos so that it still works. There's already spit all over my screen. Just freaking put it in already, dude. Me talking to Beatrice late at night. Man, I love Beatrice, dude. She is such an interesting little character, dude. Also, chat, I want to say one of my favorite things from last chapter, like in the last little bit of playing it, or like in the last week of like thinking about it, is the little like the thing at the end where it was like nobody found the gold, everybody died to the witch, right? Like the like status report, you know, of like who did what and how it worked and like all their deaths. I thought that was so cool. Because we can only imagine what these other chapters are, like, the results of the games are about to be, you know? Like, it kind of, like, makes it weirdly, like, gamified. But I feel like that kind of works. Okay, the sperm. Does the sperm deserve to be on layer 6? I feel like it deserves to be on... What is the context of this? It's like a visual addition. I think this counts as text. I think I'm going to put this on the text layer. But, yeah. If you want it all visible in a single layer at the end, you should either add all the notes to one board or make notes separated by chapters on one image file. I could separate by chapter. And then I could connect between chapters, maybe. Transparent background coloring for notes that are from chapter 1 specifically. Like add an extra layer of notation. Also, chat, if you're in the YouTube stream, I'd appreciate like a like and stuff. Helps push the algo. You know how it goes. You know, a little like, a little comment. You know what I mean? Okay, lock in. Wait, let me real quick. I have to fix the rest of these. We have to get all our layering correct. All right, because chat, any good. I'll actually let me talk about this, dude. So I've been a working boy recently, right? I have a job and stuff. Job. You know what I mean? And part of, like, that experience is I've actually learned a lot about, like, how important organizational structure is to, like, getting anything to work, you know? Akasaka, why the hell are you here? Akasaka, I guess, is layer 6. But that's kind of, I think, part of why I would, like, really want to have this structured. Because I understand now that if you don't have stuff structured, it ends up like this freaking spaghetti. Look at this. Like you have to make it make sense. This is like an abstract painting I would see in the Louvre. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's out, little. Oh, okay. It's our little boy. Also, thank you, Haraquinia, for the farra. But yeah, okay. So that's, I don't know. I've come to appreciate spreadsheets in a way that I never would have appreciated them previously. Let's see. So, how do I want to do this? I'm seeing, like, my brain is telling me that I could have a really interesting thing one day. Like near that. Because I'm trying to think, like, what does chapter, like, 5 look like, right? What if we have, like, we could, like, do a block structure? We could do, like, a block structure, right? And so it's, like, we have, like, all of our characters in each block. You know? And so, but then we also have, like, notes per block. And so, but then sometimes we'll be able to, like, do, like, oh, like, this connects to here. We could do, like, rough block scheduling per chapter. And then we can still cross the barriers. But then we get, like, this entire, like, Minecrafted. Yeah, literally Minecrafted. You know what I mean? Oh, let me increase the delay to 8 seconds, too. To help out the moderators. W mods in the chat. Yeah. So that's a thought. Will you understand the board one pregnancy from now? Like, that's the goal. I do want to. There's a bug on my screen. Oh, don't you get away from me. No! It's okay. So, yeah. That's a thought. Because, like, look at all this, you know? Frick. And I think I did a good job with this, where, like, all of the... I said it again. All of the second day chapter 1 notes are in one spot, as opposed to, like, letting them, like, plague over here. So I think I did a good job with that, but, like, you know, How much bigger can I make this before it starts to pop? All right, let me do a limit test. I'm gonna, if this crashes the stream, it is what it is. We're increasing the canvas size. Okay, yeah, canvas size is correct. We're going to increase the canvas size by 500%. It would be 8.5 gigabytes. Okay, maybe we don't do that. 350% from the top left? Okay, chat. 4 gigabyte paint.net. Winnable? Winnable? I think it'll be good. Let's try it. All right, let's try it. Oh, I'm lightheaded. Whoa. Okay. Oh. Chat. I think I can work with this. I think we can work with this. This is the beginning of greatness. Unironically. It's only 4 gigabytes. Oh, the note-taking potentiality is... Look, my camera's not even lagging. Oh, wait, is it? Am I lagging? Oh, I'm lagging. Oh. That's fine, right? Because, like, if I'm zoomed in... What if I'm, like, doing stuff over here? Like, oh, I'm zooming in. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. No, this looks fine. Okay. We just gotta be sane in how zoomed in we are. You know what I mean? 2D Wolf, thank you for another $2. Thank you, 2D Wolf. Let me give it a heart again. Thank you. Any thoughts about the next episode? Frick, man. I have to think about that. But yeah, okay. I'm just gonna... Let's do, like, a... Boom. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We just have to be very careful with our grand sweeping changes. Okay. I think this would work. I think this will work. Will it work? I don't know. I'm trying to make sure it's not lagging at my stream too much. That's why I'm looking over there so much. Okay. I think this will roughly... We don't need quite this much. Okay, let me do it like... How about like this much? This feels like enough right here. Okay. This is how much space I'm giving myself. We'll kind of do it as we go, and I can organize a bit more later. But that is going to be the idea. It's actually going to be a bigger file than the game. You're absolutely correct. So let's actually get into the game a little bit. I don't know if I really want to go through, like, I want to kind of get into it and see how we're doing. I can, like, organize more off stream or, like, whatever. This board is already on live support. Trust the process, bro. Okay. The background... Oh, ideas about next episode. Also, background change. It's now a Stingray, and he's so sad. He's so sad. Let's see. What do I do next, right? I just do start and then chapter 2. I'm not even gonna lie. Hearing this sound made me have to pee. I feel my bladder filling up. That's crazy, dude. I'm so ready. Okay, let me read this, and then I'll think about what chapter 2 got in store for us. Good morning. The Golden Witch has been waiting impatiently for you. Please take your seat opposite her at the table. Oh my goodness, dude. Have you rested well and deliberated over how you will play? The witch has high expectations of you and is determined to come at you right from the opening. I, too, am looking forward to observing your moves. The difficulty level is first rate. The witch plans to make you surrender in an instant. Oh my, she wants me to surrender, dude. And then the first one was just standard. Okay, so let's think. What kind of stuff is going to happen in episode 2? So this is Turn of the Golden Witch. I think a big difference from chapter 1 with, I think, the rest of the story is going to be kind of what was said in the final credit roll. What was so crazy about chapter 1 is that nobody actually engaged with the witch except for Maria, and then they only engaged with the witch as a group in like the last like 2 minutes. And even then it was pretty much just Battler saying, I condemn you, I rebuke you. Well, he actually does it more like this because he's the Antichrist, right? That's pretty much the only thing that, like, involvement they've done, right? And so what I think is going to be a big difference in this chapter, I'm very curious the degree to which we're going to have characters kind of, like, recall or be manipulated by chapter 1. Like, I'm curious why characters are going to act differently, if there's going to be, like, a deeper reasoning behind that, or... I forgot that we impregnated Battler, dude. Or if... they're going to just kind of act differently, just kind of from, like, just kind of randomly, you know? But I think that the differences in how they act are going to butterfly effect into actually participating in the game. Because we've seen what happens when they don't participate in the game. They get freaking rolled and smoked, and it's not even close, right? Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. And even more, this is kind of funnily enough, I think what chapter 1 was so cool about, that's a good question, I'll answer that in a second. I think chapter 1 was so cool about, or the thing I think chapter 1 was so cool about is it kind of played the game, or like, there's a game happening. The chessboard is a really good analogy, and even more than that, like, it's an analogy because we don't know how the rules work yet. But what's so cool about this game is that we saw what happens when the witch wins. And because there's kind of always that question of like, what happens if the bad guy wins? Maybe it's not that, maybe it's like a good thing, especially when, you know, we're getting like these things, like everybody gets revived and everything's great, you know? That's kind of a question of like, well, maybe it's a good thing. I feel like that question will always like hover over the narrative unless we see what actually happens. And I think chapter 1 was actually a pretty close rendition of what happens, right? Because what happens is Maria, who's the biggest witch supporter in the entire story, holy peak. Maria Keiichi Meabara Ushiromiya. Am I right or am I right? Maria, in the last credit roll, asks, has that journal entry that I think was in, like, the bottle or something, that was, please find out what happened, right? There was, like, a call for help from Maria in the credit roll that completely recontextualizes the entire chapter 1. Because what that tells us is there's this question of why does Maria who's the biggest witch supporter the entire time, why is she asking non-witches to figure out what happened? As if, like, please solve this mystery, you know? That makes me think that whatever ended up happening in the end game, right, after everybody died, or, like, the epilogue, whatever happened in the epilogue was something that caused Maria to flip. And that is so scary. And it's like, because that means that it's bad, you know? If the most devoted devoted witch follower asks, like, please solve what happened, that makes me think that they're not content with the situation. Because why else would they be interested in, like, the mortal world following their stuff? And so now what that does, and then also, of course, during the actual tea party, when Battler is getting is 1v9ing, or like 1v like 100ing, you know, 1v endlessing with Beatrice, and basically saying, I don't believe you, you're not real, LMAO, I am not kissing your toes. Whenever Battler is going off about that, he's kind of posited as the bad guy, but then especially with Jessica, aka Peon, she really makes, like, she was like, no, Battler, keep believing, you're right, keep not believing in Beatrice, right? As if the only thing that's saving them from something very horrible happening is Battler's disbelief. And so basically what I'm saying is we've seen the bad ending, you know? And it still has, like, some ambiguity as to, like, is it really a bad ending? Is Battler really maybe the stubborn person that's ruining everything? But what I think is that Chapter 1 was the bad ending. It was the witch's victory, and that is not something we want. Yeah, and chat, as much as I'd love to hear theories, I don't want anybody to get spoiled, and it's too risky, so anybody, including me, to get spoiled. So if you want to theorize, Discord, I recommend checking out the Discord. We have an Umineko space where you could theorize safely in, like, spoiler tags or whatever. Because that is super cool, and I think it's awesome. But for the sake of the stream, this is a super pure playthrough, and we don't want to spoiler anybody in the chat. So, thank you, chat. Yeah, that's the best we could do for that. But yeah, so I think that Chapter 1 was really cool in setting up the witch's victory, and now it's like we need to win against the witch, which means we need to play the game. We need to find the gold. We need to, like, survive these twilights. Because we know what is at stake now, you know? But we still don't know the rules by which the game will function by, if that makes sense, right? That's going to be what we really need to figure out. So I think we're going to start just taking actions in that direction. The characters are going to be, like, more intuitively follow the epitaph and maybe pursue the gold. Maybe, I think also a different group of 6 are going to get sacrificed. We're going to see what happens. Because that's a really good way to change the dynamics, right? And, like, what happens is change who gets sacrificed in the group of 6. Again, I think Kraus knows more than he's letting on. Because he's the one that caused... Look, I started doing note-taking pretty good here. He's the one that changed the servant schedules, like, near the end. Or, like, right before he died. Which then had to do with everybody getting sniped. Yeah. Okay, Chapter 1 of Umineko versus Higurashi. I think Umineko just is insane and blows it out of the water, but also Higurashi's, like, building a stepping stone into Umineko, so I don't want to be, like... I don't want to be one of those people that's like, Higurashi sucks, Umineko's way better. If you're one of those people, I rebuke you in the name of Keiichi Miyabara, because I just see it as, like... After this whole thing, I see it as, like, a continual story, that's, like, serving a greater narrative, which I think is super cool. But also, like, if you force me at gunpoint to, like, decide between the two, hey, Ryukishi's just become a better writer between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Yo, dude, Madoka movie is about to be crazy. Shout out Madoka Magica, dude. Shout out the Madoka Magica reactions, dude. But yeah, I think that, Ryukishi, like, has just become a better writer, which is great. I think that, like, some of my pacing issues have been, like, much, like, helped with. And that was, like, one of my biggest complaints throughout Higurashi. And so... I think a lot of the, like, writing, and, like, I think the quality of the writing's just better, like, overall, though I think it's also a result, and I've talked about this a good amount, I think it's also a result of Umineko being, like, it has a more mature cast of characters, and it has a more mature aesthetic, and mature doesn't mean better, let me make that very clear, because the Higurashi cast are, like, children, you know, it's, like, 12 to 15-year-olds, roughly, and this cast is, like, what, like, 18 to 30, you know? So the characters are more mature, and the aesthetic is like, we're like in this like rich lifestyle. We're talking about like business politics, as opposed to talking about like what games we're gonna play after school, you know? And so that's not to say that one is better than the other, but it's just the aesthetic's different. And I think I just prefer this aesthetic, though I'm making that very clear, as that is a like personal preference as opposed to like a better writing thing. And like kind of how that manifests in the writing is a lot of the dialogue, or like a lot of the just lines in general, have a lot of aura, you know? Like the prose is very mature, which I really, really like. But yeah. That's kind of my, that's my brief Higurashi versus Umineko arguments. But yeah, I think this is good, chat. I think I'm ready to jump into it. This is still not organized great, but I think there's maybe even a world that I like separate. It's just tough because of the way I've done the lines. I could maybe get rid of the lines, or like grow this a bunch so that it's like this big, and then I have a lot more room to work with. I don't know. Yeah. All right, chat. I think it's a good start though. My encoding does overload every time I save. That's not great. But yeah, okay. Chat, I think we're gonna get into it. Well, yeah, and like you can look at my response to chapter 1 versus chapter 1 of Higurashi versus chapter 1 of Umineko. Like, I was not a believer for Higurashi until I think chapter 3. That's when I was like, okay, I can start to see why people are like into this show. But also like I went into Umineko believing that it was going to be like peak. And like really good. Like I went in with high expectations, which means I was willing to invest myself immediately in a way that for Higurashi, I did not go in with those expectations. Higurashi, I went in just being like, this is some random VN people want me to play. And so I wasn't willing to invest myself very much until going in. Episode 2 is about to be fire, bro. I think we're just going to start from the beginning. I think we're going to start in the airport and just go back in. Different group of characters going to die. Different everything's going to happen. Let's make it happen. Jar, let's get moving. We got to figure out the game board, okay? So we have to have our eyes freaking spieled for any differences and for like... When you say it like that, it makes me think that this is not more than fantasy. You can't say it like that, warning. Whoa, we're starting with some George and Shannon. Oh yeah, I fixed sound. True. What do I prefer for mindset? Just what I usually do, something like this. I feel like this is kind of loud. Maybe like this. This freaking witch, dude. This freaking witch, dude. I mean, I prefer the current mindset as opposed to the Higurashi mindset, just because I've enjoyed it more. But you need the series to be able to like match your energy, right? So like if you went in with the this is about to be peak mindset and then ended up being trash, that'd be like the worst case scenario, you know? Predict your episode ranking for every episode for after you finish the whole story. Oh, of Umineko? Okay. Yeah, no, I got this. It's going to be 8746152. This is going to be the worst chapter, but that's just because it's the second one. That's locked in, by the way. And I don't remember it. I already forgot what I said, but like we need to compare that to like a pregnancy and a half from now when we're actually ranking it. Okay. Audio check. Does that sound good, Char? I feel like she kind of loud, but maybe it's okay. Oh! Different outfits? Yo, Shannon, baby girl, in a different fit. Hell yeah. Let's go. I didn't know we were lit like this. I did not know we were lit like this, Umineko sprite workers. Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks playfully swimming in the tank. And made a fuss like a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time. Oh, George. Oh, wait, how do I do the thing? Yo, George kind of a battery. Yo, he kind of slutty with it. I feel like I need to like wear a shirt that I can get that deep V, dude. Okay. Whose dog tags are these, George?
食べちゃいたいくらいだよ。
そんなのかわいそうです。知ってますか？水族館に来て美味しそうなんて言い出すのは世界中でも日本人だけなんだそうですよ。
そうなんだ。アメリカ人でもイタリア人でも
Yo, I'm not trying to eat a
人を
shark,
食べ
dude.
ちゃいたい
I'm
っ
not
て言
like
うと思
that.
うよ。
Why are you throwing the Italians in too? What?
と
Yo, she does kind of look like a gingerbread house. Even more than a cookie, she looks like a gingerbread house.
似合ってるよ。
This is the frosting that keeps like the gingerbread together. Oh, and look at our bag. Peep it. Look at the bag. It's the same straps. Do you think she sewed this herself? Oh my goodness, I bet you did, Shannon. I bet you were a tailor. Oh, you're such a good maid. W Shannon, dude. Yo, George trying to already. Okay, George. Good. Okay, George, good.
本当に
Shannon embraced her chest with both hands in embarrassment. She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing these clothes that she wasn't used to. Even though George's face didn't show it, the truth was that even he was surprised at how easily those tremendous words had left his lips. And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to feel as though he was teasing the girl he liked. And instead of embarrassment, ticklish amusement welled up inside him. I wish I could swap between the sprites too. I had the instinct to, but I know I can't. Which I also want to look at the original sprites for the characters we've already met. At some point. That is something I want to do. Because that's important. Wait, that isn't just a feeling. I really am teasing the girl I like. It pains me to admit it, but I used to think that such embarrassing expressions had fallen so far out of use they no longer showed up even in manga. On the contrary, if I'd seen a couple acting like that, I'd have felt like throwing rocks at them. Valid. However, even if rocks were thrown at us now, I'm sure they would be just like confetti celebrating us. Now, I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these would be truly rose-colored days. I was so entranced that I no longer even noticed the big tank of the world's largest aquarium. Instead, I saw only Shannon happily playing with the fish, all her changing emotions showing on her face.
すごいですね。
I want to throw rocks at this couple right now. I'm so alone and I'm a chud. Just freaking put it in already, dude. Can I need to drown myself in something. My chud hand. I just heard my. Okay. Nope. It's okay. Was unable to do it with my fingers. That's why God gave us mouths. Whoa, wait, that's low-key sexual. Couldn't do it with your fingers? Okay, anyways. Yeah, no leading me on, chat. Leading me on is just advanced spoiling techniques. Okay. Dude, if they have a bunch of character outfits throughout the entire series, we should definitely do a fashion rating. That'd be a really fun stream. Or not even stream, but like component.
クジラを泳がせることができる大水槽なんて初めて見ました。
この大水槽がここの最大の売りだそうだからね。なんでも世界で最大なんだそうだよ。
そうなんですか。それはすごいですね。本当に
I'm curious about the family dynamic that's behind this even happening.
まるで海の一部を
Right, like George taking Shannon on an aquarium visit kind of implies that like a lot has happened. Like I'm very curious about like what's the how does Eva feel about this? You know what I mean?
そうだね。
Ooh, wait. What if I go in here? Is it gonna be different? Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Is this the same? I think this is the same. We get his full fit though. Look at the white pants. Okay, I feel like their shoe game is always like bro still got the black like nothing shoes. Maid fit is superior. Bro, we gotta lock in, bro. Look how beautiful she is, dude. Look how sweet and beautiful. Oh my goodness, she looks like such a sweet person. A young but experienced servant, blah blah blah. Okay, I think that's all the same.
これはもう立派な小さな海だね。
Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. That's why I thought her expression about slicing off a part of the sea with a knife was so interesting. No matter how far humans brought in their experiences, in the end, they can only hold a single personal worldview. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with someone who has a different worldview. I said that to her honestly, and she responded.
確かにこれは本当の海ではないかもしれません。でもここに泳ぐ彼らが海だと信じたなら、これは確かに海なんです。
たとえ有限の水槽の中だったとしても、ね。
It's an analogy. Oh, it's a metaphor. What is it a metaphor for? Okay, wait. It's a metaphor? Okay, wait. Lock in. Certainly, this might not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe that it's a sea, then it certainly is a sea, even though they're instead a finite tank. They don't even know that they're talking about how they are trapped within the different world fragments that Beatrice, Mrs. Endless Witch, is like bewitching them with. They are all, right now, they are inside of an aquarium that they think they are in the endless, the infinite, but they are actually in a separate thing right now. And they're talking as if they're on the outside of the tank and that they're above it, but they're just in Beatrice's tank, dude.
仮に無限だったとしても、私たちは生きているうちにどれほどの広さを行き来できるんでしょうね。きっとそれは海よりずっと狭い。
確かに皮肉な話だね。世界はこんなにも広いのに、僕たち人間のほとんどは自分の国からも出ずに生涯を終える。
そこが完成された世界だと信じられるなら、たとえ狭い井戸の底だったって立派な世界で海なんです。そこに住むカエルにとっては。
Whoa. A frog in a well can believe that it's the entire world if you like it's all about belief. This is something like Plato's cave, no? Like I believe that the shadow games are real, therefore this is my reality. But as soon as you turn around, oh, it's so bright. Oh, daddy, it's too bright for me. And then you walk past them, and then the sun starts burning you. Whoa. Okay. I see you, Umineko. You're trying to be the next Plato. Okay, this is the Republic. I didn't realize, all right? What's the myth of Ur? Wait, but the myth of Ur, do we talk about endlessness too? Oh my, wait! Ryukishi is the reincarnation of Plato. That's what this is. I gotta make one for Ryukishi. I'm just gonna make a big black text. Ryukishi. I don't know, is that how you spell his name? He is the reincarnation of Plato. Reincarnation of Plato. And then also has a mommy and a child as his witch self-inserts. Think about it. Okay, something like this. Dang, Plato got freaky last time I checked. Oh, I'm already having the lagging. Maybe I need to change the size again. All right, Luckin. Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rokinjima, said that with a smile. Ooh, saying that Rokinjima is like being in the bottom of a well. That's kind of a cool idea. That's kind of cool, chat. Good night, Kay. Good night, good night. I got the right spelling? Wait, I'm actually crazy. Huh? Wait, is she in the fucking aquarium? What do you mean? Is she about to... Dude, one of the fish are gonna, like, turn to the camera and be like... And then her face is gonna appear on it. The golden... That's her! That's her! It's golden. It's a golden fish. Okay. One of the fish are gonna turn to the camera. You need to find my gold! Kinzo, Kraus, Eva, Natsui, Hideyoshi. You need to find my gold or I'm gonna kill all of you! Oh, George, that one is talking to us. What do you think it's saying? Blah, 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 blah. Think about it. The golden fish, Beatrice. It might be big. Yo, Nanjo mentioned. Can I get a round of applause for Nanjo Teramus Masa? Yo, round of applause for Nanjo in the chat, bro. I love Nanjo! Beatrice, you are not part of the cast like that. I don't want... I'm tired of it. Yeah, keep going. I got chills. Live Nanjo credit reaction. Live Nanjo in the aquarium reaction. And Nanjo with a little snorkel, coming like swimming with the fishies. He's trying to find the gold, dude. Oh, it's in a chest, an aquarium. This is a beautiful backdrop. An aquarium has the chest with the gold in it. An aquarium itself is a reference to the gold. After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a slightly late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. Any boy's heart will jump about at the sight of a buffet. I myself was like that in the past, but with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully make a huge pile of nothing but my favorite foods. I was, how should I put it, worried about my appearance, and chose a menu suited for a snob: toast, salad, and coffee. If I were by myself, I'd have made a pile of greasy stuff like yakisoba, mashed potatoes, gratins, and the like.
シャノンはそんな程度でお腹が足りるのかい？だとしたら男ってのは本当に燃費の悪い生き物らしいね。
Beatrice? Dude. The fucking hurricane that trapped them on the island is coming to my location right now. That's what that is. I'm gonna be trapped here, bro. Beatrice is coming for me! On Shannon's tray, there was only tea and salad. Maybe the very idea that she could get away with at least one more dish indicated I was thinking with my male stomach.
ジョージ様こそそれで足りるんですか？男の方はもう少し召し上がった方が良いかと思います。
It's happening where I live too. That doesn't mean no worries, that means extra worries. That means Beatrice is coming for all of us!
しまった。そうか。
Do you understand?
シャノンには僕が本家で昼食をとるときどれくらい食べてるのかバレてるんだったね。
That's funny.
はい。だから今日は
Yeah, George, go eat some of the grease, dude. It's okay. No shame in the grease. Shannon will love you for the grease. Shannon was showing concern that I wasn't feeling well. Apparently, I had made her worry with my stupid attempt to impress her. And in any case, it didn't seem like my stomach was going to let me keep this pretense up any longer.
いやもう白状するよ。ついついカッコつけちゃってね。女の子と一緒だからって遠慮しちゃって。
だと思いました。親族会議でのお昼の食べっぷりから考えて、
Okay, that was such a cute delivery of that line.
遠慮なさらずに、どうぞもう一皿を取りに行ってきてくださいな。
Oh, wait, one more.
ずるいな。僕ばっかり恥ずかしいよ。
This part, dude?
だと思いました。だと思いました。だと思いました。親族
Yeah, you know, I just think you're so cool and shit, and you know, you make me feel some kind of way.
だと思いました。
Oh my goodness, it's like I'm there.
じゃあシャノンはどうなんだい？
She's 16. Fuck.
普段からこんな小
I take
食
it
で
back. I just mean like
後ろの家のお
hypothetically.
勤めがこなせる
Not with her, with somebody else. Agreed? Agreed. Well said. Okay, agreed. Dab it up. Appreciate you. On to the next.
と
You can't shoot two of those out in a row. You can't shoot two of these out in a row. You are not Hanyu. Shannon grew silent and blushed bright red. Apparently, I wasn't the only one putting on a front. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely.
なんだシャノンもそれじゃ足りないんじゃないか。そうだよそうだよ。
Voice
普
actress
段の
is
ラ
an
ンチなら
adult.
もう少し量が多いも
I think you're
のを
onto
ペロリ
something.
と平らげてたよ。
女の子のお腹は魔法でできてるから、これでも平気なんです。
I hope you know I just had the thought of like, what if I like did, okay, I'm about to lock in. I'm about to lock in, but like low key, what if, I need this to be like way brighter. What if, guys, okay, I'm locking in after this, I promise. And then we're like playing the game. What if, okay, wrong color. It's more like this. What if Shannon is Beatrice in disguise and she's doing a high level technique right now, right? She mentioned magic. That might be a reference to the... Okay, sorry. We're done. We're done. No more bits. We're locked in. We're locked in. We're locked in.
ということは
Lock in.
僕たちは
It's cute. It's a good
互いに
scene.
見えっ
Lock
張
in.
りだったってことになるね。もう遠慮はなしにしないかい？
Plus 2 bit incoming. I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and stood up from the seat.
せっかく沖縄まで来たのに
Okinawa.
ゴーヤを食べないのはもったいないからね。
I'm not gonna write that down. I don't care.
ゴーヤの炒め物でも持ってくるよ。シャノンも一緒に行こうよ。ほらほら。
To anyone watching us, we might have seemed like a pretty humorous and above all, embarrassing couple. Aww. But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize this banter means the world to us and is our world. So no matter how cold the looks we might have been getting from other people, we wouldn't even notice. Indeed, at this age, I finally understood the feeling of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard to their surroundings. George, you're really getting under my skin right now, dude. We're so cooked, dude. After I returned with a plate piled up with fried food, Shannon arrived with a lovely cake. While laughing at our fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. I'm so single, dude.
せっかく海を一望できる展望レストランなのに、あいにくの曇天が悔や
Where's
ま
the
れる
Shannon
ね。
to my George? You know what I mean? It's a shame I'm more like Battler, dude. Interpret that as you will. Our window seats, which we were lucky to get, showed us seaside scenery so grandiose that it didn't even fit entirely within our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, it was a far cry from its normal beauty. Far cry mentioned?
そうですね。晴れていたらさぞや真っ青な海を見せてくれたでしょうに。
そうだね。普段六軒島で海を見慣れてると思うけど、ここの海はきっと格別な青さを見せてくれたはずだよ。残念だな。
あ、でもお仕事の最中に見る海
That sounds kind of
は
depressing, Shannon.
どんなに青くても灰色と同じです。
Shannon is Rena.
でも
I don't know. I feel like Rena didn't reincarnate, dude. Rena's too cool to reincarnate. She escaped the samsara, dude. Rena was locked the frickin'. Apparently, Shannon was doing her best to stay in an embarrassing line. But I grade harshly.
惜しいな。
Daddy grades
ジョージ様
harshly.
と二人きりで見る海なら、たとえ灰色でも
Okay, this
真
is
っ
killing
青
me.
に見えます。
This
って
is
言えたら
killing me, dude.
100点満点でご褒美だったんだけどな。
It's like that one chat.
すみません。
You understood why Daddy had to punish you earlier, don't you? Mm-hmm. That's them right now. Unironically, dude. Probably. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are in danger right now, Zion. I got bad news. Beatrice is coming for you. Whoa! George got her freaking
ご褒
out.
美は何だったか。
Oh my goodness! They're actually freaks, dude. They're actually freaks. Daddy's about to tell her what the reward is gonna be. This is the game that people call a masterpiece? Bro, just wait. This shit is fire. Ignore them flirting, alright? It's gonna get fire, bro. Sometime after
聞い
they...
てもいいものでしたら。
He's about to say what reward he's going to give baby girl.
ダメ。教えない。
Oh, he's edging her. He's edging her. Kitten doesn't get to know what daddy thinks.
ずるいですよ、そんなの。
Totally Discord ERP. When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid that got bullied. Don't tell me that. I can't be trusted with that information, George. I can't be trusted with that information, George. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Got bullied as a child. Yeah, now I'm I'm sorry. You shouldn't have told me. You shouldn't have told me. I'm sorry. When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me. But now, teasing Shannon like this, I understood why. He likes to bully his kitten, dude. This is so much fun. I can play with her emotions however I please, and I can have them all to myself. Daddy likes playing with kitten. Right now, I can't think of any higher pleasure. Oh my goodness. I did not get bullied. Which is exactly why I have to treat her lightly. I don't want her to get embarrassed and have a bad time. So I decided to end the topic there and then. It's not good to be too persistent.
お昼が終わったら海岸を歩いてみないかい？ひょっとすると雲が晴れて素敵な海が見られるかもしれないよ。
そうですね。行ってみたいです。
Maybe if George didn't wear yellow banana suit, he wouldn't have been singled out. This, unironically, like you are not fit for the series, compatriot. You are not part of the team. But low-key, the hat goes crazy. You gotta give him the hat.
うん、そうしよう。でも、そのケーキも本当に美味しそうだね。僕も同じものを持ってこようかな。
いけません。お昼にそんなに食べた上にケーキまで食べたら太っちゃいますよ。ジョージ様は秀吉様の血が濃いみたいですから気をつけないとデブさんになっちゃいます。
True.
じゃあシャノンは僕がおデブになったら嫌いになっちゃう？僕はたとえシャノンがおデブ
Holy
になっちゃって
king.
も
Oh, that's some king
嫌
shit,
いになら
dude.
ないよ。
Yo, George okay with a little bit of chunk on him? Yo, you my man, George! I love that about you!
健康にって
Yo, if you try to get thick, alright, I can maneuver around the folds. You know what I mean? Just gives me a little bit more to love.
母さんにもよく注意されるよ。やっぱり僕も太極拳とかを始めて運動しないとダメかな。
ダイエットは無茶な運動よりも
Shannon's right. Shannon is right. Shannon's onto something here.
その上で運動を重ねないと
Yep.
効果
Okay,
が出ない
Shannon.
んだ
Thank
そう
you.
です
Thank you. Thank you.
つまりそれはデザートのケーキは控えろってことだね。じゃあ仕方ないからシャノンがそのケーキを頬張るところを
I'll
眺
just
め
have
て
to
いてあげる
gaze
よ。
with you while you stuff your cheeks with cake.
とその
You gotta relax on the flirting.
ケーキ丸々一つはさすがに食べ過ぎだと思いますけど
What a-
半分くらいだったら大丈夫かもしれません。これ本当に美味しいんですよ。
Shannon cut her own cake and tried to move half to my salad plate. I had no doubt that she wanted to share the flavor of the delicious cake with me. Even so, I deliberately and meanfully pulled my plate away from her. Can you imagine the freaking neurons firing in their brain if they, like, lightly hold hands right now? They would both, like, I'm sure if I, like, got a syringe and stuck it into their brain folds and then they lightly held hands with each other and then just pulled whatever was in there out and injected into my own brain, I would be feeling it'd be better than heroin. Unironic. Better than heroin. Whatever chemicals are firing up top, holy. She blinked her eyes in surprise. She couldn't seem to figure out if that was a refusal of the cake or not. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said, "Ah."
それが一番したかったんですね。もうジョージ様は甘えん坊です。
Ah! 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 Eh! Eh! While still wearing an embarrassed, exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork. It tasted like cheap chocolate cake that you could find anywhere. Still, it was exceptional, because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if it were the ultimate stereotypical lovey-dovey couple, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly. If the earth is destined to end someday, I wouldn't have had any regrets if it happened right then. It was such a moment of bliss. Thank you, Shannon. That was delicious, Shannon. Thank you. And now I get to feed you a bite. Open wide. Daddy said, open your mouth. Good kitten. Good kitten. After that, we gathered shells, ran from the waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. My ears. My fault, chat. My fault. I'll try to chat. Let me turn down my gain just a tiny bit, okay? Chat, I got bad news. It's at the bottom already. Alright. It's over for you guys. I'm sorry. Prepare your eardrums. It is what it is. In the end, the clouds never parted. However, we both believed that our eyes were still reflecting a deep blue sea.
なんだか幸せすぎて怖くなります。
たまに言うね。何を怖がることがあるんだい？
私、後ろ宮家にお仕えする使用人です。そんな私が後ろ宮家に連なる方とこうしてご一緒してるなんて、その過ぎたことのように思えて。
僕もびっくりしてるよ。シャノンちゃんと出会ったのは昨日今日のことじゃない。何年も前から面識もある。でも年に何度もない親族の会合の席で挨拶をするだけ。
I need
そん
rocks
な
thrown
君
at
と
them
こうして
now.
一緒に過ごせる関係になるなんて全然想像できなかったよ。それはシャノンもでしょ。
私はその想像だけはしてました。
My brain is so cooked. I don't even know if I want to say why it's cooked. She said I did, and it made me think of that one. I don't even want to spoil the thing, but like I did things. Like the chat, if you know, you know. The like, I did things. I just, you know what I mean? Alright, never mind.
想像というよりはその
My fault.
妄想みたいなもの。
Yo! Baby girl, fantasize it. Yo, tell me about your fantasies, baby girl. We can make some of those reality.
いつも紳士的で思いやりのある
Yeah?
ジョージ様とご縁があったらなって その妄想してただけで。
Yo, yeah, tell me about it, girl. We can make them reality.
じゃあ僕たちの縁は君のその信じた心のおかげだね。思う力には魔法が宿るんだよ。だからその魔法がきっと
I'm not writing that down.
僕
George
らを
don't know
巡り
anything
合わ
about
せて
the
くれた。
occult. I don't care about that claim.
そうですね。多分きっと
It is beautiful though.
そ
It
れ
is
は
beautiful.
本当に魔法
Jihon
だ
and
った
thank
ん
you for
だ
the
と思います。
subscription. Thank you.
でもね
Appreciate you.
そんなことはないん
Thank
だ
you,
よ。
thank you. Oh, probably. Thank you for the farro. I don't know if I. Oh, and then Jihan, thank you for the farro as well. Thank you. I forgot if I say anything to probably. Anyways, lock in. Thank you for the farro.
僕の中でも毎年出会うたびに美しく見違えていった君の存在はとても大きくなっていた。そして君にとっての僕も同じものだとしたなら。
You know what I just realized? There is a non-zero chance we're gonna get alt outfits for some of the aunts, dude. Oh my goodness, Natsui alt outfit? Oh, I'm on my knees, dude. Dude, if dreaming is the power of magic, then please cast a spell on Natsui, dude.
今日ここに僕らがあることは必然の結果であって魔法や奇跡なんかじゃないのさ。
奇跡はあったんです、ジョージ様。
She stopped at the water's edge and gazed beyond the sea.
奇跡？
魔法あったんです。
I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious expression, which I sometimes heard her use.
魔法。
What an outfit? I'll take anything, dude.
魔法です。
Literally anything. You know what I would you know what?
ないでしょうから言いません。でも
The Natsui outfit that I want, her in a Halloween ghost outfit with a white sheet over her head and like black eyes, you know? But it's like form-fitting. Respectfully. And she has the shotgun.
それは何かのおまじないのこと？
そうですね。そういうものの類かもしれません。一つ違うのはおまじないなんかじゃなく本当に本当の魔法だったという点です。
Perhaps Shannon isn't alone in wanting to credit an encounter on a miracle or on chance. It might be a universal thing all girls share. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% effort trying to please her and 20% raw courage. And only 10% chance. What she believes to be everything carries little relative weight within me. Maybe that way of thinking is in itself calculating and typical of men. But were I to express that in words, any kind of magic would be broken. I do think that to become this close has taken many fortitudes, concessions, and great efforts from us both. We have this private time together now only as a result of all those things put together, and if she wants to call that magic, that isn't strange in the slightest. That's why I answered her the way I did.
そうだね。同じ運命を100回繰り返したら、僕と君がこういう関係になる結果は一度しか起こらないものだったかもしれないね。互いを意識し合いながらも、僕たちは他人行儀な関係を今も続けていたかもしれない。そんなよその世界の僕らから見れば、今の僕たちはまさに奇跡のような関係に違いないだろうから。
そういうのじゃなくて。本当に魔法なんです。
I'll only play Umineko if I get cancer. Chat, if we all believe together, we can channel the power of dreaming, the power of belief, and conjure a spell to give that chatter cancer today. Everybody, believe in giving them cancer. I'm thinking, lung cancer. Wow, this music is so good. I really like it, actually.
カノン君も全然信じてくれませんし。
信じるよ。僕
Well,
が
why are you
信じなくて
behind her like that?
魔法が
Why are you
解けたら
behind her with the tint over the glasses, dude?
ジョージ様。
In a small voice, I apologize for making light of her magic. Those words seemed to make Shannon a lot happier. After all, if a pair of people believes in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. Chat, I only see one person believing in the power of giving another chatter cancer. What's going on here? When I say believe in giving somebody... There we go. There's some more belief. Yes, I need more belief in giving chatters cancer. Not a bunch of like, oh, I'm worried, oh, I'm scared. No, get on your knees, kitten. Put your hands together and say, I want to give this person cancer. Laken. Laken, indulge me.
何でしょうか。
そのジョージ様って呼び方、嫌いじゃないけどもうなしにしないかい。もちろん後宮家では対面もあるだろうから六軒島での普段まで強制はしないよ。でも二人きりの時はなしにしよう。うん、そういうルールにしよ
う。ルール
Rule kind of scares me.
もし破ったら
I mean, just because I have PTSD from Higurashi, that's all.
そうだね。ル
Instructions
ール違反に
unclear.
は何か罰ゲームがないといけないかもしれないね。
Oh goodness, a penalty
そうだな。
game? You are not
何がいいか
Keiichi
な。
Mayabara, bro.
聞きたい？
いえ
Oh, we know it's gonna be. Put out the cattail. Put out the little collar.
何がいいか僕も考えておくことにするよ。
はい。
Been on my knees since the beginning of stream. Papa Pink. W been invited in the chat. A chatter that knows where they need to be, okay? On knees, magic on. What's next, mister? Okay, well, I can't. You can't give me this much power. You're throwing power in my direction. I am not trust with that. Lock in. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I actually need to lock into the story. Okay.
素敵な響きだね。嬉しいよ、シャノン。
私も
They're being adorable,
サヨ
dude.
という名前があり
Oh
ます。
shit, they're both talking about their deeper names.
そっか。ルールはフェアじゃないといけないね。
Oh.
僕もそれを守って今から君のことをサヨと呼ぶことにするよ。いいね、サヨ。
はい。
I put my arm around her shoulder and held her close. You gotta give her a kiss. Her delicate body was pulled irresistibly towards me, and she leapt into my chest like a doll. As I held her head in my arms, we looked at the horizon together. You gotta
真っ
kiss.
青な海だね。この海を二人で見られて
You gotta kiss.
とても嬉しい
Come
わ。
on, George, lock in.
私もです。この真っ青な海をあなたと二人で見ることができてとても嬉しいです。
As we gazed at the gray sea and a light rain began to sprinkle down, we kept on listening to each other's heartbeats. I feel like that's more intimate than a kiss. I'm gonna be so straight. Cuts to Battler alone as a chud playing Call of Duty. Just freaking kill me already, dude. Oh. Hello? The sound of waves soaked into my ears. No, this was the sound of raging waves. My body, bathed in painfully cold splashes, did not allow me to forget. The memory of the day when my old fate was broken and smashed. In the past, tomorrow had been literally like a mirror to me. All I could see in it was the same me that existed today. Whoever's talking right now is the GOAT of the entire game. Okay, I'm investing in Battler stock. There is a non-zero chance that Maria is washing up on the shore by the beach, crawling. Maria is currently washing up on the beach, crawling with her mermaid tail cut off, dude. I called it. She is currently going, there's a long line in the sand because she came from the first timeline, dude. Because she's locked the fuck in, dude. Lock in. Okay, shit's getting real. Shit's getting real. That was my old fate. But at that moment, for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispered. She tempted me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She tormented me, saying that as long as I stayed in the paradise of God, I would remain furniture. Oh shit, Canon? Canon? Shannon? Shannon? And so I learned of love and decided to choose to become a person. Shannon. Those days were like sweet... Shannon made a deal with the witch. Shannon made a deal with the witch. This isn't the mermaid theory. Mermaid theory still untrue. As of yet. Still pending. But then I hadn't realized that they were the beginning of days filled with a new kind of suffering. Taking a motorboat that I had just been told about, I made my way to this islet. No, I couldn't possibly call it an islet. It would really be more appropriate to call it a reef. Shannon? I was told that a lightning strike destroyed the Torii. Shannon, did you make a deal with the witch? Why? For what? Oh my god, Shannon, I swear to I swear to Keiichi Miyabara, if you made a deal with the witch because you weren't sure if George liked you back or not, I'm going to crash out. If you did the he loves me not, he loves me not, he loves me with the golden witch Beatrice and then destroyed religious paraphernalia in order to like do your end of the deal, I'm going to freak the fuck out, Shannon. All right? What do I even got? Told a story about Beatrice moving stuff, locking doors, butterfly Andy. I swear, Beatrice. I swear. I had a torii and a small shrine for the local deity. It was probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rokkenjima. Even though I didn't know the exact meaning, I understood that it had a holy significance. Despite being in a place like this, I took just one more look around to see if there was anyone observing me. Shannon, no! The only thing I could see were the stormy ocean, Nijima looming on the distance, and the waves breaking against Rokkenjima's steep cliffside. Shannon, how could you? I readied myself, timidly approached a small shrine, and took up the mirror that had been placed there. It was an old-looking mirror, dim and dirty. If it were an ordinary mirror, that would probably give you a terribly bad impression of its value. However, since the mirror had been offered to the small shrine, that quality made me feel some kind of divinity from it. And I realized this was not merely a mirror, it's a portal. Even if it was nothing more than an old-looking mirror to a non-believer like myself, in actuality, it was a mirror that had an important meaning. Is it really alright to break it after being captivated by honeyed words? No, this is no mirror. It is the inescapable life I have lived until today, my fate. Break it. Break it and seize a life from beyond the mirror. If I don't break it, my life will forever be a pair of facing mirrors. Nothing will ever change in the slightest. Nanjo's void. The witch whispers. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I have already had a taste of that fruit, because I ended up knowing those maddening emotions. Just as Adam and Eve felt compelled to pluck the fig leaf, I can no longer go without breaking this mirror. I fought with conflict for many days. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of me and the part that sided with the witch repeatedly fought against each other. And now here I am. Did the part of me who was here win or lose? There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. Holy alchemy. The cowards who don't risk loss and never try to change anything will never be given the key to open the path to a new future. Like gambling, dude. Gang dink for the farro. The key is already in my hands. Key is a very scary word. Key's a word! Key's a word, dude! It is to break this, to break it. Is there any other effort I can make as furniture imprisoned on Rokkenjima? No, there's nothing but this. Come, have courage. I'll free myself from being mere furniture, and I'll accept my new sufferings and become human. These are surely the small and large trials I must impose on myself. Now, break it. Break the eternally unchangeable fate that imprisons me into pieces. I raised it high, thought back on all those days of conflict, and after a time far too brief to do them justice, I finished my reflections and threw it. The thunder roared, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It was truly the wrath of the angels preparing to banish me from eternal paradise. I looked down on the mirror tumbling at my feet, broken in 2 equal parts. And, having made sure I had accomplished my task, I looked up at the enraged sky and screamed. Dude! Dude! Shannon! You just ruined our lives! This was supposed to be our comeback arc, and now we already have a Judas. The thunder roared once more. I'd already been banished from paradise, so I would have to struggle by myself in order to live. The witch had said it, that's the single element of the world. To lose it means to lose the world. Like how a flask with a hole at the bottom can't be filled no matter how much water you scoop into it. Please grant my wish. Okay, Shannon! Okay! I skip this? 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 Wait, I skip this, yeah? Don't worry, I'm blocking it. Blocking. Close your eyes! Close your eyes! Skip, okay. Skip, skip, skip! 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 I don't know how! I don't know how! I plead. I'm gonna just chill over here for a minute. I'm gonna just hang out over here for a minute, okay? Don't you worry. Don't you worry about it, Chad. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, okay? I'll come back in a few minutes, okay? Give me a minute, man. Chat, don't look. Don't look, chat. It's a spoiler, chat. It's spoilers, chat. Don't look. Don't look. Do not look at it. Do not look at it. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Is this still going? It's still going, I see. I can't believe I... Chad, is it still going? How is it still going? I can't even put my headphones on. Let me reach out. So many spoilers, holy. Good thing he's not looking. It spoils everything. This opening is egregious. I tried to skip it. It won't let me. It actually won't let me skip. Just tell me when I can look. Okay, I'm only looking at chat. Safe now. Thank goodness. My mind wandered. Jeez, man. Oh, good. My show is on. Howdy, yeah, bro. Yippee. I tried to skip through that so hard. I clicked every button on my keyboard and it just had to flee. That's crazy. Okay, wait, I need to lock in the one, this Shannon segment. Frick. Okay. We need to figure out how we're doing this here. Okay, Shannon, okay. Okay. I need to take like chapter, how do I want to do this? Okay, I'll just put text next to her right now. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Made a deal with the witch. And then what was... and then she broke the Tori, or she broke the mirror in the Tori as part of it to, like, escape her fate. That's actually crazy, dude. That's actually insane. And then I feel like there was another element in here. I mean, it was like... As long as I stayed in the paradise of God, I would remain furniture. Okay, but... okay, so it's inherently anti-God, though. Okay. It's, to break the Tori's mirror. Deal was against God. In order to become human. In order to become human. God, in order to become human. Something like this, maybe? Made a deal with the witch to break the Tori's mirror. Deal was against God in order to become human. Yeah, something like... oh, but the other element, this is so important. The guardian deity of Rokkenjima, that's gotta be important. Because if Beatrice is making moves against the guardian deity, then their guardian deity becomes important. Does that make sense? Did you ever react to the higurashi openings? I think I did, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Sif. Thank you, Sif, for linking that. Man, I miss having background music, but I'm too locked in. We can't even grab it right now. So yeah, let's... the guardian deity. I don't even know what to draw for that. Let me just, like, draw something, like, down here. I'm gonna just... I'll draw, like, a Tori, right? Doesn't a Tori kind of look like... doesn't a Tori kind of look like this or something? I don't know. This is the guardian deity, okay? Guardian deity of Rokkenjima. Holy crap, I didn't know I could do this. Wait, that's actually an insane tech that I just learned. And then Beatrice had Shannon destroy the mirror. The Tori's mirror in chapter 2. Which means has power against Beatrice, question mark. Boom. Okay, we're ready. Let's get into it. Sorry, chat, had to take a quick note-taking break. Lock in. My mind wandered. Back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have today. I was a middle schooler at the time, an ordinary girl who dreamed about love, as is normal at that age. Did you really make a deal so that you could know if George... I swear. But I really should not have dreamed that dream because I am furniture. Furniture is nothing more than a tool and is not human. I guess a furniture can't love, right? For a person less than human such as myself, just receiving my education was more than sufficient happiness. So even thinking about love was more than I deserved. Bring in the track. The Oshiramiya family conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives would occasionally visit at other times as well. Of course, they didn't come just to drink tea. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, what's up, cast? On this day, Eva's family had visited the head family on Rokkenjima. The 3 people from Krause's family and the 3 people from Eva's family had gathered in the parlor, and were having a friendly chat as they updated everyone on their situations. Genji had supposedly told Kinzo of Eva's family's arrival, but he hadn't come down yet. He's probably immersed in his own research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to come down. I gotta add one more note. I gotta write that this is about love. You know what I mean? Like, holy circle? Human in order to love. That's important. Okay. Lock in. Whew! Guardian deity Keiichi Meibara. I'm afraid it's canon. Yo, Kraus, it's been a minute since I heard your voice. What's going on, Delsny adult?
ありがとうございます。今は父の紹介でたくさんの人生の先輩方に本当に貴重な勉強をさせていただいています。そのいずれも学校では学べないことばかりです。
学校で習うのは国語算数やない。ものを学ぶ姿勢と態度を学ぶんや。
That's actually valid.
その基礎ができて、
oh my goodness, that's actually true.
生涯をかけた勉強が始まるんやで。ここをな、勘違いしとるやつは。
Yeah, you learn how to learn. That's like the greatest skill is learning how to learn.
国語算数で満点取れても会社じゃ役に立たへん。
Like, it reminds me of like somebody that's done a little bit of everything, or like a person that's mastered one thing knows how to master in a way that somebody that's done a little bit of everything doesn't, right? So like if you've done one thing, it reminds me of Tyler 1. Now Tyler 1 is an individual who knows how to master shit, okay? He would go like challenger on League, chess prodigy Giga Chad, whatever. He'll make his moves because he knows how to lock in a way that people don't. It's crazy. Random Tyler 1 reference. Low-key Hideyoshi looked like Tyler 1. Am I right or am I right?
秀吉さんの教育方針はいつも本当にご立派ですな。
ジョージもまだまだ半人前や。それを常に忘れんで、勉強に励むんやで。
よしなさいよ、あなた。ジョージはいっつも一生懸命頑張ってるわよ。ねえ。
本当に立派ね。うちのジェシカにも爪の赤を分けてもらいたいな。
Natsui, my goat. I love Natsui.
まだテストの結果を根に持ってるのかよ。受験勉強は私なりにやってるって。こんな席でまで言うことはねえだろうよ。うせえぜ。
When George was praised for his diligence, the conversation would nearly always turn to Jessica, who hated studying. That sucks for Jessica, dude. Always getting compared to George. Jessica made an openly displeased face as though she'd known it would come back to her. Yeah.
やれやれ。ジェシカは勉強と一緒に少しはおしとやかな言葉遣いも学ぶ必要があるんじゃないかね。後ろ宮家の家紋を背負う一人娘がそれではみっともないな。
Damn.
あら、これはこれで魅力的よね。
Oshiramiya family crest
時代は
mentioned.
変わるのよ。男に食わしてもらうために定宿を装わなくてはならなかった時代はとっくに終わってるんだから。
そうそう。やっぱエヴァおばさんは分かってますね。
You're giving her a headache, dude. Stop giving Natsui a headache.
大丈夫ですか？夏日おばさん。
You know what's crazy though?
顔色が優れ
I
ない
didn't
み
hear
たいです
Natsui mention her headache once in like late game chapter
大丈
1,
夫です。
which just goes to show that when she needs to lock in, she locks in, dude.
でも本当に月日が経つのは早いものね。半ズボン姿で浜辺を駆け巡ってずぶ濡れになって帰ってきた日がついこの間のように思います。
それはジェシカちゃんも同じよね。今じゃお化粧の仕方にだってこだわるレディーなんだから。眉にこだわりがあるのね。今日のあなたとってもキュートよ。
ありがとうございます。 誰も気づいてくれなかったんで自信なくしてたとこです。
A full smile rose to Jessica's face as a result of her own studies were finally noticed. Eva smiled back just as widely. Then she turned that smile towards Natsui.
ダメよ、夏日姉さん。自分のこの小さな変化にも気づかなくちゃ。かわいそうなジェシカちゃん。
Oh yeah, she did get shot in
一
the
番
head, huh?
最初にお母さんに気づいてもらいたかったでしょうに。ねえ。
Oh my goodness,
いい
dude.
んですいいんです。
Holy
あの
voice
人
acting.
そういうの全然気づかない人なんで。
ジェシカ、母親をあの人呼ばわりとは感心できんね。謝りなさい。
Damn.
言葉遣いについては後でよく言って聞かせます。
See, I love Natsui, but I'd hate being Natsui's kid.
お子様は
That
邪
would
魔だって
actually
んなら
suck.
そう言ってくれよ。私は席を外させてもらうぜ。ここは空気がよどんでるぜ。
ジェシカ、
Jessica was still at that unpredictable age with exams right around the corner. Recently, she had clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education.
失礼いたしま
Okay,
す。
let's go, Shannon. Yo! Jessica making to leave the parlor in a bad mood, and Shannon pushing a serving cart loaded with tea bumped into each other.
ああ、シャノン。私の分のお茶はいらないぜ。私は庭でもほっつき歩いてくる。
お嬢様？
シャノン、お茶が冷めます。
Natsui, be nice to
配膳を
your...
急ぎな
Oh
さい。
my goodness, you're killing me. My poor
失礼しました。
Shannon. Actually, no, frick you, Shannon. You broke the Tory mirror. Frick you. Never mind. I hate you. Natsui, be more mean. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong, but Natsui, he felt like some shame to herself had been shown and lashed out at her emotionally. This was something that often happened in the Yoshirimiya family, but it seemed that Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to accept it that way. She shrunk back and nervously prepared the black tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she felt intimidated. Her pitiful appearance dispersed the peaceful atmosphere that had been there until just a moment ago. That wasn't really Shannon's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt a pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the porcelain clatter, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even as an empty compliment. Oh my goodness, Shannon, you're killing me here, dude. Yo, please, man. The more pitiful everyone thought this was, the greater the silence grew, the more irritated Natsui looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being choked and suffocated by the death god called tension. Then George spoke cheerfully, as if to blow away the stiff atmosphere.
これはいい香りだね。何の紅茶かな？
Oh no, don't ask her that. She doesn't know. No, George. That's the one question you can never ask Shannon.
言わない
Oh,
で。
wait, clutch. He's clutching.
当てるから。
Oh my goodness, he clutched. He clutched out of his mind. My fault.
これは特徴的な匂いだから多分わかるよ。
Let's go, George.
Gray.
Let's go, George.
かな？
多分そうだと思い
That
ま
was
す。
the best alley-oop he could have given you, Shannon.
多分アールグレイで合ってるよ。台所に戻ったら紅茶の缶を見
Okay,
て
I'll
ご
let
ら
it
ん。
slide. I'll let it slide.
ほう、ジョージ君は紅茶に詳しいのかね？
お世話になっている社長さんに紅茶の詳しい人がいまして、講釈を聞いているうちに少しだけわかるようになりました。
ああ、おこのぎ食品の社長さんかい。あの人、そういううんちくは得意やな。
紅茶の名前って産地を示すことが多いんでしょ？じゃあこれは
30-minute tea
ア
pivot.
ールグレイという
We're about to
土
talk
地
about
で
tea
栽
for
培さ
30
れたの
minutes,
が
Logan.
由来なのかしらね。
昔イギリスにグレイ
Are
伯
we
爵とい
are
う
we
人が
being
いた
dead
そう
at
で、
us?
その人にちな
I
ん
need
で
to have
つ
a
けた名前だ
conversation
そ
with
うだよ。
the Earl called Grey.
ちな
Okay.
みに
I'm
この
not
特
okay
徴
with that
的な匂い
behavior.
は茶葉のものではなくて、ベルガモットというみかんの親戚にあたる果物でつけたものなんだって。
そうなの。初めて知りました。
You know what? I bet George is
そう
the
いう知
reincarnation
識
of
を持ってい
Irei.
ると
I think you're actually
紅茶も
right.
より美味しくいただけますね。
Do I already have that? I'll write that down. Yeah, he's definitely the reincarnation of Irei.
酒もタバコも同じや。嗜好品はロマンをたしなむもんやで。こういううんちくが味わいを
I'm
深める
not,
ん
I'm
だ。
not a huge tea guy.
薬の
I
飲
bet
み
I
薬
had
と同
some
じ
teen,
よ
it's nice,
ね。
but I'm just
夏日姉さん
more
も
of like a Dr. Pepper
愛
guy.
用
Does
して
that
る
make
頭
sense?
痛薬の説明書。今度はじっくり読ん
Okay,
で
that was a
から
little
飲んでみな
mean-spirited,
さい
Eva. You
よ
don't gotta call out her headache medicine, dude. This lore scares me. You're just asking to get jump scared by my higurashi notes, bro. You ready? Alright, this is where we're heading. I need you to be ready. This is where we're heading, okay? You either strap in or you get left behind.
それはいい。今夜試してみなさい。
ええ、試してみます。
シャノンちゃん、そのポットを開けてごらん。茶葉の中にベルガモットを乾燥させたものが混じっているのを見つけられるはずだよ。
はい。入っています。オレンジの皮を乾燥させたようなものが混じっています。
That's cool.
うん。多分これがベルガモットだね。
Bergamot.
アールグレイの香りの主成分だよ。
Bergamot.
匂いは鮮烈だから味がきつそうな印象があるけど、素直で飲みやすい味なんだよ。ミルクティーにすると香りもまろやかになって素敵かもしれないね。みんなに注いでポットに余った分があったら、ぜひミルクティーにして飲んでみるといいよ。
A milk tea sounds nice. I would drink a milk tea.
はい。ありがとうございます。
George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had been doing her a favor by calming down the atmosphere in the room. And he had been doing it for her sake as she had lost her self-confidence. Daddy takes care of kitten, bro. The Ashiramiya family did not pamper their servants. So if there was any awkwardness, they would be harshly punished. So it didn't often happen that they were given a helping hand like this. Daddy doesn't count, Daddy fucks. Thanks to George's concern, Shannon was somehow able to get a hold of herself and finish serving everything safely. If she was calm when she worked, she could easily carry out her tasks elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and the elegant scent drifted around, the room was completely back to how it had been, in a peaceful mood, as everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she at least thanked him inside her heart, praying to God. Yo, you cannot be praying to God after what you pulled just a second ago, Shannon. I don't want to even read the rest of that sentence. Whatever your prayer is built on bad foundations, because you went against God and made a deal with the freaking witch, dude. I don't want to hear a word out of your trap. That George would hear it and push the servant cart away.
話題をさらりと変えてくれるというかさ。
Ooh, you hear that? That's nice. Shannon and Jessica could be seen in the rose garden. Jessica having got into a fight with her mother and now felt unable to simply nonchalantly wander back into the parlor, and so found herself here killing time.
思い返せば、こういう助けられ方をしたのは、
talk about your boy George real quick. Okay. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George-sama was there, he would always naturally smooth things over and make things harmonious, I think. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped. But that was his way of caring. Even servants have pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. Because if a guest helped them out with that, they would lose face.
そういう空気を読むのが得意なんだろうぜ。ま、ジョージ兄さんの美学なんだろうよ。あの人、妙に
Chat, we cannot be making deals with Beatrice, dude.
そんな
We
ことありま
cannot
せん。
be. She's a
素敵な方だと
problem.
思います。
ひょっとしてシャノン、ジョージ兄さんに惚れた？
Shannon had refuted Jessica's words uncharacteristically forcefully, so Jessica caught on immediately.
いえ、そういうことはないかと。
そういや、ジョージ兄さんってあまり浮いた話を聞いたことないし、あれ？確か家庭的な子が
Whoa.
そりゃいいぜ。
What's the worst that could happen? We did give someone cancer? Listen, like, us casting spells is fine. That's Shadow Wizard money game. Beatrice casting spells? That's not okay. You know what I mean?
資格はあるぜ。何年も昔から顔を合わせてて、半ば幼馴染状態。互いに男女であることを意識しないナチュラルな関係ってのは、一度意識し始めるとトントン拍子らしいぜ。うんうん。
Jessica loved teen magazines with these kinds of stories, and she was always on the phone talking excitedly with her friends about that kind of thing. So she had a keen intuition for this kind of romantic topic. So this wasn't the first time a topic like this had been brought to Shannon. But it was certainly the first time she had noticed George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, and George was an honored guest connected to the Oshirimiya family. Okay, so the first two scenes we saw were probably, prequel, or like, future. Like, right now we're a little bit behind her doing the Tori thing, and her going on the aquarium date, because she's calling herself furniture. But we'll see, we'll see. She had thought it impermissible to even imagine any deeper relationship, so she hadn't thought about it. Jessica was taking immense pleasure in poking fun at all this, since it didn't affect her. Shannon was doing her best to make sure that her blushing cheeks weren't discovered. So if George showed up at a time like this, there would be no way that she would be able to keep her cool. George show up right now, it'd be so funny. They saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion. That's my goat. It looked like he had seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try to regain her ordinary composure before George reached them. Oh, really? Okay, this is a what is happening in this chapter? How far back are we? Because this is so weird that Kinzo's coming downstairs willingly. What do you mean, dude? What is happening in this chapter? We have love. We have Kinzo walking around. Maybe Kinzo's not as crazy in this chapter. Maybe like his madness was only a chapter 1 thing. Maybe it's, maybe we'll always have a different person that made a deal with the witch. Maybe like first time it was Kinzo, and then this time it's Shannon. That doesn't really make sense though, because Kinzo's thing felt so foundational to like everything that was happening. All right, like the epitaph, right? And like the gold and like the family existing. But maybe there's a world that like, something like that's going on. I don't know, something to think about. Yo, what's the Warhammer 40K? Nurgle, dude? Yo, Jessica trying to get freaky with Nurgle, dude. Calm down.
そんな言い方は悪いよ。ただ、おじいさまは僕らのことを疫病神だと思っているかもしれないね。何しろ、事業用にお金を借りたいという話でやってきたんだから。
That's right, this wasn't the customary annual October family conference. Eva's family had a visit to apply for a business loan from the main family. Kinzo had vast resources and he lent those out to his children. Wait, what? Let's see, can I check like the date? Real world time? No, I don't think I can. Okay. Of course, this was not money to lend because they had gotten themselves into financial trouble. How would they expand their business using the vast amount of money that they had borrowed? How much interest would be attached and how soon could it be repaid? This wasn't a loan for the have-nots. It was a loan for those who were on the offense. Kinzo judged strictly whether it was worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards he strictly oversaw its use. So there was occasionally the spectacle where relatives visited Rokkenjima and explained their business to Kinzo. To the parents, it may have well been a meeting concerning the movement of large sums of money, forcing immense stress upon them. But to Jessica, who lived on this isolated island called Rokkenjima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. So even her bad mood from getting into that fight with her mother was immediately cured by this chat with the infrequent visitor George. It's so weird that we're not here during the conference. It's very interesting. Or like, let me even... Wow, okay. So we're just whipping out everybody here. These all look like the normal stuff. Yeah. Nanjo! Okay. Okay. Kinzo? TD Wolf, thank you for the $2. Pink, take some of my vast fortune. Hashtag Kinzo RP. Yo, W Kinzo RP in the chat, bro. Wait, okay, so I'm one of the family members then, Wow, chat's like Kinzo. I'm one of the family members. Clearly, I'm Natsui, right? And, I mean, who's Beatrice in this arrangement? Is Twitch itself Beatrice? Think about it. Whoa, thank you, T2 Wolf. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you.
クラウス様やエヴァ様の
What's the interest
ことを
rate?
今でも子供の頃と全く変わらないように叱られるようです。
Talk about it.
そんな姿を息子のジョージ様にきっと見せたくないのでしょう。
As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on those scenes she had grown used to seeing while working in the mansion. I'm Nanjo. Yo, just kill me. Just kidding, I love Nanjo. Shut up, I'm Nanjo. Even Cross, who had acted haughtily towards his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kinzo. I am Nanjo! I actually am Nanjo! Shannon herself had often seen Kinzo slapping Cross or making him sit in the Seiza style. Seiza? Shaista. Seiza? This is a traditional Japanese manner of sitting used for formal occasions where respect is demanded. To sit in a Seiza style, you kneel on the floor or on a cushion with your legs folded under your thighs and sit on your heels, with the tops of your feet entirely flat on the floor and big toes overlapping. This position can be quite uncomfortable to maintain for long periods of time, especially with those unaccustomed to it. Okay, so... Kneel? Oh wait, kneel? Okay, so you kneel? How do you kneel and sit on your heels? How do you do both? Sit on your heels. So like, flat-footed? Like flat-footed? I think they managed to convert me to playing Umineko. We're so back. Wait, so flat-footed? Wait, make it make sense. Is it flat-footed? Because if you're sitting on your heels, wouldn't that be like... That would have to be like, your feet are like normal, not like tucked. So how do you... But you can't. Heels. So what, like... I think I'm doing it right now. But it's like very comfortable for me. I don't get it, man. It was probably deeply humiliating to have that forced upon him at his age. Does he have to take his shoes off for that? Oh my goodness, that is humiliating. Google it. Wait, you right. You right. Seiza. 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 Sitting. What is that? How do I make this big? Here. Okay. This don't look too bad. So it is tucked. It is tucked. So you're not sitting on your heels, you're sitting on your knees. Right? Heels on the butt. Okay. Let's see. Let me judge this. I feel like this is high-key comfortable as frick, dude. I mean, I am on like a plush chair, so maybe that's like plush chair diff, but like, I'm down, bro. I'll sit like this the rest of the stream, bro. To show respect to Beatrice, Sama, dude. Shout out my girl Beatrice. In the Oshiramiya family, taking care not to be present when this happened was one of the great tasks of the servants. Of course, that didn't mean that Shannon had been making mistakes by being witness to it. Okay, this on wooden floor would actually hurt pretty bad, though.
それにしても今年もこの庭園の花は本当に素敵だね。
George stretched as he said that, and truly effortlessly he changed the subject away from something that had become a little gloomy. This time Shannon noticed it too. This person George was highly sensitive to the mood of a group and was always caring enough to change the subject to something harmonious. Endless glaze for George. Endless glaze. It had been so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today Shannon had to really admire that behavior of George's. Almost all of the boys Shannon knew of her own age were her classmates during her education. But they were all immature, and none of them had the composure that George did. Even though he had been just another guest until moments ago. Now she couldn't describe him with just that. But that was idle thinking, irrelevant to her work as a servant. Shannon tried to chase it away with a small shake of her head.
どうしたんだよ。
いえ、何でもありません。
Dude.
お茶のご用意をしましょうか。
I just saw the future, dude. These two are so dead on the second Twilight. These two are gonna get second Twilighted out of their freaking mind, dude. These two are cooked.
その先ほどのアールグレイを改めてご用意します。
紅茶の名前覚えてくれたんだね。嬉しいよ。
そのさっきは お気遣いはありがとうございました。
Cute. Shannon was finally able to put her thanks into words. If you wrote them out on paper, they wouldn't seem like much. But Shannon had needed just a little courage to say them out loud. But George played dumb.
何のことだい？お礼を言われるような覚えはないけど。
You're so annoying. You're so annoying. It seemed he was being a gentleman in his own way, saying that he hadn't helped her because he wanted to be thanked. It seemed that George's response had been more or less predictable to Jessica. She burst out laughing uncontrollably.
なあ、こういうところ気ざったらしいだろ。
いえ、そんなことは。
Jessica had made fun of Shannon as she remained silent, red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in, laughing the same way. Bro thinks he's part of the team. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, talking about what was new. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about recent life on Rokkenjima, and Shannon talked about her recent work. These silly little topics went round and round in circles. Even when the other stories had been fascinating, Shannon had never felt particularly connected to their contents. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and was only pretending to listen intently and nodding at the right moments. Active listener. But for some reason, she found talking with George deeply interesting today. Even for things that she would normally ignore, she felt like she could feel a kindness hidden beneath the words. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So she stared fixedly at him. She thought that as far as looks went, this person Oshiramuro George was probably about average, and he didn't really stick out. Unlucky. But he was diligent, serious, and deeply thoughtful in a way that allowed him to understand people's hearts and care for them. But she had never been aware of these things until now. She might not have met him many times, but she had known his face for many years. Even so, she had not noticed once until now, so Shannon felt ashamed of this and her cheeks went red. Maybe George thought that Shannon was appreciating him talking about himself because he continued to relate his personal stories. But Jessica didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. So she turned the discussion around to the topic Shannon wanted to hear about most.
そういやさ。
Do you have a girlfriend? You got a
彼女
girlfriend?
とかはできたわけ？
True.
なんだい、やぶから棒に。
Normally, just George's reaction would have been answer enough, but for some reason, as she was now, Shannon found herself unable to understand it unless he said it clearly.
そのジョージ様はお優しいですから、さぞやその表になるだろうと。
いや、
Here it comes. Here it comes.
よせよシャノン。そういう追い詰め方はかえって意地悪だぜ。
私は別に意地悪のつもりは。
嬉しい勘違いをありがとう。残念だけど、特定の一人の女性とはまだご縁がないよ。見ての通り、容姿も
My looks are below average.
女の子を楽しくさせてあげられるような気の利いた
dude.
話術もないし。
George, no.
そんなことないと思い
Whoa,
ます。
he did a pick me strategy and it worked?
男性の魅力は
Oh, I'm so
容姿では
ugly. No
測
girl
れな
wants
い
to
とこ
hang
ろ
out
で
with
決まるん
me.
じゃないかと思い
Oh
ます。
man, I'm such a chud. No, no, I don't think that's true. You're not a
ジョー
chud.
ジ様はとても
You must be very
魅力
charming.
的な男性じゃないかと
And you really think that about me,
その
baby girl?
思います。
Shannon was uncharacteristically verbose. Compared to her normal self, she was being very wordy indeed. George looked fairly pleased about hearing his own charm described, but he was just a little surprised at this high praise. Jessica, sure now that her own imagination was right on, acted as though she could barely hold back her laughter.
ありがとう、シャノンちゃん。僕に魅力を感じてくれるような寛大な女性に
Gracious
早く
enough,
巡り合いたい
just
ね。
killed me.
きっと巡り会えると思います。ジョージ様の本当の魅力に気づいている女性はきっといえ、大勢いらっしゃると思いますよ。
Oh, Shannon. She probably wanted to say there's a girl not very far away. Yeah. She avoided saying that much during a final line as a servant.
そうかな。
Yo, he's just grinding XP, dude. Let
さす
him
が
go.
に照れるね。
Maybe he had never been praised this much by a girl. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically.
ジョージ兄さんもやがては素敵なパートナーと出会うだろうけどさ、今のままじゃきっと上手にパートナーを
What
エ
does
スコート
that
できないと
mean?
思うぜ。
Cannot escort your
勤勉でい
partner?
らっしゃるようだけど、そっちのお勉強は
Oh,
早
she's
口
saying
み
you
たい
need.
ですよ。
She's saying he needs more XP. Unironic.
悪かったね。その勉強はこれから少しずつしていくよ。
相手もいないのにどうやって？恋愛映画でも見る？それとも秀吉おじさんに習う？
I mean, Uncle Hideyoshi did bag Eva. All right, Uncle Hideyoshi got tech.
まるで
Uncle
鬼の
Hideyoshi's
首でも
crazy,
取ったみたいだな。こういう話では男は女の子にかなわないね。
Normally, when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. So it was probably irresistible fun for Jessica when the roles were finally reversed. George also realized that, so this time he was content with being the one who was teased. He's a switch.
ジョージ兄さんさえいいならさ、
Oh, you're
ちょっと練習してみ
cooking.
たら？
Oh,
シャノンを一
yeah.
日
Oh,
させずにデ
fucking
ートに
got
連れてくんだよ。
him. Yo, holy wing woman. Jessica's locked in, dude. Yo, shout out Jessica.
お嬢様。
When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red and a donut of smoke rose from it with a poof.
それはとても魅力的な
I'd
提案だけ
feel
ど、
bad for Shannon.
シャノちゃんに悪いよ。
Just kill me, dude.
彼女の貴重な休日を奪うだけじゃない。彼女が本当に思いを寄せる人と二人きりで過ご
What?
す聖域に僕が割り込んでしまうことになる。
George is
そんな無粋なことはでき
self-sabotaging.
ないね。
George, no, just let it happen.
私もその思い人とかそういう人
Or
はいませ
anything.
ん
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't got any feelings. No?
そういうお気遣いは無用なのです。
Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and it looked like she didn't even know what she was babbling about. Dude, she is such a babbling brook. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to find that really comical. She couldn't hide her cackling laugh anymore.
そうなのかい？シャノンちゃんみたいな可愛い子が独り身なんて
I can't take it.
信じられない
I can't take it.
私使用人ですから、その男の方との縁なんてありませんし、その
ってこ
Ah.
とは、シャノンも将来素敵な男性を射止めるために
Jessica's about to come in with another snipe out of nowhere, dude.
交際の練習が必要
Okay,
だ
that's
ってこと
good.
じゃない
That's
のかよ。つまり二人とも互いの思惑は一致するわけだ。なるほど、こりゃいいぜ。
Jessica irresponsibly cheered the two of them on. Now George was also hanging his head, red-faced.
ジョージ
Eva!
さっきか
Okay,
ら
sorry.
呼んでる
Sorry,
わ
Eva
よ
jump scare. Sorry.
聞こえないの？
Since Eva appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them became even more flustered. Jessica was in stitches.
母さん、ごめんよ、話が
God
込み入っちゃっててね。
complicated.
気づかなかった。
これは
You
エヴァ
freaking
様
lovebirds.
大変
You
失礼
freaking
しました。
lovebirds, bro.
若い子たち同士で大層盛り上がってたみたいね。あなたたちもみんなお年頃だもの。
Yo.
そういう話題が尽きないのもよくわかるわ。
嫌ですね。エヴァおばさんだってまだまだお若いじゃないですか。
True.
秀吉おじさんとの馴れ初めを聞かせてくださいよ。
あら、そんなの
Totally
言えるわけ
fan.
ないわよ。本当にみんな若いんだから。
それで何、母さん？用があって声をかけたんじゃないの？
お父さんたちの話が終わったわ。おじいさまにあなたの話をするからね。
About you?
僕の話？
Excuse me?
何の話かな？
New
今
successor
みん
just
なでし
dropped?
てたのと同
Let's
じ
see.
話よ。ほら、例の話。
あの
Girl he's
話
gonna
か。
get with? Wait, who?
別におじいさまに話すようなことじゃないんじゃないかな。
What topic? What?
何の話だよ。
I'm literally Jessica.
まさか、ジョージ兄さん、誰かと結婚する
Okay,
の？
yeah.
それはおめでとうございます。
違うよ。特定の女性はいないってさっき言ったじゃないか。
威張ることじゃないでしょ。まあ、 ったく。
Eva smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated.
わかった。ジョージ兄さん、あれでしょ。
A marriage meeting.
お見合いですか？
まあね。
So the time pressure then puts Shannon into a harder... As a man, George undoubtedly wanted to find a partner by himself and carry her off himself. This time pressure is part of why Shannon makes the contract with Beatrice, I think, because it puts extra pressure on her. So it seemed that he found the idea of meeting his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents to be a little pathetic.
お見合いというのはもっと年齢が成熟してからするものじゃないのかな。僕はまだ一人前になったって自覚すらないというのに。
もちろん即結納即結婚なんて焦る気は全然ないのよ。親睦を深めて年齢的にもう少し落ち着いてから籍を入れる形でも問題ないの。
From that forceful impression Eva was giving in George's evasiveness, it seemed you could catch a glimpse of how this marriage meeting linked into everything. Yeah, very business, very, like, political. Who this other person was remained unclear, but it was surely someone profitable to Eva's family in a business sense. 100%. It felt almost like a political strategy. They wanted to create a connection between the two families, if not by changing registers, then at least by having them get engaged.
結婚はね、好きになってからするものじゃないの。
Oh?
してから慣れることよ。
Yo.
感情だけで結婚すると必ず後悔する。
Marriage isn't something you do after you start liking someone, it's something you get used to after you do it. So you get used to marriage. You get used to it's not about emotions, you get used to it. Bro, you are a creature.
身元のしっかりした人を生涯の伴侶に選んで、それから愛情を築いていくのも
maybe there is some truth to this though. I do think like love is something that can be built up, right? Like I think just following like the honeymoon phase chemicals in your brain is kind of brain rot. So I do think there is like a wisdom in like choosing a good partner first and then you can like kind of work like invest into them to create the emotions as you go. But I feel like yeah, this is crazy. High level text.
それじゃ秀吉おじさんに悪いですよ。
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but that's exactly the case.
私はあの人のこと大好きよ。いつまでも一緒にいて
Oh,
人生を共に
Eva.
していきたい。
エヴァ様、素晴らしいで
That's
す。
so cute.
本当にご立派です。
ありがとう。でもその気持ちは二人で夫婦を
See, I
して
think
いく
doing
うちに
that's
育んだものよ。
I think getting married and then building it up is a little bit crazy, but
未来の私たちの
there
方
is,
が
I
も
think,
っと
a
もっと
piece of
仲良し
wisdom
だ
in
と信
there.
じてる。私は夫婦は
You know what I mean?
そういうものがいいと思って
I
い
just
る
think the timing of the marriage is pretty
だからっ
off
て
in the way
好
they
き
do
で
it.
もない相手と結婚してもいいって論法にはならないと思うけどな。
だからって好きな相手なら誰と結婚してもいいという論法にはならないわ。結婚は一瞬。でもその後の夫婦生活はずっとずっと長いの。だから一時の感情に任せず慎重に相手を探すべきなの。そしてそれは人生経験の未熟なあなたよりお母さんたちの方がうまくやれるとは思わない？
それはそうかもしれないけど。
あなたは私の自慢の一人息子よ。どこへ出しても恥ずかしくないくらい立派に成長してくれたわ。バトラ君は籍を抜け、あなたが今やお父様の血を引く唯一の男孫。
What the frick you mean Battler Kun leaving the register?
慎重に選ばなくてはならない。
And with Battler Kun leaving the register, you're the only grandson to carry father's blood. Did Battler, like, off camera get a girl? Battler? Or is this you, Battler, like, taking the name of your other grandparents and, like, can you do that? Maybe that's a attack? Okay, Battler. Where are you, my sweet little Battler? Chapter 2, leaving the family register. Okay, that's pretty crazy. As everyone related to the Ochirome family knew, Eva adored George so much that he was the apple of her eye. That didn't mean she had pampered him. She had raised him strictly, and he had grown into a charming man who wouldn't betray her expectations. That's how he was the apple of her eye.
あなたの相手は決して母さんたちの損得で決めてなんかいないわ。あなたにふさわしい本当に素晴らしい女性に 母さんが合わせてあげる。
This is some high-level helicopter
今は
parenting.
あなたの
Low
中
key.
にある青臭い若さがそれを疎むかもしれない。でもこれだけは母さんの言うことを聞きなさい。私があなたのためを思わなかったことが一度でもある？
それはないけど。
今はそれで結構よ。さあ行きましょう。
Bro, I don't want to be raised by
お父さんも
any of the
待たせ
members
て
of
るわ
this
よ。
family.
急いで屋敷に行きなさい。
I feel like all of them would suck to be
じゃあ
raised by.
ごめんね、二人とも。また後で。
Probably Rudolph and Kirei would be the best. George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion.
じゃあおばさんも行くわね。楽しい話を打ち切っちゃって
But
ご
even
め
then,
ん
you
ね
know.
ジェシカちゃん、シャノンちゃん。
Shannon's just been
気にしないで
boiling
ください。
off camera, by the way.
じゃあシャノン、
Her emotions are freaking out
私たちは
inside of her.
行こうぜ。
She feels a fire in her heart.
はい。
大丈夫よ。ジェシカちゃんだってきっとその
Oh,
うち素
ouch,
敵な
ouch,
出会いがある
ouch,
わよ。
ouch.
ジェシカちゃんにふさわしい素敵な方がね。
私と同程度ってことは成績の悪い男かな。なんだかうぜえぜ。
もちろんシャノンちゃんにもね、あなたにふさわしい素敵な
Oh, I
男性がきっ
flipped
と
their
現
names, but
れる
yes,
わよ。
that's ouch, ouch, ouch.
ありがとうございます。
As Eva giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth as though she was trying to tell her a secret. Oh no, don't do this. No, she knows too much, bro. She's about to drop a nuke into Shannon's psyche.
使用人風情のあなたにぴったりの
You
相
cut
手
that out, you witch!
見つかるわよ。
Sorry. Witch is like the new slur, by the way. Oh, is there a raid? What's up, Izzy? Thank you for the raid, Rizzy. Appreciate it, Izzy. Hope you had a good stream, brother man Bill. Hope you're doing good. Came here for the show. We currently have Scary... Okay, let me get everybody caught up real quick. We got Scary Lady telling Servant Girl to lay off her son. Because Servant Girl and son are into each other, but Scary Mommy says, no son of mine will marry a servant. So she's whispering in the servant's ear, you a hoe, you a bum, nobody likes you. That's what's going on right now. Hell yeah, bro. I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself. Yo, less emphasis on lowly.
義務教育に行かせてもらった恩を
Oh,
忘れ
stop it. You're gonna make her
身
cry.
の程を知らない
Oh, no.
そんな
It's freaking over.
私。
ジョージはお父様の血を引く
Yeah, she's
孫
telling
の
her to
中で
step
は
off.
着
No
に当た
wonder
る
she
のよ
goes and signs a contract with the
ひょっとしたら
devil. Like,
未来の後宮家を背負うことにな
in
る
your
かもしれ
furniture,
な
I
い
swear, if you bring
人
furniture into this, I'm gonna freak
そ
the
の
frick
期待
out.
に応えるためにたくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい大学に入り素晴らしい成績を残しているわ。
What have
そ
you
んなジョ
done?
ージと
Stop!
無教
She's
育の
already
使用
dead!
人風情が
Stop!
釣り合うと
Stop hurting my
本気で
girl!
思い
Stop hurting kitten! Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water was being poured in there. I'd be creaming if I was Shannon, but that's just me. Chad, no, being verbally abused is not something we want to be into, Chad. I mean, no kink shaming, but like, guys. This was all whispered in secret, and with the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Eva's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Eva telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Eva patted Shannon's shoulders as though to underscore her message.
大丈夫よ。あなたにぴったりの
Oh
きっと
no!
見つかるから
Stop it! Stop saying words.
じゃあねジェシカちゃんまた後でね。
Eva is such a problem.
秀吉おじさんとの話、その時聞かせてくださいね。
いやよ。
There's just no way. Eva laughed dryly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very, very deeply on those words of Eva's about knowing her place. Bro, I'd go sign a contract too if I was her. No, I wouldn't. I'm the goat. I felt deep remorse for my brief moment of conceit I had forgotten. I am furniture. Furniture isn't human. So I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. I am not permitted to wish for anything more. Even if people develop affection for furniture that they are used to using, that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for that. They should just serve with simple honesty every day. But that feeling I felt when talking with George-sama and Jessica-sama is a forbidden drug for me. In other words, it may have been an emotion I must not know.
Shannon?
Natsui, please don't. I'm already down. Please don't kick me.
先ほどからぼんやりが過ぎます。体調でも悪いのですか？
いえ。
Natsui, you're like my favorite character. Can we not be verbally abusing Shannon, our maid?
失礼いたしました。
Natsui's words, too distracted, were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsui until she had been called. This was supposed to be the time when she had to concentrate on the cleaning, but she had just kept sighing and hadn't accomplished anything.
たとえお客様がおられなくても、 常に気を張っていなくてはなりません。
Azuna Solana, thank you for the faro 3 minutes ago.
そんな
Just saw
様
that.
で
Nobody
は、
means.
後宮家に仕える使用人として情けありませんよ。
はい。以後注意します。
もうじき、当主様と主人がお帰りになられます。書斎の清掃は済んでいますか？階段の清掃は済んでいますか？
So we got like five other maids. Can we like call them up, dude? I'm like overwhelmed. I'm getting call Gonjo, whatever his name.
ですから、
Call
ルノンにやら
Lunon's
せて
still
おきましょう。
around?
あなたがもたもた
Oh
と
my
廊下を
goodness,
清掃してい
the
る時間で
timelines are fucking
彼
me.
女
What do you
は
mean
書斎と
Lunon?
階段の清掃を済ませてしまいました。
Lenin? Did I misspell Lunon as Lenin? You fucking mean Lunon? Lunon? Who the hell is Lunon? John Lennon? What is Lunon? There's another servant named Lunon. Okay, I don't know if this is the same one. We're just Lunon. Exists during chapter 2, I guess? Who the fuck is Lunon? Okay. Okay, things are different here.
それは丁寧にお掃除をしていたから時間がかかってしまって。
Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunon skillfully cut corners wherever they should be cut, so she could complete her jobs with a result that looked similar to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. Okay, Lunon's a girl. In other words, she was shrewd. Compared to her, she would say that Shannon, who had just talked back to Natsui when she was already in a bad mood, was not shrewd in the slightest. Of course, there was nothing that Natsui couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Oh god. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly. And yet her speech was slow and admonishing, which was terrifying beyond measure, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing.
ならば、存分に丁寧な清掃を心がけなさい。
You hear like the thunder roaring, dude? Natsui's got Thor on her side.
シャノン、あなたにこのま
She
ま
whipped out
大
eye
広間の
order.
清掃も命じます。
God. We're so cooked.
当主様の大切な絵画が多数飾られ、後宮家への賓客をお招きすることもある大切な広間です。
Sorry, mommy.
誇り一つ残さないよう、あなたが納得するまで丁寧に清掃なさい。もちろん今日中にです。それを終えて私に報告。
Oh, I can't
も
eat.
も許しません。
What?
わかりましたね。
But you can just take my food privileges? What the fuck? No food or
奥
rest?
様。
Dude, Man, what did they teach them at the House of Hope or whatever? What was it called? The Gospel House? We gotta talk about the Gospel House, dude. The Gospel House is a problem, okay? Here's the Gospel House. There's the Gospel House, okay? The Gospel House. Whatever they're teaching the kids is a problem. Synced up with Kinzo teaches children that they're furniture and shit. That's crazy. That is crazy work.
結構。使用人はその言葉だけを口にするように。次の口答えにはより厳しい罰を与えますから。
An
その
even
つも
more
りで
severe
よく
punishment?
胸に刻んでおきなさい。
What the hell is more severe than no food or rest?
ご指導を。
Are you actually gonna hit me?
ありがとうございます。
Are you gonna hit me?
どういたしまして。
Natsui headed off down the corridor, making a gesture as if her headache was troubling her. Low-key, though, I'd be down to be a servant. Low-key? Chat, low-key, though. Wouldn't that be kind of fire, actually? Once Shonen couldn't see her anymore, she hung her head inside. This happened because I let my thoughts take me. I might be bad at everything I do, but I should at least be able to carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? I can't even do that properly. It's so pathetic, it makes me cry. And there's something even more pathetic. Not only was I unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now, when Natsui was scolding me, I was envisioning him appearing and rescuing me. If only George Sama had been here. Perhaps he would have casually stepped in and saved me. I'm sure he would show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he doesn't know what's going on, nimbly change the subject, and make me forget I was ever being reprimanded by Natsui. I kept envisioning him suddenly appearing from the other side of the door, or the other end of the hallway. That's sad. I envisioned the kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. Well, obviously I'd only want to be a servant not to just a woman, but to Natsui. Right? I want to be Natsui's servant. I don't care about the rest of the situation. You know what I mean? I'd be Beatrice's servant too. And I envisioned how unfitting I am for him. Eva had told me that clearly. It had repeated endlessly through... It had repeated what through my dreams? Endlessly. Beatrice is freaking in her brain. Beatrice got her, dude. Beatrice has got her. I need to like, this is too important. This. Excuse me, Nanjo. Oh my goodness, Nanjo, get out of my way. I'm just gonna move this. And then Beatrice probably casting spells in her brain to weaken her, endlessly repeating dreams. That's absolutely Beatrice technique. Eva had told me that clearly. It had repeated endlessly through my dreams.
姉さんは相変わらず不器用だね。奥様は今朝から虫の居所が悪い。黙ってうなずいていればいいものを余計なことを言うから。
Canon, don't you have like aura farming to go do? Canon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he left no trace of his presence. She probably wouldn't have noticed him no matter how long he stood there. The expression on Canon's face was hatred. That expression he was making, he surely made for Shannon, who didn't know how to do so herself. And Lunon? What did Lunon do to you, dude? Oh, you don't like the cut corners.
見ていたから知ってる。本当の意味での掃除なんかしてないんだよ。
Holy.
丁寧に掃除する姉さんに寄生してるだけの最低なやつだ。
そんな汚い言葉を使ってはダメよ。汚い言葉は
That is a line ripped directly from the House of Hope or whatever, the Gospel House. That is unironically like she is repeating a mantra that she has been like had forced into her skull by the Gospel House. Canon faced away, acting sulky. It was a dishonest reaction, very like Canon-kun, but I was a little happy. He got angry in my place. My goat. Thank you, Canon. Shannon, take the help.
大丈夫。カノン君にも自分のお仕事があるんでしょ。
汚らわしい仕事だよ。僕の魂なんてとっくに汚れてる。
Canon then hung his head and bit his lower lip.
手伝ってくれるという言葉だけで私は十分。
Filthy, my soul has already been corrupted. Like, relax. Canon, what is going on? Furniture Andy.
そしたら私は悲しい。
Shannon knew Canon's character well. Sometimes he didn't reflect on himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he will help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Canon was a little sad that his favor had been rejected. But he realized that in the end, going too far would also cause her pain, and he gave a single small sigh. Chat, I miss Battler. I want Battler to pull up, dude. Where my battle at?
それに私にも責任はあるから。
姉さんには責任なんて何もないよ。
あるの。 だから、もう言って。
Kun's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it, but he stopped being persistent and disappeared. Even though Kenan-kun had given me words of comfort when I was down. Even so, I was still dejected because it hadn't been him, George. That was simply a sin. Far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see, know your place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, was already starting to feel her thoughts attenuate. You neglected breakfast and you don't get food. But if she didn't finish cleaning the reception hall, she couldn't receive Natsui's permission to eat. That cruel Natsui had surely told the kitchen of that. I had to respectfully receive Madam's punishment. That's right, my position in the world is furniture, and I had been intoxicated by a dream that is beyond me. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe hunger makes a nose more sensitive. I wonder if she's gonna have, like... Beatrice is about to pull up, dude. The kitchen was far away, but somehow I could smell the delicious aroma wafting from here, stimulating my empty stomach all the more. Dude, Beatrice is about to pull up in this, like, moment of weakness. Until I finished up here, I could not get any soup. I just had to prepare myself. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. Ask and ye shall receive. One of those portraits was thought amongst the servants to hold a special meaning. Hook, line, and sinker, dude. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair, drawn as the subject of that portrait, was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of the family head, Kinzo. And also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzo his legendary gold. The witch Beatrice, master of the night on Rakenjima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would always curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. And it had become part of her daily routine to talk inside her own head to the witch who only existed inside the portrait. Oh my god, she's a tulpa. She's tulpa maxing, dude. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain, cannot complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. No right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. Those words she couldn't say aloud, she spoke inside her heart and protested to the formless witch. Of course, the witch didn't answer. She never consoled and she never laughed it off. It's like prayer, almost. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was at least listening attentively.
Beatrice様、みすぼらしい私の話を聞いてください。
As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke inside her heart.
私は確かにエヴァ様の言う通り、無能で無教養な家具です。人じゃない。だから、恋をする資格などないかもしれません。でも、だったら、どうして恋を知ることのできる心などお与えになったのでしょうか。
Shannon paused there and held back her tears for a time. The sound of the rain which had started falling, along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased another level.
本当の家具なら心なんかない。だから人を愛したりしなくて済むじゃないですか。だから苦しまない。私も同じ家具なのに。どうして心なんかあるんですか。こんな苦しくて辛い思いをするなら、こんな心なんて与えないでほしかった。
She's rebuking her own body.
なるほど。家具に心を与えたか。あれも時には愉快なことをする。
Why are you speaking? You're a portrait. You're not supposed to do that. Not supposed to do that. The witch who never answered or laughed, answered and laughed. My imagination? Hearing things? No. After all, the next words became a voice, and I could hear them, not with my heart, but with my ears.
人間は 世界を構
Golden
成する元素
Sneer.
について
Yeah, it's over for us, dude. We're getting
紀
golden
元前の
sneered.
昔から探求を続けて
What are you before the Christian era?
古代ギリシャ人たちは風、
Yeah, some of them did.
水、土の4つで世界の説明を試みたという
Okay. Ancient
その
Greeks
後も
mentioned, Plato
数
mentioned.
千年かけて人間たちはその4つにさまざまな元素を加え
Alchemist. This is very alchemist of her to
5
say.
代、6代、7代、8代、12代
Right.
とさま
'Cause she
ざ
is
ま
an
な解
alchemist.
釈で世界を説明しようとしたが唯一の真
Bro,
実
imagine
で
being freaking
一なる
Shannon
元素を説明す
just
る
like
ことは
complaining about your
できない
love life, and then Beatrice starts info dumping about like alchemy in your
星
ear.
の導きに
Oh
よって
yes, the
現
history
れ
of the
た一
composition
人
of the
の
mortal
男
world.
が
Like,
ついに
dude.
この世界を
Nobody
構
asked
成
for this
する
history
一な
lesson,
る元素
Beatrice.
を説明
I want to know about my
し
love life, bro.
何かわか
Okay.
るか
The single element that makes up the world, do you know what it is? It's love. Or it's light. But they're actually the same thing. It's just different words. Oh, Shannon. Her mind is breaking. Shannon fearfully turned around. Is she just there? Mommy. Okay, sorry, my fault. Right there, she existed. She really just pulled up like that. Really, baby girl? Really? I already seen you in the tea party. I'm not stressing at all. I'm not stressing at all. Not an illusion, in reality. The contrast made by the lightning made it clear that this was not just a daydream.
それは
It's love! I was right! I was right! It is love! I agree! Oh, I agree with the witch, dude. It's over, dude. It's over, dude. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance which caused mankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer.
その男は世界のすべてを愛で
True.
説明した
True.
それこそが一なる元素男は最小の数で世界の構
Who is
成を
that man?
説明しきったのだ
Plato!
なん
It's
とも
Plato!
単純明快にして豪快
Oh, she's
爽
kinda
快
cute! Look at her
愉
little
快
fang,
痛
dude!
快
I wanna give her
や
a
がて
kiss.
その男の生まれた年
Anno
西
Domini?
暦起源
Anno
と呼ばれ
Domini?
るようになったがな
Okay. What is an Anno Domini? Shouldn't have lost any words to speak. What the heck is an Anno Domini? Anno Domini. Anno Domini? I feel like I need to write Anno Domini down. Anno Domini. Anno Domini? Anno Domini. Anno Domini. Anno Domini. Year that man said love was everything. Was the one component of the world or something. I don't... Anno Domini. She annos on my Domini? AD like her calendar system? She's talking about Jesus? Oh! Anno Domini is after death. I thought, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! But like not in a strong, like unsure way, but in a like that's who we're talking about way. Shouldn't have lost any words to speak. Anno Domini! Jesus! Awesome! Where's Jesus on my board? Oh, is Jesus only on my other board? Frick, we need to bring Jesus into this. Jesus Christ. Where are you? Okay, Jesus, I'll put you by Dr. Nanjo. Okay. Okay. Jesus. Okay. We're here. We're here. We're here. Things are happening. She's citing Jesus. That is actually so interesting because there's been so much, like, stuff. Let's see. Mentioned... what am I even trying to say here? Like, mentioned Jesus as the one who knew that reality was just love? Something like that? And then I hit him with the, like... Wow, way too thick. Said me never. There we go. And then my other Jesus Christ metaphor is we already do have Keiichi Maebara is a Christ figure. So we're going to bring Keiichi into this. Casually. Okay. Now Beatrice and Keiichi have been connected through Jesus Christ. Lock in. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. No, surely, as a person of this island, asking this person for her name would be the greatest disrespect. Because she was the other master of this island in addition to Kinzo. It is nighttime outside. Look at the window. Look at the window. Beatrice! What's up, baby girl?
1000年を経ても人がわらわを見て最初に浮かべる表情は変わらんな。
How you doing? Hey, we cool. Me and Beatrice are cool. I actually like between me and her, like I call her Beat sometimes. She thinks that's cool. Like it's a little nickname. Like, what's up, Beat? You know what I mean? And she's like, what's up? Yeah, no, we tight like that. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had been met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch, she supported the witch's portrait on her back. That's so scary. You're surrounded, dude.
お前の悩みは愛ゆえよ。それはすなわち世界の一なる元素。つまりこの世のすべてだ。それが満たされぬということは世界が満たされぬに同じこと。
Unfulfilled love is like... Okay, this is a metaphor that was already used today.
くめどもくめども満たされぬ永遠の心の砂漠。人間の基礎にして全てにして現在。
Hence endless, right? Endless, endless, endless.
知識の実を口にしたアダムとイブが知ったのは愛だったのだ。
And they can never have
それを知
enough.
ったがゆえに。
And now she gets to do that. That's what the entire intro was
人
about.
足り得たのだ。すなわちそれは愛を知り苦しむからこそ人である。
You might be right. That's a pretty good description.
心
Frick, man.
優しき娘よ。
Beatrice is just casually dropping like nuclear armaments as lines right here. Look at this line, man. Let me just grab this, dude. Which means that what makes one human is knowing love and suffering. And suffering's just an avoidant is unfulfilled love, right? Because desire is the root of all suffering. Talk about it. That's where I'm at, dude. I think you're onto something, Beatrice. I think you are onto something. Oh. Boom, boom. Okay, lock in.
そなたは誇っていい。
You are becoming human.
それを知った今。
You've become human.
そなたはもはや家具にあらず。そなたは今こそ。
Well, congratulations! You have gained humanity.
我が名にかけて。
Yeah, the thing I just said is Buddhist. That desire is the root of all suffering. But it's also like, I think true with what she's saying, right? If she's saying that love is all... Well, love is all there is. I mean, this line, which means that what makes one human is knowing love and suffering. Well, what is suffering if not the lacking of love in this case, right? Like, because she's saying that everything is love and they were always like chasing love and it's never filled. So I think that's what suffering is the unfulfilled love. You know what I mean? Shannon become human. True.
凡庸の身には理解も辛き話か。まあよいわ。許すがいい。
No, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Beatrice. Well, then what is Beatrice? Like, that means you... Okay, so Beatrice is a witch, which means that you're not somebody that knows love and suffering. Or, you know, love and suffering and some other third thing. Without expecting a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while.
詫びと言ってはなんだが、わらわの力で、そなたのその願望を叶えてやってもよいぞ。
Okay. The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance.
そなたを思い人と添い遂げさせてやってもよいと言っている。本来ならば、それに見合うだけの対価を要求するところだが。
But what could be equal to love?
わらわは機嫌が良い。それに、 そなたはわらわへの礼を欠かさず
Thanks, Beatrice. I tried my
今日ま
best.
でよく
Thank you,
尽く
Beatrice.
したそれへの褒美としてやってもよい
Thank you, my lady.
本当です
A
か？
humble human like me can only have reverence for you. Normally, Shannon would have been shocked by this guest who lacked realism and wouldn't have been able to speak. However, as though she had already been caught in the witch's trap, Shannon responded to the witch.
わらわの魔法にかかれば思い人と結ばれるように取り計らうなど造作もない
You do mean it, don't you? Those words almost escaped Shannon's lips, but she held herself back with her final reserves of reason. Dude, I swear, if this is like the Discord, the like mark of Discord that like broke apart the group previously, then it's kind of like already corrupted. Like if you're casting a love spell, then does that like ungenuine the emotions, you know? Like if she and George get together, but it's because of the result of the witch's meddling, then it kind of doesn't feel like y'all really got together anymore, right? It's as if you couldn't do it on your own, that your love wasn't strong enough on your own to do that, you know? And not believing in your own love, that is what makes you not human, Shannon. It's not that you're human, you've abandoned your humanity by giving in to the witch, don't you see? You've become a pawn in her chess game. You are back to being furniture, Shannon! You're furniture again! A witch is a witch! A sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks of my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books had warned me about when I was young, was right in front of me now.
義父もまた敬いの一つよ心地よくはあるがこれでは拉致が開か
Oh,
ぬ
she's into being afraid of her? That means she must love my ass.
わらわは確かに
Dude, this sprite does
そ
something
な
to
た
me,
らが
dude.
意味嫌う魔女像から離れはせぬだが
I think there's something about this angle that is so like let me rock it real quick myself. Right, doesn't it just feel like I think I'm better than you when I'm rocking this angle? Wait, right here? Yo, this is like I feel like I'm like learning manipulator techniques, bro. I'm about to whip this shit out in public and it'll be a problem. Whenever I want somebody to respect me, I'm gonna just look at them with that. See, don't you already respect and fear me like even more?
それは人間も同じであろうそのように身構えられて好意を返せる人間も
My fault. I just cut her off. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Beatrice. I am so sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Shannon finally realized that her hostility was rude to this guest. And she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You are no longer furniture. Now you are human. The more she reflected upon those words, the more Shannon felt as though Beatrice could understand all of her suffering. You're cooked. You're cooked. You cut her off. You're cooked. Oh, no. How do we atone? How do we atone to Beatrice?
褒美の話って
How do I atone?
何ですか？
Beatrice, my life is yours. Wait, you can't say that. That's actually just giving up your
お
soul.
前がその心を取り
Okay,
込み
sorry,
する
Beatrice. I
男と
spoke
結ば
faster.
れるように
Forgive my
取り計らっ
tongue.
てもいい
Forgive my tongue.
わらわの肖像画を日々丹念に磨いてくれたことへの礼とでも思うがよい
Suck her toes. Do you mean as the reward or as the atonement?
わらわは気前がいい
Nothing in return? Well, you're gonna say, except this one little thing, go disrupt the spiritual thing. Okay.
対価は求める
I cut her off twice! No. Just say it again. Just say it again. I'm
安
sorry.
心せよ対価は
Only if you wish. I would never
Well,
command you to do anything, my dear Beatrice. Yes. Only if you wish.
対価は求めぬ
Sorry?
が頼みがある
Okay. Thank you, my lady. Look, here it comes. The other Shannon inside her heart sent her a warning. This is what she had been so often warned of in all those scary picture books she had read when she was
こ
little.
の島のすぐ近くの海に
This Tori is so important. How did the lightning happen? Maybe like she got, maybe what like opened, like the first chapter might have been the first time she like opened into the realm because of the random chance of the lightning striking it. And then that got her an in that she couldn't have like before that. You know what I mean? This Tori is like so important. Shannon immediately remembered it. When he reached Rokenjima by boat, there was a Tori and a shrine on a reef which was too small to even be called an islet. She had the feeling that Kumasawa had told her its history, but she couldn't remember that very well. Oh my goodness, Kumasawa. A traveling mountaineering aesthetic or something had built it. Or prayed at it, or something. That thing is so important, dude. That's literally the only saving
それ
grace
が何か
against her foul magics. Well, but right now it exists and she can still manifest.
早い話がだな。
Okay, she even admits
あれ
it.
には参っておるのだ。
She even admits it.
実はな、あの祠の中にある鏡が収められている。それをそなたに割ってほしいというのだ。
That was a very suspicious request. Shan didn't know its history, but anything that might be stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And she wants me to break it? Why would someone as powerful as a witch be unable to do that herself and be asking a human for help? There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice started talking about this reasonable question before Shannon could give her an answer.
あの鏡の魔力は、わらわの魔力と相対する。人の言葉でうまく説明できぬな。例えれば、食
Utensils?
器の違いとで
Are
も
you
言
the
う
fork or the spoon? Please be the
あの
spoon.
鏡はフォークで。
What? You're
わ
the
らわの
soup?
力はスープなのだ。フ
Okay.
ォークでスープは飲めまい？
That's why God gave us hands, bro.
あの鏡の押し付けさえなければ、わらわはスープを飲むのにぴったりのスプーンが用意できるというわけだ。それさえあれば、スープも飲めるし、岩ろうだって掘
Rocky
り抜けるぞ。
prison. That's something Maria's
目
talked about
玉だ
before.
ってえぐりつら
Like that she's trapped.
だったか？
She's a
何の
problem,
話か
dude.
わかりません。
This woman is a problem.
私の無教養のせいだと
Well
して
played,
も困
Shannon.
ります
I like this respect plays. I like this respect plays. Yes, my lady. Yes, my
こういうこと
lady.
だ。
More of that, please.
あの忌々しい鏡をわらわのために割る手間をかけてくれたなら、その褒美として。
You are so
そなたの願いを叶えて
conniving.
やるという
I
こと
respect
だ。
it. I respect it. Only in respect and love. You are very conniving.
今日のわらわは本当に機嫌がいい。
Because she really. Do you notice how she starts with saying I'll do it for free. Calm yourself. Ask for nothing in return. I asked for nothing in return, but I do have a request. She says she's going to do it for nothing in return, and then later says she'll only do it if you do something for her. Like, baby girl, that's not what you said 5 seconds ago. Are your words not binding, you witch? Respectfully, non-derogatory?
そなたが望むなら願い事を変えて
Oh, hell
金
yeah.
蔵に
Wait,
授けた
yo,
黄金を
fuck
丸ごと
George.
くれて
Yeah,
や
give
る
me
ことに
that.
してもよいぞ。
Hell yeah, that much gold? I'm down, dude. I'm about to go spend it all on a bunch of George lookalikes, dude. Well played. I know it doesn't hold, but well played.
なんと
Oh, this is kind of scary. When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed. Shannon, you gotta play this
理
perfectly
由があ
here.
れば聞かせ
Play this well, Shannon. Look in.
誤解があるなら解こうぞ。
理由なんて
W
よくわかり
honesty.
ません。でも今日までこの島は平和で何も起こりませんでした。なら鏡を割らなくても
I like that.
今日までと同じ平和がこれからも続いていくはずです。
I bet Beatrice can control the
なるほど、
weather. I mean, that's
なるほど。
obvious, but I only just now, like,
そ
put it
れは
together.
もっともだな。
That's 100% a
そなたの
Beatrice
言う
special,
通り
dude.
だ。
Man, you witch.
あれを割らぬなら割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が
But do you really want
明日も
that?
明
Oh,
後日も
yeah, don't say that
続こう
line.
ぞ。
That line's too strong.
わらわが絶対の保証をしようではないか。ベアトリーチェの名
Whoa,
に
this
か
one,
けて
this
言
one's
う
gonna have power.
割れぬ今日までと同じ日々が明日も明後
So
日
that's
も
only 2
続こう
days.
ぞ。
Shannon, that's only 2 days.
それは永遠
No, but it stopped italicizing. No, no, she did something. I don't know what she did, but she did something there. No, 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 no. I don't know how she did it. She like crossed her fingers behind her back despite the sprite. Why was it like? How did she do this? She is casting spells through the text. The same unbreakable days that have passed until today will continue to tomorrow and the day after. That part's true. That part's a spell. But this part's not italicized anymore, which means it's probably not part of the spell. Right? Like, she's done something, dude. Shannon was seized by an eerie illusion. The mirror was most likely something to restrain the witch, so breaking the mirror should have been something done for the witch's sake. And yet it felt as though Shannon had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched.
わらわはあくまでも
褒美としてそなたに思いを成就する機会を与えたに
That's
する
crazy.
割ろうが割るまいがそなたの自由だ。割ればわらわはそなたの願いを叶える。
Holy
割らね
manipulation.
ば今日までの明日が永遠に
Do
続
not break
く。
it.
そなたの願いは永遠に叶うこと
Three
はない
arms Beatrice theory.
わ
For
かる
real.
か？何を言っているか。
Beatrice's third arm? Wait a second. What? Okay, Shan, what you got? The witch was telling her. She was pressing her, saying to break the mirror. She wanted to be joined with George. And she was declaring that if she didn't break it, then her feelings would definitely never be fulfilled. That part, though, is not a real... Like, that's not real. You have to trust your own abilities, Shannon. Come on.
そんなの聞きたくない。
そなたを苦しめたかったわけではないのだがな。まあいい。愛に苦しさを感じるも。
Yeah,
人間の
Kinzo
醍醐
at
味
Kinzo, by the way.
その感情を存分に楽しむがよい。だが、我が力を借りたいと願ったなら、
At any
いつでもあの
time, it's
鏡を割る
open.
がよい。
Wait, that is the
そ
flip.
して、我
Yeah.
が名を叫
Being
び、
like, oh, Beatrice, you
呼び覚ます
can
が
you can
よい。
connect me with my one true love if I break the
我
mirror?
らは必ず
Yeah, I'll
約
do
束
it
を
then.
守るだろう。
And then she'll be like, okay, bet. And then you flip it onto her? Wait, that's actually huge tech. I love you, my lady. And then you kiss her or whatever she wants. Like, probably her hand, but like, she kind of seems to be into... Anyways.
これならば文句はあ
Lock
るまい
in.。
そなたに今すぐの決断を迫るわけではない。気楽であろう。
Was this deal ultimately something she could feel at ease with? Definitely not. To Shannon, who was burning with love, tormented by passion, being tempted forever by a way of escape was far too cruel a trial.
この約束に期限は設けぬが、願いを叶える魔法には期限がある。その期限は、わらわ
It's
が
up to
決めるの
George's
では
feelings and
ない。
like him getting
そな
married.
たの思い人が
Yeah,
自ら決める。意味がわかるか？
わか
The
りま
time
せん。
pressure I was talking about earlier.
そなたの思い人が愛のちぎりを結ぶべき相手を決めた時がその期限となる。わらわは
Holy
魔女だが鬼ではない。
That's such a
互いを
line.
愛し合う二人を引き裂く魔法
I'm a witch, but I am not a...
持ち合わせ
Okay,
てい
you
な
know
いので
what?
な。
Gotta grab it. Gotta grab it. That feels high tech. That feels high tech. That I feel like she's self-reporting about her stuff. I'm gonna have too much stuff for freaking Beatrice, dude. Too much Beatrice knowledge. Right? Because like Demon... Oh, lag. Demon makes me think like, I don't know. Whoever the hell Lambda Delta is, that feels demonic. Well, that's a witch. I don't know. I don't know anything, bro. I don't know freaking... Yo, you got a cute little laugh, Beatrice. I'm not gonna lie. That is a cute laugh.
そなたの思い人は近いうちに見合いに臨むそうだな。そなたは世界で一番その男のことを思っているかもしれん。だが世界で一
Ouch.
番
Oh,
ふさ
she's
わし
leaning
い
into
とは
the hole
限ら
that
ない
Eva had drilled into
わら
her.
わは見合いの
You
相
already
手を知
know?
ってい
Is
る。
she a baddie?
その娘は世界で一番後ろ宮ジョージにふさわしい。
No.
良い学校を出て良い成績を残し
Most
落
suitable.
ち着きがあって
What's crazy about that,
仕事
if that's like literally true, then Shannon's like going against George. Like if that other girl is better for George than Shannon is, if Shannon accepts this, which we know she does, and then breaks the mirror, then she is stealing George from somebody that George would be happier with, right? But it depends what suitable means, or if Beatrice is even telling the truth. But if it is true, and we take it as fact, then it's actually like a very selfish form of love to be like, I'm going to claim him even if he has a better option. You know what I mean? But of course, like, love is madness and blah,
お
blah,
前
blah.
よ
So
り
I'm,
美しくお前よりそう
you know what I mean?
お前よりふさわ
I
し
think she's just using this though to attack her in the same way that Eva was earlier, to like make her more insecure so she does it. I don't think it's actually true, but it does it's like really
お前の
crazy.
ような無知
Golden
無能
NTR
無教養の娘がどうしてふさわしかろうか
Only.
お前が一番知っている
Dude, I already know and I refuse. I don't want to hear. Okay, chat. I'm gonna make a public statement, and I don't want chat to talk about it at all. Are you ready? Chat. Again, I don't want your response, but I know that Beatrice has the craziest, like, Rule 34 out there. I already know, and I'm not gonna ever look, because, again, I don't want to ever be spoiled or anything like that. And I don't want to hear y'all freaking gooning and saying, like, oh yeah, I loved the one where she, like, stepped on the main character after she got, like, grew to the size of a skyscraper and then was stepping on it. I don't want to hear that, okay? I really don't want to hear that. However, we all know it's out there. Okay, we know it's there, okay? She got the craziest, like, verbal abuse stuff.
お前と後ろ宮ジョージが結ばれるなど想像するだけでも罪深い愚かしいことよ愚かしい愚かしい身の程知れい
Oh my goodness. Is
義務教育に行かせてもらった恩も忘れ
that Eva's voice?
身の程を知りなさい
She's summoning Eva,
ジ
dude.
ョージはお父様の血を引く孫の中ではちゃっかりに当たる
No wonder Shannon cave, dude. Shannon's cooked.
未来の後ろ宮家を背負う
Like, anybody minus Battler getting 1v1 targeted is going to crumble, I feel like.
たくさんの勉強を重ねて素晴らしい
Well, and especially for Shannon, who, like, lives on the island. Like, she probably, like, is around so much more than the others who just come here a little bit. Anybody that lives on the island is gonna be such a hard target that Beatrice can just roll in smoke any day of the week, you know?
本気でお思い
You cut your giggle out. Whoa.
やめろ
Canon! I knew. See, this is what I mean. This is my aura farming Andy. Aura farmer. I'm the roulette. I'm the zero on the roulette wheel. Did you forget about me? At that time, as Shannon held her head, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words, Kennen ran in front of her with a hatchet swinging at her neck. Kennen didn't care who this woman was. As long as he knew she was an enemy tormenting Shannon, who he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered. Holy! He does it again! It seemed like Kennen also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait. And also that she was a terrifying being. Remember when she was behind Battler in the kitchen and everybody was staring at her? She's probably like behind Battler going like, you know what I mean? Just trolling, like putting little fingers above his head. You know what I mean? Being like, doing these. She's probably just next to Battler going like, get a load of this guy. The entire time. Oh, you're apologizing? You're so sweet.
先ほどの約束はそなたへの褒美として残してゆく。わらわの力が必要なら
I'll ring your line. I'll ring your line if I'm interested. Appreciate it, Beatrice. Yeah, I'll circle back.
その方法は
I got a few meetings lined up, but hey, I'll circle back when I have an opening and really we can work something out.
これに
Your
て
team
こ
with
よ
my
いは
team,
退
I'm sure we can make
散し
something
よう
really special happen.
敵意の眼差しは心地よくあるが
Yep, want to keep things civil.
利用
All right.
はちと悪い
Yeah, I'll see you
よ
tomorrow.
な
Or I'll see you next time. Hey, have a good one. All right, bye bye.
消えろ。お前が何者か知らないが、お前はシャノンを脅かしている。二度と現れるな。
Oh my god, Cannon. It seemed like Cannon's words made the witch horribly displeased. Yeah, Cannon, you gotta calm down in your aura
言
farming.
葉を選ばぬか
You're really throwing the like, I don't know,
わらわは
dude.
敬う者に
I
考
don't
え
know,
た
Cannon. You're gonna be the first one to
敬
get
う者
murdered.
には残酷であると
While she still smiled, the witch's expression began to warp. Oh no, and an oppressive feeling that couldn't be described with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't comprehend what it was, they immediately realized it to be something terrifying. If you were swimming in an ocean and something large went by in the water beneath you, you would want to escape to the land even before you learned what it was. What does that sound? This was the same as that.
おやめください、ベアトリーチェ様。カノン君はまだ子供なんです。言葉遣いについては謝ります。
Cannon blocked the way to Shannon at the risk of his life. There was tense sweat on his forehead. In that moment, the witch certainly had Cannon's fate in her clutches. She didn't even need to move a finger. She had Cannon's fate so readily in her grasp that she could crush it completely with a single twist of her own smile. Kenan also understood that, which is why he was sweating and his knees felt weak. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of her tension and laughed. Chat, that's how you feel whenever I, like, get angry, right, chat? Right? Whenever I look at chat with, like, my Sigma look, y'all feel that aura and, like, your hearts, like, sink and everything. Oh, I didn't even realize the Hydrate got redeemed an hour ago. W Hydrate, by the way. Totally weekly Hydrate. Well done keeping up with that, chat. Anyways.
彼女に免じて今宵は許して使わす。感謝するがよいぞ。さて、今宵はこれで退散する。別れの挨拶に一つ土産を残そう。二人とも左手の手のひらをこちらへかざせ。
Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, whereupon their left hand stretched out in front of them and their palms opened against their will. Oh, I was doing it willfully, baby girl. Don't you sweat. It was a strange sensation, as though only their left hands had become someone else's. Ooh. She can puppet people. Oh my... It felt like their left hands alone had become puppets, pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling. Okay, we need to... Her powers. Okay, Beatrice's powers. We need to, like... What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a dot. I drew that. My fault. Beatrice powers. Love, make lovers love better. Make lovers love better. Puppet people. Telekinetic satanic stakes. Incorporability. Okay, stuff like that, maybe? Oh, the Discord seal. Discord seal. Bypass doors. Magic circle. And like a million more. Okay, yep. Phantom hand job. Why did I even look to read chat, dude? We power scaling Beatrice. True. Oh, yeah, hands out. Kenna resisted, but he couldn't take back the freedom of his left hand. I won't. I won't struggle. I won't struggle at all, Beatrice. Unless you want me to, then I'll struggle a little bit, playfully. Beatrice held her pipe aloft, and from the inside the smoke, gold-colored sparkling dust hovered in the air. A butterfly. That glitter eventually became several gold butterflies. The beautiful butterflies danced freely throughout the reception hall, creating a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon and Kanon's hands. Ow! There was a sharp pain as though they had been burned. Yeah, that hurt. When the two of them tried to examine their palms, there was no trace left of that inability to move their bodies, which had been there until a second ago. Okay. Ow. On the palm of her hand, a small burn mark had been made, the size of a pea. Furthermore, it was shaped like a butterfly. What the heck? Apparently, Kenan had the same bruise on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully. What does that even mean? No, it's definitely more than a point. Okay, sure. I'm not even gonna write that down. I see. So she's like marking them so that they think it's real. Valid technique. Well played, Beatrice. My lady. My witch.
そしてゆっくりと休み、明日の朝日に我が印を見て改めて考えてみるがいいだろう。わらわは何も強要せぬ。そなたが自らの意志で自由に未来を決めるがいい。もっとも欲する者の対価がその程度で済むとはな。貴殿をテーマに戯曲を書き上げた偉人たちが悔しがるぞ。それでは縁があったらまた会おう。 久しぶりの会話は実に楽しかった
Are we even gonna have the family conference? I mean, surely, right? Don't call me furniture, you piece. You're so mean. Yeah, I hate it when they do that. I hate it when they do that. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke. No, a flight of golden butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden mist behind as they disappeared into thin air. After that, only the cold silence was left. The extreme silence was enough to make both of them think that they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago. Which is why the witch had left it. She had left a mark to make it impossible for them to think that this was a daydream. As Shannon and Cannon thought back on the butterfly bruises on their hands and the pain they had felt when those had been left, they stood there for some time, stunned and motionless. And from that day on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Psh, a no? You're not gonna hit me with a psh. Okay. Wonderful Utopia, moonlit night. Holy bedroom. Dang, okay, chat. It's a piss pivot. Speaking of piss, peons on the screen. Shout out my girl Jessica. Be right back, chat. WST. Chat, let me take a quick cookie break. Let me finish my cookie. Yummy cookie, chat. Dude, this has really been the Shannon chapter, dude. That's kind of crazy. And what this makes me think more than anything, I'll even go to this, is what kind of machinations, like the current machination is pretty straightforward, right? Shannon loves George, wants to be with George, blah, blah, blah. I'll probably stream for like 1 or 2 more hours, probably like 2. So it's pretty straightforward what's happening, but it more makes me think if a similar event happened in the first one. Though the lightning striking the Tori makes me almost think no, because she didn't need it because she had the lightning. But here, like, she needed it. But I kind of, like, she does seem to have a pretty strong foothold, being able to, like, lightly burn them. She was, like, really intimidating Canon. But I kind of feel like she wouldn't be able to actually kill Canon there because of the Tori. Like, I don't know. That is me being very presumptuous, but... You know what I mean? So that's kind of curious. I feel, oh, and the Tori, I should probably write, chapter 1, struck by lightning. Now? I'm gonna that's something. I also got these dark chocolate, like, circular candies. Peep this a second. You know what I mean? Those circular dark chocolate. I feel like it's nice. Oh, I need to get absinthe. I forgot to get absinthe. Fuck. Yeah. I feel like this is like nice and refined, right? A refined palate for a refined gentleman playing refined Umineko. This is something Beatrice would eat. I would know because me and Beatrice are close like that. It truly melts on the tongue.
じゃあわざわざシャノンとジョージ兄さんは別の部屋に泊まったのかよ。
Right. Shannon, you, and George stayed in different rooms on purpose. Who? Canon? Who are we talking to?
はい。
Who's you?
そんなにもおかしかったでしょうか。
What's going on? Since Jessica's cheeks have been stuffed with chocolate... Chocolate! That's what I just ate! With chocolate-coated Chinsoku biscuit that Shannon had brought as a souvenir from Okinawa. It all flew out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. No, stop spitting chocolate at me, Shannon.
何のために沖縄まで旅行に行ったんだよ。
Oh, time skip Okinawa? Wait. Oh, this is now we time skipped after the aquarium thing and after her breaking the thing. I think we have. So we're in the wonderful utopia, which is like them getting to like love each other. But yeah, okay, we've time skipped back. I see.
それはそのとても大きな水族館が沖
Just in
縄にあ
case
るから。
just in case I was
ぜひ
stupid,
行こう
they
って
made sure to be clear
誘わ
about
れ
it.
て。
Appreciate it.
私、
I
お
like
魚
fish
とか
and
好きで
stuff.
すし。
いやだからさ。健全な男女が
So when
大
I
人に会い
said
に旅
that
行
one
に
of
行
the
ったわけだ
fish
ろ。
was the Golden Witch Beatrice, I was actually onto something. Because the Golden Witch Beatrice was actually hovering over the entire date the entire time. Because she was the one casting spells. You know what I mean? So unironically then, the background that had the golden, like, fish, like, hanging from the ceiling or whatever it was, like, the golden light, is unironically, like, a reference to Beatrice. Because she was hovering over the date through her magic. So I'm actually basically a prodigy. Think about it that way. Call me the next Maria, dude.
ましてや部屋は男女で別部屋ってなんだよ。
Oh, y'all be smooching? Oh, y'all be smooching!
でも、
Oh, y'all
部
didn't
屋はあり
smooch.
ましたよ。
Okay, if you're willing to admit the hug, you
ジ
probably
ョー
didn't
ジさんの
smooch.
胸、温かかったです。
そういうことじゃねえぜ。なあもう。なんだってこんなカップルがいるんだよ。
Throw a rock at him.
もう。
Throw a rock at him.
じれってぜ。
Throw a rock at him. From Shannon's perspective, a lot of things had happened, and it seemed to have been a very happy trip. But it looked like the missed opportunity had left Jessica feeling greatly unfulfilled. For a while, Jessica chewed on her souvenir, writhing on her bed as she complained about their romance. Shannon and Jordan had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. That was because their first meeting had revolved around an aquarium. Dude, they're gonna get hit by lust. The lust spike. Since they had been started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. Since they had started at an aquarium? Okay. Check the items. What the fuck is this? Yo, what the fuck is this? Yo, what the fuck is this? Yo, what the fuck is that? Yo, what the hell is that? Oh, excuse me, what the hell? What darn it? What the hell? Wait, I gotta do some work here. Okay. 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 Oh, wait. We gotta do it like this. Okay. There's gotta be a way to make this make sense, right? There's gotta be a method to the madness in here somewhere, right? Like, we just... Oh my god. Like, does this make sense, I think? Right there? I feel like it needs to be a little wider. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do like a... And then... The crazy thing is I could even make this better if I do like... Wait. Yeah. If I do it like this, right? Yeah. Is it lagging? Wait, what? Oh no, that's my arm. Duh. Here we go. Is this disrespectful? Yeah, you're getting cursed by Beatrice. I'm not attracted to Beatrice anymore. Okay, wait. What if I, like... Is there ever a world that I, like, Let's see... Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Oh no. No. Make it stop, please. Make it stop. Make it stop. Oh my god, it won't stop. I don't know how to make it stop. Oh, you can just make it, you can just empreg you forever. It's infinite empreg. Endless empreg. Endless empreg. Okay, wait. We gotta be smarter here. We gotta be smarter. Holy mommy. Now that's a mommy. Okay, so we have like two variations, right? We have like two variations, right? Right? We just gotta do like, you know, like a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then, you know, a clean, right? Like, something like this. So we could do this instead. Chad, which one do we think's better here? Do we think, pregnant or normal looks so badly? Pregnant looks really troublesome. It looks really troublesome. Thousands of tiny little golden cubes in there. Deserves to be a Discord emote, YouTube emote, Twitch emote, everything emote. Revert to the Mpreg. I feel like the Mpreg's too much. I feel like we've lost the forest for the trees with Mpreg. I think the Mpreg is golden. Get it? But like we can't go too far. Maybe like one Mpreg. What about one Mpreg? Abort? What do you mean abort? Say that again. Say that again, dude. What about like one layer of Mpreg? Just one layer of Mpreg? Yo, Umineko's about to be the best story you've ever engaged with, bro. Umineko's so good, bro. The conniving Mpreg arc. You know what I mean? It'd be like this. I think it loses the forest for the trees. I think we just do normal. I think we do normal. Mpreg is great, but I think we do normal. Okay. It has been canonized. Jesus. Jesus, man. Jesus, man. Okay. Alright. Alright. Lock in. Progress is crazy. I mean, she is right, though. She is right. But they don't want to rush it. They're doing their cute little thing. We're both single. So true.
ジョージさんがそこをしっかりするのが男女のマナーだとおっしゃって。だからそれを踏み越えるためのお泊まり旅行
This
じゃね
definitely
えのかよ。
hits the disrespecting Beatrice category. No, me and Beatrice are close. She's okay with that. I've checked with her. I checked with her, bro.
お嬢様
I
が
checked with her.
どういう意味でおっしゃってるのかわかりませ
You're
ん
not
が。
at the stage of mere hugs and kisses anymore.
ジョージ様は
Oh,
最後まで
oh
本
really?
当に真摯でいてくださいました。
Pink
それは
Triss.
その私もそういうことがあるかなというか。
George, you gotta at least
で
give
も
her a
私たち
kiss.
お
You
付
gotta
き
give
合い
her a
はしてま
kiss,
すけど、
dude.
その別に結婚してるわけじゃない
Give her a little
し、
smooch.
お嬢様が期待されているようなことはそのちゃんと神様の前で誓い
After
を
we
立て
properly
て
make
た
a
りす
vow
る
in
わ
front of
けで
God.
す。その
She doesn't freak with premarital sex, dude. Does hit him with the no. Am I getting like a I was getting a like notification at the bottom of my screen from Google Chrome because this was still up, by the way. Yeah, no, I'm just gotta okay. Shane's face was bright red. She was restlessly fidgeting, making a circle with both hands, then a chain link, continually intertwining, separating, and making heart shapes with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed that it had been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. So in the end, no matter how much Jessica envied Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. Me too, Jessica. Like a partner, not like a boyfriend, necessarily. Me too, Jessica. How old's Jessica again? 18? A little too young. I'm also just not into her like that. I'm looking. Even if, you know. Real. It's over for us, bro.
お嬢様は素敵な方ですから、私なんかよりきっと素敵な
Maybe
方
go make a
に
contract
す
with
ぐ
the
現
witch.
れます。
She doesn't actually need anyone else. She already got what she
シャ
wanted.
ロンの裏切り者出ていけ
Sure. Oh yeah, asthma attack. Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to cough pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to her and took a look on top of the nearby side table. An adorable basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's inhaler. Just Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of this, she had to carry this medicine around with her at all times. She breathed in the medicine, and after some time spent holding back her coughing, her asthma finally settled down. I can't believe that Beatrice is gonna, like, torment her and kill her through asthma one of these days. She's gonna be, like, having an asthma attack, crawling towards her inhaler, and Beatrice is just gonna, like, kick it away. She'll get close, she'll just kick it away. Oh, man. Shannon thought this a good chance to leave, bowed courteously, and made to exit the room. No. As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She looked around and saw that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
シャノンさ、正直に言って、私、髪型とか。
Oh, we're having like a feminine moment.
お嬢様の髪はとてもお美しいと思います。
じゃあ、目とか変かな、鼻とか変じゃないかな。やっぱり喋り方がダメなのかな。だから彼氏できないのかな。
そんなはずはありませんよ。お嬢様は
It's
そのまま
true.
で十分に素敵
It's
です。
true. Thank you, Shannon.
そしてその魅力はこれからもっともっと増していくと思いますよ。
でも私だけ彼氏できない。
Poor Jessica, dude.
サクもヒナも彼氏できたのに。私
I'm
にだけ
just not gonna write her friends' names down. I'm just gonna not care. If that bites me in the booty later, then let it bite.
みんなね、文化祭に彼氏連れてくるんだって。私もその日までにはきっと彼氏いるって思って大見え切って、彼氏だってできやしない。私だけ
Oh, Jessica.
私だけ。
Before she realized it, Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica hadn't really planned on crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and love as a friend. However, as she had made fun of Shannon, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in, and the tears had just poured out on their own. Shannon, go comfort the girl, bro. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. Jessica's usual rough style of speech was all just an attempt to protect her own easily injured heart. And as a daughter and successor to the Oshiramiya family, and as a girl isolated on Rokkenjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted feeling a little too self-satisfied. Very tomboy troubled. True. True.
涙出ちゃうなんて私変だぜ。ごめん。
No, you're good, Jessica. You don't gotta apologize.
お嬢様は素敵な方です。そんなお嬢様に素敵な男性が
You gotta put your work in
現れないわけ
searching
が
for
あり
him
ません。
too, though, Jessica.
シャノン、もう時間だろ。早く行かないとまた現地さんや母さんに怒られるぜ。私は全然平気だから早く行きなよ。
Oh.
悪いな、泣いちゃったりなんかしてさ。バカみてえだぜ、私。
Jessica faced away as if to show she wasn't looking for attention, and waved her hand as though to drive Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that she didn't want to be badgered anymore, bowed her head and left the room. Oh, but Jessica, you can hook up with Canon, bro. When her footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging the cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. Oh.
私も恋がしたい。
Oh, the Golden Witch is going to be granting your wish. You just have to sacrifice, Maria. No, wait, not Maria. Who would you sacrifice? I don't know. Well, no, you're actually compromised. I agree. You're compromised. Yo, when's Battler pulling up, bro? Frick me, dude. No Battler. Okay, wait. Excuse me, Beatrice. I gotta write that she's compromised. Chapter 2 also wants to fall in love. I bet Beatrice about to get her hooked. The conniving Mpreg Beatrice at the top of the screen. As Shannon watered the flower beds in the garden in high spirits, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. And what she saw was that witch. She's just casually pulling up. Yo, honestly, it's on us for having Battler as our protagonist and like our main set of eyes through like most of the first chapter. Because he got no spiritual resonance, right? But she really just be walking around like all the time.
久しぶりよの。
Hey, what's going on, baby girl?
どうだ
Didn't realize we were just chill like this, but
そなたの思い人との仲は順調か?
Checking in on the magic. As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses. And it might have been dangerous if he fell off the arch, but after all, this was a witch. That was surely an unnecessary concern.
はい。おかげさまで順調です。
当然よ。わらわの魔法はてきめんである。そなたにはまるで二人が出会うのは
and remember the lines she was singing at the beginning about
運命
magic?
であったかのよ
Yeah,
う
they
に
kind of
感
hit a
じて
different
い
meaning
るか
when
も
she was
しれ
like,
ん。
actually, it was
だが
literally
それは間
magic.
違いよ。夢夢、
That's pretty
運命
crazy.
だなどと思うでな
She
いぞ。
umi on my neko, bro.
それは分かってます。
The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. That originally her relationship with George had been completely impossible. And that her magic power was so great it could manipulate that fate. Well, in chapter 1, like, it wasn't impossible, though. It happened in chapter 1 and there wasn't a thing, you know, so it's a lie! Shannon had become swept up in these sweet days and had started to fall under the illusion that all fate was revolving around her. But the witch's words made her remember. Her relationship with George had originally been impossible. No, might also be impossible in the future as well. Unless you keep working for the witch. Dude, this chin is just so good. I don't know why I love her chin so much.
医者と同じよ。
She's so good. She's mogging me, dude. It's just like a doctor, Nanjo mentioned.
病に悩めばすがるくせに、治れば感謝も忘れる。
Gotta take your supplements every day.
魔女が感謝された試しはないのでな。つい卑屈になってしまった。許すがいい。
感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。ベアトリーチェ様のお力で幸せな思いができていること。そして、そのお力がなければ、私とジョージ様が寄り添う運命がなかったこと、決して忘れたことはありません。
すまぬすまぬ。いじめに来たわけではないのにな。口が悪いのはわらわが性分。許されよ。
Talking rudely is just my personality.
聞いたぞ聞いたぞ。
What do you mean you heard it from the
二人きりで
girl?
旅行に行った
I don't like that. You know these
さぞや
things,
楽
you
しか
know?
ったであ
Like,
ろう。
はい。とても楽しかったです。
Shannon's face suddenly grew bright. The witch laughed lightly, as though that transformation was worth money. No, cut back to her. I was about to talk about
も
her.
はやそなたの思
No,
い
cut
人
back to
は
seeing Beatrice. I want to see
一方的
Beatrice,
に
dude.
思うだけの
I was about to
存在では
say
ない
that I think I'm on, like, chat. My, like, romantic tastes, usually, like, what'll happen, or, like, who I'm, like, the type I'm into, will usually adjust after I, like, start catching feelings, right? What is the chance that Beatrice has so much aura that my real-life tastes start to, like, shift towards Beatrice? And is it below 90%? Because it might be above 90%. Are you catching what I'm putting down here? I don't know why, but, like, chat, I think she might have hooked me. Which is bad. And I need to be more like Battler. Agreed. Battler, you're right. I'm sorry, Battler. I am weak. I am weak, but only in admitting my weakness can I find strength. Agreed.
互いに思い思われる恋
The
人
Lover's
同士
Tarot card has entered the page. What would be the tarot of each chapter? This is Lovers. What was chapter 1? Tower?
愛に満たされた二人にとって世界はただそれだけで成立す
Think
る
about it.
素晴らしき理想の世界
Next up,
観
Emperor. Oh, first one's Emperor for Kinzo, maybe? I don't know. Think about it.
魔女も夜行
The
というも
moon.
の
The moon. She's the moon, dude. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile was without a trace of malice, making her look as though she blessed the lover's secret meeting from the bottom of her heart. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon still thought of her as a creepy being. However, she was also hugely indebted to this person for bestowing the magic that had given her the relationship she had with George. So Shannon was trying with all her might not to be surprised or scared.
そうだった。
I'm starting to understand Kinzo a lot better, dude.
ベアトリーチェ様。
I'd be wailing her name too.
お菓子を
Oh,
買って
you're
きた
gonna
んで
give
す
her a chocolate snack?
よ
Yeah,
か
oh,
ったらその
yes, yes, I would.
ベアトリーチェ
Oh,
様でいか
thank
が
you,
でしょう
Shannon.
か。
Oh, thank you, Shannon.
ほ
That is so kind of you, Shannon.
う魔女に見上げたの
It seemed that even the witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't been able to predict that she would receive a souvenir from a pair of sweet lovers. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of the witch as a friend for the first time. Oh, thank you. Shannon also gave me one. I want to eat it at the same time.
ほほう。ラードと小麦粉で作った東洋クッキーか。それを西洋風にチョコで包むとは。
Oh man.
まさに和洋折
It's a
衷。
it's a symbol.
菓子のシルクロード
Blending
よ
of Japanese and Western style is like the Ushuramiya 101. Her sweating? I've never seen her sweat before.
何がおかしい？
Aw, best buds.
失礼いたしました。
This mysterious witch who surely held a terrifying power was chomping down on the treats one after another, making it sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. Alright. Alley-oop. Me and Beatrice kind of twinning. Casually, you know. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter.
しそうになったぞ。そなたには今度
Ooh.
ネロのドルチェビータでも振る舞おうぞ。
I don't know what these words mean. Dulce Vita from Nero? Okay, I'm writing that down. Let's see. Dulce... What the fuck? Dulce Vita from Nero. Food? I'm just... Okay.
バラは永遠の愛の象徴。
And remember, there was a wilted rose in chapter 1. If roses are the symbol of eternal love, eternal, endless, right? Then what does the wilted rose mean in chapter 1 that Maria was fixated on? I mean, that probably wilted because of something Beatrice did. All right, I'm not gonna let that just be a thing. What happened to the wilted rose? Wilted rose, chap 1. Roses are symbols of eternal love. What happened? Beatrice?
今のそなたにはバラのドルチェこそがふさわしかろう。
A dolce. The witch was in a great mood, having enjoyed the modern treats to the full.
これ本当にありがとうございました。もう私には十分だと思います
I'm
ので。
returning the... Oh,
お
wait,
返し
what?
します。
The thing that Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch.
返さずともよ。
Oh.
それに持ち続けていれ
Ah, it's the
ば、
artifact.
二人の仲はこれからも
There's an
永遠に
artifact.
盤石であろう。
Artifact construction.
出会いのきっかけは確か
Oh, but
に
you
魔
want
法
it to be
の
your
力
power
が与
going
えてもらっ
forward?
た
You
かも
might
し
be
れ
the
ま
goat
せ
for
ん。
that. That's actually smart too, because that means you're not going to be in as much debt to her, and being in debt to her is really bad because she'll come back with interest, right? So that's actually really smart to try to pay off your debt instantly. Okay, wait, I gotta write this down. Chapter 2, Gold Brooch. Chapter 2, Gold Butterfly Brooch from Beatrice. Source of is love magic spell. Okay.
でもその出会いを永遠のものに
See,
する
that's a
努力
beautiful
は
thought, Shannon. I just, if only you felt this way before signing the contract originally, because this is the right mentality. I agree.
愛もバラと同じか。過ぎた世日は根を腐らせる。
W
苦労
analogy.
せねば育めぬ花もあろう。ならば好きにするがよい。身につけず宝石箱の中にしまうもよかろう。それはそなたに送ったわらわの行為だ。それを返されては
It would not. Damn it.
わらわも愉
That
快
doesn't
で
feel
はな
good to
い。
me. I feel like we have to treat Beatrice like a
申し
fae.
訳ございません。
Like,
そういう意味で言ったわけじ
you
ゃ
know what I mean? For us, even in like even in a box to own something that she is like granted to us feels like we are
そのブ
cooked.
ローチは
No, I don't want it to be mine anymore. I want it to no longer be mine.
わらわとの友情の証に
You know, but now she's saying like, oh, it's friendship. Oh, it's like whatever.
少しは気も
Dude,
慰む。
that does not comfort me.
持ち続けそのご利益を得るもよし。
It's also like a drug. Like, she always has this thing to fall back on. You know, how it's gonna be really hard to like invest in hard work. You're gonna give it to Jessica. Oh my god, no, that's even worse. Now it's going to spread like a contagion. The love spell, it's gonna go to Jessica now. No!
さすがに粗末にされては
Oh
心が
my
痛むで
goodness, I didn't even think about that. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons so that she could give them an item imbued with some kind of magical power. However, most of them, after they used that power to resolve their worries, would quickly come to think of that power as creepy, and forgetting their feelings of thanks, they would throw away the items they had been given with disgust.
だからわらわの行為に素
Oh,
直に
Jessica,
感
you're
謝された
cooked.
試しは多くな
I don't like the feeling of using a
い。いや
magical artifact.
初めてか
Treat her as bae. Also valid. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh to Shannon's eyes. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Wait, I can fix her? Wait, can we fix Beatrice? Is she fixable? Wait, maybe we just have to fix Beatrice. Maybe she's not the enemy. Beatrice was definitely a witch with a strange and terrifying power. Most likely, no one would go along with her if they could help it. And even though on occasion they had relied on her strange power, it had undoubtedly resulted in fear more often than gratitude. It must have deeply hurt the witch when that repeated over and over. For the moment that she realized this, Shin decided to stop being frightened of Beatrice. Okay, so... No, this is bad. Nothing to fix, dude. That had surely tormented her for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked the treats. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shinnon served her and looked to be in a remarkably high spirits. Beatrice has got her around her finger, dude. We're cooked. On such terms, the witch and the servant grew animated, talking about the trip with George. Shinnon didn't know much about Beatrice. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times. And it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. It seemed that each person had something called a wavelength, and that there was a great amount of individual variation in people's ability to perceive the witch. Only Shannon and Cannon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. That Shannon knows. I'm not going to write that down because that's only as Shannon knows. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice, they are the youngest too. Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. Oh shit. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Previously, when Shin had messed up and Natsui had gotten really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsui on the head with her pipe. Is that the source of the headaches? Indeed, Natsui seems completely oblivious, but Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking and had gone scolded even more. Dude, I swear, if the headaches are from Beatrice just whooping her ass all the time, that'd be so funny.
魔法の研究とかをなさっているそうですし、きっとベアトリーチェ様のお姿にも気づいてくださると思います。
Imagine.
金蔵も同じよ。あれにも気の毒なくらいに
Holy.
魔法の才能がない。
How did he originally contact with you then? That's the big question. The blood?
同情に値するほど才能がない。
Blood. It's the blood. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She spoke about Cross and the rest's lack of magical talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Oshirimiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. Okay, wait, I need to... According to the legend, Kinzo had summoned the witch Beatrice and had been conferred gold. In short, that implied...
だからあれは才能
that
の
she had
ひ
some
と
kind
か
of
けらも
relationship
な
with
いくせに
Kinzo.
至ったのだ。
We need to know who can connect with her. This is actually so important. So I'm actually am going to take this information into account. This is like really good. We're getting a lot of lore today. Okay. I have too much. I need to like reformat everything so that Beatrice has more space because Beatrice is so important. Let's see. Battler also has no wavelength connection. Giga Chad Battler. Anti-magic field Battler.
狂ったように独学を重ね、
Holy.
魔術師の域にまで達し、
The underdog Kinzo.
それはとてもすごいことなんですね。
The witch, who usually looked down on people, was unexpectedly praising someone. While she lambasted Kinzo, calling him talentless, she praised his efforts.
そして
Respects
親方様は
Kinzo.
魔法の力でベアトリーチェ様を呼び出した。
Respects Kinzo despite his lack of talent, of magic talent, because of his efforts. Okay. We're learning a lot about Beatrice. This is
召
really
喚に
crazy.
応えたのは気まぐれだ。
魔法を否定して久しいこのご時世に才能のかけらもない者が必死にやっているのでな。少しからかってやろうと思ったのがわらわの運の尽きよ。
The words just my luck show that this had been a disaster for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be alright to encourage her to continue, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. My case notes were about 12k words. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Okay, wait, okay, what is going on? We're getting, what? Okay? Tell me more.
そしてわらわは山なす黄金を与えてやる。
We're learning so much.
そして親方様はその黄金を使って事業を成
Tell me more
功
about the
さ
original
せ
contract, please,
今
baby
日の
girl.
財を成すのですね。
うん。魔法の才能は
Talent in
からっきしだが
gambling. Agreed. Gambling is
詳
a
細と
talent.
爆災はあっ
And I
た
got
よ
it
う
in
だね。
spades, dude. Let's
いや
go.
理不尽なる賭けに全て落とす勇気と狂気ゆえにか。狂気は時に魔力に通ずる。
Okay.
なるほど。その点から見れば、
Okay.
金蔵に
Get
魔
it
法の
twisted,
才能が全くなかったと
Twisted
は
as
言い
twisted
切
can
れん
be.
か。
Spitting bars of money for free. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Oshiromiya family knew of the story that Kanzo had delved into sorcery, summoned a witch, and been given gold, in actuality, it was all rambling that no one believed in. And now the witch herself was telling her that it was true. Shannon felt a little flustered at this insane secret that only she knew.
そして莫大な財産を得た金蔵
I
は
wonder if
人の世で手に入れることのできるすべての夢を叶えきった。そして
he sought the
最後に
truth,
世
the
界
love
の
thing.
真理
Dude,
を
I'm
求
trying to
め
think
た。
like how much of this occurred in chapter 1. I'm thinking none. None of what we've seen in this chapter occurred in chapter 1, specifically because I think Beatrice as an existence doesn't lose anything between loops, right? Like she I think experienced chapter 1 and then immediately went into chapter 2 here, and then we're just like joining her. So I think she would probably not just redo the same thing over and over. Or maybe, well, but in a sense that's maybe what she's doing with the endless thing. But did Battler literally save the day from a loss? Like, if Battler had believed at the end, maybe that was literally the last step, and then she would have, like, been free? I think she's trapped. I mean, as much as she's the endless witch, I think she's endlessly trapped. You know what I mean? Because Battler is what kept her imprisoned in chapter 1. And so, throughout all these chapters, she's going to try to break her hold over and over and over. And it's only in chapter 1 that she even had the chance to manipulate anything because of the Tori breaking from lightning. So I think random chance gave her the chance to try to free herself, and then Battler got in her way, because Battler's, again, the goat of all time. And so now in chapter 2 and beyond, she's trying to she's got in her, like, a foothold, and she's gonna try to just free herself over and over. And now she's doing, like, a more manipulative thing, because she knows that Battler's, like, the goat. So she's trying to, like, do something else. But yeah, I think her saying just my luck is crazy. Because it implies that, like, the contract, whatever contract Kinzo did, I think actually trapped her. And we're not trapped, she's trapped. I think she's just as trapped, if not more, by the contract with Kinzo than Kinzo. Then the Oshiromiya family is trying to break out every loop. Shout out Battler. Something like that. That's some of the energy I'm thinking right now.
世界の真理？
世界を構成する
Love.
一なる元素。人の世で得られるすべてを満たした金蔵は、人が求める最後の欲
One
望と
loving
して
Beatrice, right? I mean, that's kind of like an interpretation of love. The single element. She felt like she had heard the witch say those words before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she smiled awkwardly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to remember. Poor Shannon has such terrible recall.
わらわも金蔵を少し見くびっていた。まさかあれほどの力を見せるとは思わなかったのでな。おかげでこのざまだ。
What does that mean?
茶飲み友達もなく、この島にもう何十年も
Someone
縫
in
い
place
止
on
め
this
られ
island
て
for
いる。
several decades.
誰に話しかけようとも声は届かず、
Stuck on the
ど
island.
こへ行くこともで
Okay,
き
so
ない
we're pretty much just confirming what I was just saying
な
a
ん
second
とも
ago.
退屈な数十年だったことよ。
Stuck on the island due to Kinzo contract. She said this. Okay, that's huge. 4 decades. I'm gonna add 4 decades. 4 decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the clear sound of porcelain. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation, and it was surely a topic that she should not press the witch on lightly, unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason, and she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to strongly respect the witch, and she had made Shannon help her to regain her power, even if only a little bit of it. Part of this, though, also, is that it's Sun Tzu's Art of War. Appear strong when you are weak, and weak when you are strong. Right? Beatrice is appearing weak to Shannon, being like, oh, I need you to fix this Tori, to, like, break the mirror. I have no power, I'm trapped here, I'm zoned here. She might literally be just making that shit up to make herself look weaker so that Shannon lowers her guard. As a result, she had also been able to drink tea with Shannon like this. I'm writing that down, bro. Could be Sun Tzu Art of War tech. Appear weak when you are strong. Yeah, no, that's the real note, okay? Those rest of those notes are mistakes. I see through you, the golden endless witch. Oh, that happened each thing was probably reminiscent of the mirror.
ああ、その話か。この辺りの島で大昔いろいろとあったらしくてな。そのせいで良くないものがたまり、
Distortions?
悪い歪みを引き寄せていたのだ。
Limbus Company mentioned?
旅の東洋魔術師か何かが鎮魂の社を建立して封じ込めたらしい。
Jeez, what does that even mean?
それ自体はわらわとはどうでもいいことなのだが、
And she's the soup. Agreed.
困ったことに魔力の基礎が違っててな。
I would love to
わ
drink
らわの
Beatrice's
魔力
soup.
にも強い干渉を及ぼしておって非常に迷惑していた
I
の
see.
だ。
Was that intentional from Kinzo? So the island's ancient history. I gotta write. Oh my goodness, I'm out of notes room. Island history has magic that works poorly with Beatrice, the Tori. Did Kinzo plan this? And then I'm gonna do a link to Kinzo. I'd let me just do this on screen. Might as well at this point. Shrink. Kinzo here. And then this to the Tori. Okay. It's all coming together.
私はてっきりベアトリーチェ様を封じていたものだとばかり。
わらわを対象にしたものではない。だが神格のある鏡だったからな。結果としてわらわの力を封
Beatrice
じ
is not
込め
divine.
て
I
い
mean, she
たわ
works
け
with
だ。
demons, dude. Even if she's not a
料
demon.
理に例えるならこうか。わらわの注文した西洋料理が
Okay.
厨房でまさに料理されているとする。ところがいざ配膳しようとしたら客席は日本風で懐石料理が並べられている場だった。だから厨房は場違いの皿を出せず。
You know what's really weird too is that like she is the Western, right? Because like Kinzo's really into Western stuff. She's making a Western Eastern thing, and the Eastern thing is the thing that's bothering her. So she's like super Western herself. What does that even mean? Where's she from, dude? Is she from Texas, dude? My Texas battery?
そのおかげでようやくわらわの注文した料理が届き、力が戻ったというところか。もっとも、ようやく食前酒が届いたというところよ。メインディッシュにはまだまだ遠い。
Main dish, the family conference. We're so
靴屋の
cooked.
妖精にも劣る希薄な存在でね。
Main dish incoming, dude. The door of summer. Terrifying name. Summer equals sun. Sun equals gold. Door of summer equals the door that the witch comes through.
魔女様の例えがあまりに面白かったもので、
Lock the
まさか
frick
魔法の話
in.
がお料理の話に例えられるとは思いませんでした。
我ながらうまい表現だったつもりだが、よもや笑われるとは思わなかったぞ。少し心外だ。
A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It would not have been a strange expression at all to see appear on the face of two friends as they enjoyed their tea. She seems so human, dude. She seems so human, dude. I can fix her. I can fix her. I can fix her. I can do it. 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 And I actually believe it, dude. Nah, I got it, dude. We're in. We're in. This moment with Shannon has proved that she is fixable. She's fixable, dude. We got it, dude. I'm in, dude. You're no longer like a scary, like malicious entity. Well, you are still that, but you also have a component of humanity in there. I am going to dig through your witchiness and get that humanity and pull it out of you, okay? And you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be our baby, Beatrice. She's probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the sea birds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips
雲
again.
が出てきたな。
Luckin.
海も精彩を欠けば灰色の水たまりに過ぎぬ。
そうでしょうか。曇っても海は美しくて
Luckin. I
真
hated
っ青だと思います。
that. Maybe the witch knows the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. What do you mean elaborate? Yeah, I'm going to like fall in love with her. We're gonna fall in love with each other in a very respectful, long relationship. That's very sweet. And then we're going to make love with each other. And then I'm going to impregnate her, and we're going to continue like bring our next of kin into their life, rear them into like into wonderful half witch, half human adults that are gonna be wonderful. And then they're gonna be the next generation. And then I'm gonna live happily ever after with Beatrice, flying between the world fragments, just hanging out as lovers in paradise forever. GG. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup.
もはやそなたの両面
And
に
the
埋め
name
ら
of our
れている
book?
のは
The Witch and the Warlock.
黒い石ころで
Put it
はない
in, dude. Put it in already. Put it in already.
どうだ家具から人間に生まれ変わった気持ちは理解できているか
Absolute cinema. Agreed. That is also the fanfic I'm going to commission somebody to write for me. Agreed.
世界がこんなにも優しかったなんて知りませんでした。
Bro, I'm sure that she has like a sex change spell, okay? Since her relationship with George had begun, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Right, I am sure there's a way that she can make, you know, she can give me some female components, give herself some male components, and then we can also make it happen that way, okay? I'm good with whatever, alright? I just want to be with my baby girl, dude. I'm just trying to be with my girl. You know what I mean? And if my girl is sometimes my boy, that's okay. That's my boy. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and had even changed her luck. Shannon made fewer mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family's members' opinion of her was starting to change slightly. Yo, I think I'm under a spell right now. I think I'm under a spell. Wait, okay, take it back. Whoa. Okay. Is there like a magic circle under my desk right now, dude? Magic circle of lust? Just the other day, Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her, surprising her.
最近いい笑顔をすることが多くなったじゃないか。何か良いことでもあったのかね。
いえ。
Dude.
でも
I don't know.
楽しい毎日です。はい。
良いことじゃないか。同じコーヒーなら笑顔で継がれた方がうまいに決まっている。
You should smile more
その笑
often.
顔でもう一
Oh my, yo, can we kill Kraus? Kraus, get your smirk off my screen. You should smile more, head ass. That'd become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, a part of me wants so bad to roll at her feet. What is that quote? What? Did I say that? Part of me wants so bad to roll at her feet. I mean, that's gotta be Beatrice, yeah? I don't even need my right hand for this, just my left. What's my right hand doing? Stroking my shit. Alright. That'll become a chance for she. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change as everyone could see it, but she began to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. To know love was to gain a soul, and therefore to be born again from furniture to a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human.
珍しい茶化をちそうになったな。有意義な時間である。
I am not stroking my
そろ
shit.
そろ仕事に戻らねばならぬ時間であろう。茶会はこれまでにしよう。そなたとわらわが茶を飲むことを好かん者もおるようでな。
Whom? Whoa, the music cutting out was scary. The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. Then it was flicked by the fingers of some invisible person in empty space and flew straight into a bush close nearby. There's another spirit pulling up. What? Okay, who could it be? I mean, Burncastle, fucking, the other one whose name I forgot. What was their name? No, what was their name? Double 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 dubba dubba dubba. Dubba 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 dubba. Dubba 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 dubba. Dubba 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 dubba. What was the name? Lambda Delta! Lambda dubba dubba da Delta. Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta. Lam dubba 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 da Delta. Lam dubba 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 da Delta. That's who might be pulling up right now. See, there was something there. Man, you're not invisible, you're fucking canon! You are not aura farming right now! No, no, no. You are not that guy. Invisible person in empty space. Dude, when did Canon learn invisibility, dude? You are not a magician, dude. Sit down. Canon bitch ass. I'm tired of you, dude. You are not Lambda dubba 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 Delta. The bush moved violently and Canon came out. It seemed that he had been there for some time and had been watching their tea party. That's fucking weird. Canon's right, though. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he had not been able to catch it by reflex, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. She knew he was there. That was aura of her. Dude!
茶会はこれで終わるぞ、カノン。
いつからそこにいたの？
Canon, this is smart of you. I appreciate you gathering intel like this. But also, you are not Lambda Delta.
カノン君の紅茶も入れたのに。
Bro, he was trying to spy for information, dude.
女同士の語らいを邪魔したくなかったのである。
So you thought it better to just, like, spy on him? I mean, like, relatable? Wait, what? Canon kept silent, but it seemed that there was a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted respectfully. But unlike Shannon, Canon did not trust the witch. Beatrice rapped the table with her pipe, and the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards in unison. They scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done.
楽しかったぞ、シャノン。また縁があれば会おうぞ。まだまだ魔力が足りるでも
Appear weak when you are strong.
姿を現すのも疲れる。
You're lying.
そんなに疲れるなら
Canon,
二度
relax.
と現れるな。
You are not battler, bro. She's not gonna respect you. Canon had said it in a small voice, but it seemed that the witch had heard it perfectly. She giggled but did not reply.
シャノン、次の茶会ではジョージとの話をまた聞かせておくれ。人の恋路より甘い茶花は他に。
What, you want to consume it, you witch? You witch? Derogatory?
それでは
Just kidding, I love you, baby girl.
さらば。
You're right. My fault. Sorry. Hey, I'll see you next time. Sorry, she did the little arms out thing. I love it when she does that. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a very fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. Think you can catch any specks? For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Kenan approached her from behind and spoke with a very different expression on his face than his sister's.
姉さん、あいつと付き合っちゃダメだって言ったじゃないか。
ベアトリーチェ様はそんなに悪い人じゃない。
She's
確
not
か
a
に
person,
ちょっ
she's
と
a
怪しい
witch.
ところはあるけれど。
I can fix her, but you can't.
僕たちにしか姿が見えない時点で十分にうさ
I'm
ん
gonna
く
be
さい
so
よ。
straight with you.
あいつは人間じゃない。何を企んでるかわかるものか。
カノン君、それは少し失礼だと思うな。
Shannon spoke seriously, which was unusual for her. You're a cultist now. To Kenan, who knew her well, it must have seemed extremely serious. She's a cultist now. She's like, yes, the unknowable thing beyond my understanding is nice to me, and if I, like, help it, it will serve me in the afterlife. Baby girl, you're getting sent to hell with the rest of them. Kenan showed almost excessive surprise at Shannon's style of speech and remained silent.
確かにベアトリーチェ様は人間とは違う。恐ろしい力を持っているし、恐れ敬わなければならない存在だと思う。でも、人間とは違うからといって、
Okay, that's valid though.
それだけを理由に
My girl
言
Burn
い切る
Castos
のは
mixed in with that, so that's
とて
valid.
も失礼なことだと思うの。
Burn
姉さんの言いた
motherfucking
いことは
Castos,
わかるよ。
dude.
姉さんはあいつにあのブローチをもらってから変わった。まるで魔女の虜だよ。ジョージ様との仲を取り持ってもらって
It's true.
頭が上がらないんだ。
そんなことを言わないで。
あいつは人間じゃない。
Cannon locking
何を
in.
考えてるかわからない。だから気を許しちゃダメなんだ。そして
Okay, this part is locked
人間じゃない
out
僕ら
though.
も同じ
You
だ。
are not furniture, dude.
姉さん、
Kanon's words became more serious. It's crazy because Kanon is like so locked in on some departments, but is also locked in on being furniture, which is stupid and wrong. Dude, you're a person. Look at your like skin and your heart. Do you not feel your heart beating your chest? You know what I mean? Like what? Do we have to like rip half of Shannon's face off for you to like remember that you're human? Kanon's words became more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. Shannon bit her lower lip and hung her head.
僕らは家具だ。
I know you don't believe it. Look at this little twink posture, dude. I know you don't believe what you're saying.
たとえ名前をもらい、人として接してもらったとしても、
Or you're homunculi, in which case you're right. But
僕
like,
たちの生
you know
ま
what
れ
I
が
mean?
変わるわけじゃない。
Look, lambda deltas in my freaking lambda dubba 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 deltas in my chat now. Lambda dubba dubba deltas everywhere, dude. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest of all, floated through Shannon's mind.
家具じゃないよ。
Holy, you're losing her, dude. You're losing her, Canon.
家具だよ。僕たちは人間未満の存在だよ。姉さんはそこを忘れたふりをして、人間のふりをしているだけ。自分でも分かっているはずだよ。
私、家具じゃないもん。人間だもん。
いや、人間じゃない。僕た
Crazy
ちは愛
arguments
さ
have
れ
on
る
the
資格
beach right now.
愛される資格
We
も
have been
初めからない。
unqualified to love or be loved. It seemed that Canon's criticisms had shifted focus from Shannon's interactions with the witch. Shannon also noticed that quickly.
お嬢様に聞いたよ。正直、呆れたね。ジョージ様と一緒に旅行に行くなんて。家具の身の程を忘れてるよ。
Canon, you're
姉
being
さ
a
んはあの魔女に
piece.
そそのかされて。
It's crazy because I disbelieve them. Right? Like,
聞いて、カノン君。
it's like working with the witch is wrong. Shannon, you're wrong. Being furniture is wrong. Canon, you're wrong. You need to be human of your own will. Why are the maid's breasts so emphasized? Cause it's awesome. Wait, I need to show you Beatrice, bro. Look at this baby girl, dude. Look. That's what we're talking about, bro. Or I'll do you one better, bro. Check this out, dude. Now, ain't that exactly who you want to see when you open your eyes in bed? You roll over and you see someone looking back at you? Ain't that exactly what you're looking for, dude? Got it all. Got it all. 2 arena wins in a row? Just say you got 3rd place, bro.
確かに私たちは家具だよ。人間に劣った未満の存在。でも、その満たない分をもし得られたなら、それは人間になれたということじゃないのかな。
そんなものありはしないよ。
We got first.
あるの。
Not without me,
そ
you
れを得
didn't.
たなら、
Daddy
私たち
doesn't
は
count,
家具な
Daddy
んかじゃない。
fuck.
人間になれるよ。
I agree with Shannon, you just don't need to use the witch.
なれるものか。
Kenan spat that out, but weakly, and turned away. That was probably resignation. The baptism of days upon days of suffering being furniture had firmly sealed his heart.
なれるよ。カノン君も普通の人間に。
よしてよ。魔女の受け売りは。
ベアトリーチェ様に教えてもらったの。私たちは世界の一なる元素を得ることで人間になることができる。それを満たさないならそれは人間じゃない。
Think about it. Now lag the stream as I save that.
だから人は一なる元素を得るために生涯を尽くし貫いていく。
姉さんが何を言っているのかわからないね。よまよい事なら聞きたくないよ。
ならカノン君にも分かる。
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
ほら
whoa.
姉さんの
Whoa.
指の先を見て。
Shan pointed straight at the sea, at the horizon. Kenan didn't understand what she was actually pointing at and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which looked like it was posing a riddle.
海。カノン君は海が何色に見える？
It was all too simple a question. Well, gray, right? Kenan tried to guess the meaning behind that question for a while. But since he couldn't think of anything, he gave his answer straightforwardly.
パッとしない。ネズミ色だよ。それが何？
Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath a cloudy sky could probably be described best by Kanon's words. But through the power of love, it's blue. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly.
私には真っ青に見える。
そういう意
It's
味。
about perspective.
緑色の信号を青っていうようなものでしょ。
違うの。海は真っ青。私には分かってカノン君には分からないならこれがつまりそういうことなの。
Kanon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while.
わからないよ。僕には。
カノン君手を出して。
As Kanon stood bewildered and unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Like the burn? Shannon softly said something there. The brooch? It was that magic brooch which she had received from Beatrice. Oh dang, I thought it'd go to Jessica. The magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly which could fulfill love.
これはあいつの。
これは私の。だから私だと思って
Oh, that's kind of
粗
beautiful
末に
though.
しないで。
Think of it as me. I like that. After being told that, he couldn't just throw it away. Kanon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Kanon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands. Is Battler about to pull up, and then Kanon and Battler are gonna get freaky? Because, like, I'm trying to, like, think with my brain here, right? And, like, whoa. Hey, baby girl, sorry. Like, Kanon, who are Kanon's, like, options when the family conference isn't going on? We got Genji, Goda, Kumasawa Chiyo, Kinzo, Kraus, Natsui, Jessica. AKA, we have Jessica and Chiho. Those are our options. Like, just put it in already.
きっとカノン君に大切な気持ちを教えてくれると思うの。
あいつの魔法で教えられることなんて何もない。
あるの。だから身につけて。恥ずかしければ懐に忍ばせておくだけでもいいそうなの。
バカバカし
I need a scorpion charm
あいつ
ASAP,
の魔法
dude.
なんかに惑わされてたまるか。
Even as he said that, Kanon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was pressing on him. Kraus asked Kanon. In the end, Kanon agreed reluctantly to take it, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Lunon! Wait, no, it's Lunon. Shannon smiled and nodded it back. It could be a Lunon, who we haven't actually seen yet. I don't know if they have a spray.
大切なことを学べる
They
よ。
might just not be important enough during the conference because they're not here for conference weekend.
きっと人間になれるから。そうすればきっとカノン君にもこの海が美しい青に見えるに違いない。
ネズミ色は何度見たってネズミ
Dude, I need somebody to find this freaking gold. Can we lock in? We are
そう見える
4
のは
hours deep and we have made no progress in finding the gold. Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the critical part of what she just said. Oh, frick. What? It only looks like that because you have no soul. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. Oh, love. Shannon spoke once more of a world full of that element where the sea was deep blue.
きっとカノン君にも真っ青な海が見えるよ。だって
Without love, it cannot be seen. Psh. Yo, just killed me.
そこにいるのは誰か。
カノンです、親方様。
It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, that in itself didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left his study for a change of mood, but the thoughts of filling his head were no different from those he had inside the study. Kinzo, my goat. So Kennen knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always be a disturbance to his research.
天気が重いな。崩れるのか。
はい、天気予報ではいつ
Are
雨
we
が
about
降
to
っ
get
てもおかしく
tempested
ないと
here? What do you mean?
傘をお持ち
No
いた
way,
しましょう
right?
か。
No, we gotta wait for the conference, dude.
それには及ばん。しばらく私を放っておくがいい。息子たちに聞かれても所在は知らぬと言っておけ。私は自らの思考を巡る旅で忙しい。
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
During the time that Kennen bowed to him, Kinzo had already returned to his own world and had forgotten that Kennen was there. Giga Chad. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch was repeated many times. Beatrice, Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みに手が届
Holy,
か
the
ん。
yearning.
どうすれば蘇るの
The
か。
yearning.
どうすれば再び微笑んでくれるの
I
か。
wonder if she's been working him,
何が
at all.
足りぬ。
or if like he just feels this way
研究か
completely naturally, you
触
know?
媒か。それとも魔力か運気か神託か。
Dude, he hasn't changed. He hasn't changed between chapter 1. He's the same Kinzo, dude. Yeah, how am I ever gonna get Beatrice's hand when this is my competition, dude? I'm never gonna yearn like that. I like, find you a yearner that is weeping to the heavens as he says your name. I don't know how to contest someone like this. This is something else, dude. He's such a chud. Well, and the worst part is Beatrice, like, respects his grind set, you know? I feel like Beatrice just respects people that goes all the way. Like, he all the way is dedicated to her and is, like, locked in despite his, like, lack of talent. Battler is all the way anti-her. And, like, is, like, and, you know, she respects that and is like, ooh, I want to break you, Battler, you know? So I'm gonna be all the way, you know, I don't know, bro. Beatrice, you win. I don't know, bro. I roll over. Do whatever you want to me. It's cannot, or do nothing. Because that's the worst part, is I'd say do whatever you want to me, and she would walk past me. Because that would be, like, you know what I mean? Oh, that's kind of hot, though. Lock in! As Kennen listened to his master's weeping voice over his shoulder, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the silhouette of a person that shouldn't have been there. She is not content with this. She's there, and she is not entertained. That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. It was the witch. At once, Kanon, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, quickly ran back to Kinzo, trying to become a shield himself. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. Because Beatrice's expression was one of sorrow, or maybe pity.
愚かな金蔵。
Why haven't you hopped into league with me?
わらわ
Wait, I
は
am
ここにい
Beatrice,
るという
dude.
の
I am Beatrice-sama, and Kinzo is
見
Chad.
えぬのか。
Right behind Kinzo, as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet, Kinzo couldn't notice a thing. Even when Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice a thing.
なぜだ。なぜベアトリーチェの微笑みに手が届かぬのか。月齢か。水星の周期か。
Dude, he had one Giga alignment where she got a manifest and then has been like fiending since. How many blood sacrifices do we gotta do, bro?
無駄よ金蔵愛がなければ見えない
Without love. Does he not hold love for her? Kenna took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. Could he learn something that would enable him to see what he currently could not? Or what if you gave the brooch to Kinzo? I wonder if that would help, like, help him break through. Because the brooch reunites somebody with their love, right?
愛がなければ
Mmm.
見えない
He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch was no longer there. We're not breaking any glass, dude. We're just doing this, like, cute thing. School culture festival? What in the higurashi is going on? I do not want to see Jessica tromping around here. The biggest event for the Yoshimiya family in fall was a family conference in October. Oh, wait, who is this? But for No. We're not doing Jessica's school festival arc. No freaking way, dude. There's no way. I refuse. You know what? I'm eating a cosmic brownie because of that. Because this is about to be... She doesn't even have anything going on for her. She doesn't have, like, the Beatrice amulet to make this interesting. She's just gonna be lovesick the entire time. No, bro. I already did my time. I already did my time with school festivals, okay? I've gone through more festivals than you can count. Can you count beyond 8? That's how many I've done. You know what I mean? Like, yo, can this open up? Ah! Oh, I made a mess. Sorry. Sorry. That's on me. That one's on me. That one's on me. That one's on me. Okay. Yo, where did they all go? How many are supposed to be in there? I got 6. Let's see. Individually wrapped. 6! Okay, I got all 6. Hooray. Yo, it's not plastic, it's paper, bro. Paper's stronger than plastic, trust. That was crazy. We had the beach episode, time for the culture festival. Just freaking put it in already, dude. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up during the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For the cultural festival today, she had formed a group of her friends. Is there gonna be no speaking lines because none of the friends have voice actors, dude? Oh my goodness, actually just kill me. Goofy Oz, why you're my favorite Umi streamer. You're real for that, but I'm behind it. You're real for that. And would be performing casual pop rock on the temporary stage. She had kept on preparing and practicing for that and was really looking forward to today. But there was one thing she had been worrying her. Getting a boyfriend. She looked at the clock. She looked at the cock. There was still a little time, but she was uneasy. Would he really come? As she was about to breathe out a stress-relieving sigh, her heart jumped as all her friends suddenly started speaking in short voices. They don't get names, but they do get voices, bro. Let's go.
マジすごくない？マジすごくない？
B の彼氏すっごい頭良さそう。あれでド S メガネなの？マジ本当？
ダメダメ。うちの旦那
What?
そうだし。
Isn't Guaro like the like slutty tan girls? What do you mean my man's a Guaro? It's like the leopard print tanned, like, you know what I mean? School outfit, long nails, blonde bleached hair, bad as all hell kind of girl. What the fuck is like a manly Guaro? It's not necessarily the case that all girls are like this, but at Jessica's school... Okay, let's not talk with my mouth full. It's not necessarily the case that all girls are like this, but at Jessica's school at Leech, the cultural festival was really a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend, but she had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special one. Is the masculine equivalent. So would that be like similar archetype, but just masculine? Like a player that like sleeps around a lot and like blonde and like bleach blonde and like tanned, like same kind of idea. Oh, heavily Western. I think you're right. Oh, so that means that Kinzo is a Gyaro, right? I bet Kinzo's wearing leopard underpants right now, or like leopard panties. I bet he's wearing panties. Okay, can we like, chat? What are you talking about? Leopard panties? Like, get a grip. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone naturally expected that she had a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had caused her to act like that was the case. He goes to another school, though. Trust. Through such acting and dodging of questions, she had somehow managed to keep up the bluff until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival.
Jessie.
What is quote number 6? Hachikuji, eat it now. I'm not playing around, make her swallow it. What is the context of that? That is like unironically from like 3 years ago.
彼氏来た
Outfit change!
まだ来てねえみてえだぜ。
Outfit change. Dang.
仕事忙しいのかな。
ジェシーの彼氏どんな人なの？
せめてヒントだけでも出してよ。
何系？何系？
すごいよね。社会人なんでしょ？スーツとかで
I can't believe they believe her.
もちろんメガネかけてるよね。
ねえ、でも本当はいないんだよね。
今素直
Dude,
に
you just gotta pretend that you got broken up, or that you broke up with him. You know what I mean?
一緒にこの文化祭を涙で濡らそうよ。いや、いる、本当にいるって。
Jessica, dude. Jessica left awkwardly, covered with cold sweat. It was extremely doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. If we cut back to the island, I'm gonna tweak out. There's a flashback, that doesn't count. Wait, it just got real again. What the fuck?
なら彼氏さんの偽
Okay,
物を
we're
立て
having a
て
full
連れて行くという
flashback.
のはどうでしょうか。
Making a fake boyfriend. Shannon,
偽
I'm gonna be honest, that is the worst possible advice I think ever
そんなのに
heard.
心当たりねえぜ。
Fake it? Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica wildly. Even so, it was a little more realistic than the unrealistic method of running through her head of getting a boyfriend in a huge hurry before the day of the cultural festival.
例えばですが、カノン君なんてどうでしょう。
カノン
She does not want to eat that twink for breakfast.
というか、きっとカノン君文化祭の日は仕事に
Take
決まってるぜ。
Cannon-kun with you? Wait, that's actually
迷惑かけちゃ悪い
genius.
しさ。
Wait, bring Cannon-kun.
もちろん予定表も確認済みです。カノン君はその日お休みになっています。
こんな時ばっかり容量がいいのな。
Cannon-kun is about to, through magic, fall in love with Jessica and vice versa? Is that what you're telling me? We're just playing like, we're like that one episode of Adventure Time where we're just grabbing two characters and we're saying kiss? Is that what you mean? Cannon-kun's not getting with Chio? Like, what are we doing?
じゃなくて、休みならもっと悪いぜ。
It'd be even worse if he's
せっか
off.
くの休みを私の見栄のために引っ張り出せないよ。
カノン君は引っ張り出されないといっつも閉じこもってば
This is
かりいますので。
We're using magic when we shouldn't be. We should not be trusted with this spell.
そうなの？いや、でもカノン君に悪い。
なら晩作つきますね。おとなしく彼氏はいませんと白状なされてはいかがでしょう
Is
か。
Kennen about to pull up in like
それ
sunglasses,
はそれ
dude?
は肩身の狭い思いをなされるでしょうが、卒業までの短くも長い間
You're too
耐え忍ばれ
when
る
you're
だけで
confident,
ご
you're
ざ
a
いますし
creature, Shannon. Oh, you are a
愛し
confident
合う恋人同士
creature.
にとって独り者のひがみ顔が何にも勝る
Oh my goodness, and that's
甘い
she's saying that from
ものです
experience. You little creature.
シャ
Oh,
ドウ
what is wrong with you?
私のために本気で悩んでないでしょ。おちょくってるでしょ。
Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary, but Shannon was unconcerned, laughing with her usual smile.
はい。 私とジョージ様のことを茶化してばかりのお嬢様への仕返しです。
Oh, I'm so alone. At the comeback of Shannon's, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica rolled on her bed, hugging her cushion, writhing and suffering. Shannon's triumphant smile was unbearably frustrating, but right now she was the only person Jessica could talk with. I'm literally Jessica, dude. Femcel chud. She could wait until later to suffocate her with a cushion.
いいじゃないですか、お嬢様。文化祭ではありますが、カノン君と一緒に遊びに行くチャンスですよ。
Yo, you know you gave Canon the special relic of lovemaking, okay? You cannot give Canon the relic of lovemaking and then talk to Jessica and be like, hey, don't you want to, like, you know, maybe see what's up with Canon? I see through you, alright? This is a sin, alright? You doing your own thing and doing the devil's deal for your own benefit, that's one thing. But you starting to matchmake other people using magic? I don't know about that one, Chief. Otto! Jessica buried her head in her favorite cushion to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red. Jessica should just bring Shannon, holy peak. And she bit away at her thumbnail. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Sorry, I was just starting to think about Yuri. Shannon and Jessica were about the same age, of the same sex, and they were also friends. Wait, Yuri ending incoming? And they were both right in the middle of puberty. Wait, okay. They could never talk enough about things related to love. Go on. That's why they were able to be open with each other about these topics. Go on. So Jessica had heard in detail about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. No. Yuri, or Yuri. Just kill me, bro. So Jessica had heard in detail about how Shannon and George's love was progressing, and on the other side, Shannon had heard the details of what type of Jessica liked and what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reactions, it would probably be crude to talk about that in detail, but we won't be getting anywhere with Jessica just rolling around on the bed forever, so to be blunt... Really, dude? I mean, hey, I twink, therefore I am, right? Who cares? Let's do it. Didn't I call that like 4 hours ago? But I said it as a joke. Low-key interested in Canon. Brushing emoji. With red cheeks. And I'm not talking face cheeks. Agreed. I'm not even gonna draw the line, I don't care. I think Eva and Natsui should have sex. Bro, it's been like, you're like 3 hours late. I guess you're talking about Yuri. I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. There were almost no young men on Rokinjima, so maybe it was natural that Jessica, as a girl in puberty, had become interested in Canon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romance of a maiden's pure heart and of love at first sight. She hadn't been with Canon the whole time at the Welfare Institute, so she had known him before they had started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what kind of person he was, what his hobbies were, what his favorite foods were, what type of girl he liked. Even Shannon could clearly tell that Jessica was infatuated with Canon.
カノン君をデートに連れ出せるいい機会じゃありませんか。
She's trying to give Canon a soul, dude. It's probably you. You sweet little Jessie Wessie.
お嬢様のような素直じゃない方を何でしたっけ、ジョージ様に習いました。そうそう、ツンドラとかいうそうですよ。あと十数年かすると流行るんだそうですよ。
They will be quite popular a few decades from now.
さすがジョージ兄さん
That's
だな。
gotta be meta.
未来
That
の
was
トレンドが
meta.
わかるのかよ。
That's his meta. This is meta. Ryukishi's saying he loves tsunderes. Tundra, converted to Japanese sound, pun in reference to the term tsundere, which is a well-known Japanese criminality. Aloof for cranky and love-struck is used to describe characters of discerning and aggressive or cold behavior, but then become all lovey-dovey under some circumstances. Man. Blue and green. I forgot to read this earlier. I see. Okay, I didn't even read that one out loud. I'm gonna be so straight with you.
じゃなくてってことは私ってタイプは時代がずれてるってことじゃねえかよ。もうダメだ。
She's me. She is me. Ultimately, Jessica wasted several days before finally agreeing to the plan of having Canon pretend to be her boyfriend. Remember that image that I've shown off before? That's like the I consent, I don't. And then there was the artistic rendition of I consent, I don't with the Beatrice and like the two others. We're gonna have the same situation where like Shannon is like gonna want to like give a kiss to George, and then Beatrice is gonna get in the way and like steal the kiss from Shannon and be like, oh, sorry, that's actually my kiss. I'm collecting interest, right? And then Beatrice and Shannon, or like with Canon and Jessica, right? Same thing. Like she'll have, I wonder if she'll have like interest on that. I'm just thinking like, how is this gonna ruin our freaking life? You know what I mean? Jessica realized that she had called him at a bad time and immediately regretted it. Kenan always had a sour look, but even so, he had some good days and some bad days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the latter. 1,000-year-old witch kisses 16-year-old girl. Yeah, that's gotta be a violation. All that confidence and effort she had amassed by practicing in front of the mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. Watching her, Kenan sighed. Jessica thought he was getting fed up with her and her face went pale. Oh? Wing Woman Shannon? Wing Woman Shannon? Dude, she's not here. Don't say nice! This is cute. Adorable. Kenan. Pretend to be human for the day. I'll beat you to death later. Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice, a broken smile, and steam pouring from her head as if she were a boiler. Ken, as Conan watched this, he sighed again. Kenan wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. However, in truth, he found it nothing but bothersome to go along with the lady's game of love. My lobster is too buttery, my steak is too juicy. Just frickin' ruined me, dude. But Shannon had spoken to him persistently about it. He was very indebted to her for many things. He couldn't refuse. And in his pocket was that brooch. Couldn't this strange turn of events also have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But those words of Shannon's came to mind. What did Shannon see that I cannot? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture, as if we could become something more than that. Jessica is still rambling out on in a strange voice, and Canon sighing deeply were a truly odd combination. You're telling me, dude. Canon's about to walk through the door, bro. Alternate outfit for Canon incoming? Can I see an alternate outfit for one of the aunts, please? I need my batteries. As all my friends gathered together, they were looking this way with hard to describe expressions. Canon, you have to put up as the baddest bitch on campus, Canon. Canon, I've been saying that you are an aura farmer for a while now. Now is the time to aura farm, okay? Aura farm for your girl, Jessica. Make some moves here, okay? They all need to think you're the craziest, coolest guy here. They were looking at this way with hard to describe expressions, whispering to each other in low voices that cannot be called low. Even I felt kind of shameless. Did I just say sorry who? Like I don't know who's shown up. Ah, crap, my mind is blank. Come on, Canon, come on, Canon. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, Canon fucks. Oh my god. Canon, you're daddy. I didn't know a twink could become daddy that quick, but no, you've done it, dude. Holy aura, you look like a K-pop star. You look fucking awesome, dude. Holy aura, dude. Holy. Oh my god. That's crazy. Dude, I feel like he low-key looks like me, dude. Don't like me and Canon actually like low-key twinning right now, bro, with like how mysterious and like how much aura we have? That's awesome, dude. My gothic emo boy, dude. So true. Just got you traitor. He's so fine. True. True.
年下
Yeah, you do look like Canon. Yes, you do. Wait, true. Actually undeniable comparison. Wait, you're right? True, you do look like Canon. Thank chat, I appreciate it. Thank you, chat.
女子の彼氏ってどこどこ
Thank you, chat.
そうだって本当
Wow! Wait. Jessica, you cannot let it slide that you quote like young boys. You cannot let that one slide.
昇降口がわからなかったもので遅くなって申し訳ございません。
いやその格好も似合ってるぜ。
シャノンが普段着では良くないと言って先日一緒に買い物を。似合いませんでしたでしょうか。
Canon, you're rocking it. Dude, Jessica's nervous laugh is
シ
crazy.
ャノン後で2階級特進。
2 rank
なんだ
promotion.
かここは女の人ばかりで居心地が悪いです。
Let's go somewhere, you know.
ここじゃなくてステー
Yeah,
ジ
let's go
の方
somewhere a
に
little
行
bit
こう
more
ぜ。
private.
もうすぐ私たちの出番だからさ。
What, is he about to like rock on stage? What do you mean? It seemed that Jessica was just as uncomfortable. It looked like she was finding it difficult to cope while bathed in everyone's interested gaze. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Kenan thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. No, don't make me check DMs at this
迷
time.
惑をおかけしているような気がします。
Yo, what the fuck is this?
お邪魔だったでしょうか。
そんな
Just
こと
kill
な
me,
い
bro.
って。
僕がお邪魔でしたらいつでも言ってくだされば。
I don't know what that means. Oh! Wait, Boku no Hero Academia? Oh, like My Hero Academia! Oh! Like my favorite hero
僕は
Deku!
どうしていればいいでしょうか。お嬢様。
What should I do, my lady?
お嬢で
Holy shit, they're actually going crazy. I can't even, I'm trying to like get on their wavelength. I actually can't, dude.
今日はお嬢
I actually can't. They're too deep in it, dude.
そうですか。わかりました。
I don't like.
ジェシカ様。
She's trained him. She's trained him.
ごめんカノン君。
Kiss. Wait, that's sexual assault. Don't do that.
目つぶって
As for consent. Okay, wait, I am on their wavelength. My fault. I didn't realize I was on their wavelength like that.
では。
Whoa, he's leaning forward! Bang, thunk, ba-bam, slam, crash? When Kenan opened his eyes, for some reason, there was a horrible tragedy in the room. Everyone had been driven into walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica put her brat snuggles in her pocket before Kenan opened his eyes.
とにかく
Instead of making out with Canon, you turned around and mollywopped everybody in the room?
私たちの出番はもうすぐだから
What's
し
wrong
ばら
with
く
you?
席で待っててよ。私たちは準備あるからさ。この先突き当たりまで行けば仮設舞台があるからわかるぜ。
Canon, catch feelings already. Poke with stick, poke with stick. Canon seemed to be having a hard time adjusting, pushing him in the back, Jessica sent him out into the corridor. She is her, dude. Even though Canon was confused by Jessica's attitude and show of agitation, which he had never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. Who's Akasaka? After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly.
ささ見たね見たでしょ満足したざまあねえぜ
This freaking girl is a problem.
絶対ジェシに彼氏なんかいないと思ってたのに
彼氏じゃないんでしょ使用人へのパワー
Whoa, 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 whoa. How do they know? Wait, they know.
ジェシの彼氏素敵
You've talked about having servants before, dude? That's crazy.
いやかましいぜほらほら準備
Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, and everyone energetically returned to their tasks. That's bad thing to have in school. Cannon's about to have the craziest soliloquy about falling in love. Cannon went down the corridor as Jessica had told him and found a temporary stage set up where the vending machines should have been. It was probably being shared in time slots between the individual groups and clubs. The student group was singing and the place was already fired up. Yeah, shut up. Did you know that Ryukishi used to be a student? You can't be for real. You cannot be for real. Did you know that Ryukishi used to be a child? This is why he's so good at writing children. You know what? You onto something, bro. Charu. A student group was singing in the place started fired up. Disliking that ruckus, he found a dark wall to lean against alone. Bro thinks he's that guy. Wait, I gotta find the image. Wait, unironic, I gotta find the image. 1 second. Where is it? Bro really thinks he's that guy, bro. You are not that guy, okay? Leaning up against the wall in your trench coat? No, bro. Come on, sit down. You are not that guy, pal. You are not that guy. This freaking guy. This is what they call high school. It sure is noisy, Canon thought. So this is what they call high school. Then you remember Jessica just now acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, the greatest virtue for a person was to always be composed and intellectual. In that sense, it's very hard for him to get used to that atmosphere in a school cultural festival. He had the responsibility of reporting everything he saw or heard to the master, so he would have also have to report about Jessica's unrestrained behavior earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for a daughter of the Oshirimiya main family. He's thinking about snitching as he's, like, leaning against the wall. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially, I thought that said ethnically, Natsui-sama would probably be angry. If I were to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on the inappropriate school friends? And did he just say yare yare? Leaning against the wall in his, like, emo suit. Yare yare. So this is what high school is. I'm gonna have to tell Master about this. Kenan thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsui's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsui-sama as the president of the PTA. Oh! She might be in the area. Please, we need to go talk to Natsui right now, dude. We need to see Natsui in more casual clothes, bro. Please, dude. Please, dude. Should have gone straight to a social after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. Hadn't she said that she wouldn't be there to see Milady's event? That was probably for the best. Please go find her. I need to see her in a different fit. Several female students kept glancing at me. It seemed they were all whispering the same sort of thing that Milady's school friends had said, and it was really unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? Literally, my lobster too buttery, my steak too juicy. That if I was going to walk around a school festival on my own, I had better watch out because a lot of strange people would come and talk to me. I'm already taken. Just as expected, a group of girls I never met start talking to me. Yeah, I got this problem a lot of the time, Canon. Like, I totally get it. You know, you just gotta, like, be respectful, but, you know, blow them off, right? You know, just say, like, what they asking? Are you by yourself? No, my girl's actually performing later. What about you guys? Are you guys all single? Yada yada. For a guy like me, hand through hair. For a guy like me, I haven't been alone in a long time. Yada 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 yada. Man, my voice is so low and deep. Man. Yada yada. My XP is so low. The stairs started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me that some magical words that could chase him off in times like this? Yeah, it worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got them to go away, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. He was a fake. Yeah, I get that a lot. Yada yada. No, I'm ever coming to a place like this again. I sighed for about the 100th time that day. Yada yada. As I did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. Looking around, I realized that there was suddenly a large number of people here. Wait, what? Wait, that's actually crazy. Look, it changed from he right here to I. It actually is. Unlike earlier, they were all guys. With this huge crowd, I couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so I tried using that as a footstool. And I noticed that there was now a new group on the stage. Fucking Mrs. Britain? What the fuck is this outfit? You are not from the EU, baby girl. What are you trying to like show off here, dude? Is this a sports team jersey? What are you performing for? Captain Britain is here to save the day. The leader was Milady. She had changed into stage clothes. It was even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. No, maybe she could. I had seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsui-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was already practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsui-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsui-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsui-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she would probably be very dejected. Yo, she's like a pop star. She's coming through on the mic. Oh, Rei. I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I was a little aggravated by that inferior name, which was inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in great spirits that they kept calling her Jessie-sama. They were all probably her fans. With her mic performance, she was responding to that and firing the place up. It was almost like a song program on TV. At first, I had thought all this was frivolous, but that feeling now changed into appreciation. This was pretty incredible in its own way, and here comes the downfall. Oh, the girl that's interested in me into it is a pop star. Oh, the horror. Oh, it's over, dude. Kaneda never listened to music of his own free will. Yeah, I can tell, Furniture. But he had often heard the kind of music that the people of the Oshiromiya family liked. Since it was almost classical music, Kaneda naturally started liking classical music too. So to canon, the songs Jessica and the others were singing were, how should you say it? Trash! Very modern. In any case, he thought if Natsui-sama heard it, she would probably faint. I am so down bad for Natsui, dude. Holy production value! Holy! It was like an actual CG thing for a second there. It's animated. Hey. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. The diehard fans who'd even brought pen-like sang along, dancing crazily with the exact same movements, almost as though it had been planned ahead. This is my new leader of the Oshiromiya family? Just ruined me, dude. Just ruined me, dude. On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. You couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Oshiromiya family, but it looked like she was having a lot of fun. Dude, Umineko wasn't like this in chapter 1, bro. People were getting their bodies stuffed into boilers. Now we're like, you know what I mean? Miss Britain on stage. Don't call me an ordinary magician. Let me move this out of the way real quick. Oh, sorry. That was bad. That was bad. I'll do this for a second, okay? I couldn't keep up with the atmosphere, but anyway, Milady was full of life. And it looked like she was having a great time. As I looked at Milady having a great time, I thought, isn't this what Oshiromiya and Jessica is really like? Don't I know better than anyone just how badly life on Rokkenjima kills your own sense of self? Then the time she spends not as Milady, the successor to the Oshiromiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I worked close to Milady, saw her in all seasons, and I thought I knew everything about her. But that was only a single limited side of her. Milady of Rokkenjima. Yeah, dude, you're down bad. Yeah, you're down filthy. We are furniture. We serve on Rokkenjima and end our lives on Rokkenjima? Yo, what the fuck do you mean end your lives? Like, you're allowed to quit, dude. Bro wants to be Genji so bad. So bad. We are furniture. But don't you wish you were her microphone just a little bit, dude? So I come to think that Rokkenjima itself was our whole world, as though, just like in the old geocentric theories, the ocean split off the end of the world into an abyss. But as I looked at Milady like this, I realized that this was a horribly narrow outlook. I still couldn't keep up with the excitement of the crowd, but I felt like I had seen something that cannot be seen on Rokkenjima. Although I don't know if that was the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about, I still can't see the ocean as blue. I thought you was gonna say a but. Holy sunset. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Sorry, Kraus got on the screen. Kraus, can you like start doing something conniving instead of just looking at me? Oh, they used a song from Toho in the original? That's fun.
ええ、お元気なようでした。
No alt outfit for Natsui, dude. Just freaking quit the game, dude. Just freaking quit the game, dude. Get me out of this bitch. No alt outfit.
そうそう、高宮議員もおいでになっておりました。あなたによろしくと特に言っておりましたよ。
相変わらずご多忙そうかね。
Sorry, I got lost in her eyes.
そのようでした。
They're just so beautiful, dude.
あの方も
So
精
full
力
of
的な
intellect
方
and
です。
life.
そうそう。あと榎本会長もおいででしたっけ。
Enomoto? I'd like to formally apologize to anybody named Enomoto, dude. Just on behalf of humanity. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for influential people. It was the same for the Oshirimiya family, who were big names around this area. As Natsui remembered the names of the important people at the social, she updated Kraus on the news concerning them. Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion and rudely slurped her pumpkin soup. Genji telling her what manners are is crazy.
へいへい、そりゃ悪かったぜ。
ジェシカ、そういう言葉遣いは改めるよういつも言っていますよ。
はい。
Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and interrupted his conversation with Natsui. Okay, normal fatherly question.
見ていましたよ。よく頑張っていましたね。
That's crazy. Your ass was not watching. Don't pretend. Natsui, don't lie to your daughter that you were there when you weren't. Huh? What you mean you were watching? No, you weren't. Kanon's eyes were on the field. Do you mean through Kanon? Because that doesn't count, dude. Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't thought that Natsui would actually come to see her on the stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't wanted her mother to watch because she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Oshiomi family. But it wasn't as though it didn't make her happy to hear her parents say that she did a good job after watching her try her best.
ジェシカもなかなか落ち着きと貫禄が出てきましたね。生徒代表にふさわしい振る舞いでしたよ。
And it all fell apart, like Natsui. The smell that had been there a second ago crumpled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that she was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school student president. She had no interest in something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she had grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular in school, so she had won the election easily. So Natsui was praising her for the ceremony organized by the student council at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. She had immediately met up with her friends and had held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That is so sad. Just freaking kill me, dude. I love my girl Natsui, but like, if I'm not her husband, she doesn't know how to parent, you know what I mean?
ただ、挨拶が少し早口でした。
Like, holy nitpick. You know what I mean? If you want to nitpick me, Natsui, be my guest. But you cannot be nitpicking our baby girl like that.
内容は及第点でしたが、早い口調はそれを薄れさせます。一呼吸置く癖をつけるといいでしょう。
After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. I am so down bad for Natsui. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so down bad for Natsui. I love her so much. I just need to look at her real quick. Oh my goodness. She's so beautiful, dude. I'm so down bad for her. I just want to loosen her up, dude. Oh my god. I'm so alone. You could say that her room was a place where her parents had specified for her to be, so maybe you could say that for Jessica, choosing not to return to her own room, instead disappearing to an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Are you more down bad for Natsui or Beatrice? Natsui, and it's not even close. Beatrice a battery, but it's more like a, like... Maybe it is close. They're both pretty bad. Respectfully. But Natsui. It's Natsui. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. We're about to run into freaking, who? Fucking his name? Canon. Canon's ass is about to pull up, dude. It's the power of the Bruges. Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. Laughed at what kind of words she would have had to receive to be satisfied. Ridiculous. In the end, I'm just a spoiled little kid. I can't believe myself. It's almost funny. See, that was fated. And by fated, I mean magic. Kanon's about to say that he, like, admired her performance. He's about to say the words that she longs for and give her the inhaler. Kanon suddenly started talking to her just as she had tried to force a laugh, and so she choked. No inhaler necessary? Just the expression had become the one Kanon always saw. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he still only knew Jessica as the successor to the Oshiramiya family as he did until today, he would have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that was wrong. He now knew that a part of her that he could not see until today, so he understood that there was no way that, on the inside, Jessica was just as she appeared. Aww. Even though she had heard the words that she had most wanted to hear, Jessica became shy and couldn't accept them frankly. The harmonica and the recorder. Kanon hadn't been consciously looking down on Jessica to that degree. But people playing unique instruments were always on the other side of the bronze tubes in the TV. He had just got it into his head that it would be impossible for Jessica, at least. But I'm not sure anymore. What, is this about to become the Kanon becomes a drummer arc? What is this chapter? Wait, yeah, Kanon, become a drummer for her band. And then we just go on a band tour for the rest of the chapter? Frick the island, frick the gold? Agreed. Do you feel it? Do you feel it, Kanon? Do you feel it? Do you feel love? Don't you want to be a part of that fun? Come on, there's more. Yes. Even Kanon himself probably hadn't noticed that emotion. Kanon had seen something he had never seen before, never known of before, and he had probably become jealous. And to trick himself about that emotion, he had called himself furniture over and over. Bro, he's like a cuck chair, but to life. A chair that gets cucked. He would be a bass player, you're actually so right. Absolutely true. He's too nonchalant to be a drummer. I am furniture and you are not. He was about to say that but stopped. Ooh, I like that. And that's why she's W Jessica. That is a great line right there. I really like that line. I fought against my fate. Wow, true.
もう一人の自分。
Canon, show me your other side, bro. He can be whoever you want him to be.
カノン君は自分のことを家具だからと言い聞かせてきた。そう言い聞かせなきゃならない辛いことがきっとたくさんあったんだと思う。それについては本当に気の毒だと思う。でもそれだけでカノン君の人生を全て決めちゃうなんて、私はそんなの悲しいと思うんだよ。人はさ、自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれるもう一人の自分を
I got 10 wolves
いつでも
inside
作
me,
り出す
and
こ
they're
と
all
ができるんだ
gooning.
よ。現実逃避とかとは違うぜ。そのもう一人の自分でいるとき、私は
And
最
that's
高に
living
生
a
きてい
great
る
life.
って実感できる。だから普段の日常がどんなに窮屈で退屈でも、私はきっと窒息せずに生きていけるってわけ。
自分の中に自分が本当に好きになれる自分を作る。
To make another me, which isn't furniture. Through her relationship with George-sama, had Shannon given birth to a part of herself that isn't furniture? Careful with saying given birth, okay? Do you know who's reading this? And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture?
私さ、カノン君のプライベートって全然知らないぜ。でもなんだか想像できる。カノン君のプライベートは多分何もない。図星でしょ？
Yeah, that's bullseye. Kenan couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life, so Kenan would always be Canon. So furniture would always be furniture.
カノン君のカノンって
True.
さ、
Just like Seiyo, right?
本名
What is
じゃ
your
ない
real
でしょ？
name, dude? Gospel House gave new students new families and a new life, so it also made a point of giving each of them a new name. In that case, that was Canon.
確かに僕のこの名は仮のものかもしれません。
Yeah, I thought that he wasn't anyone other than Canon, but he remembered. There definitely had been a part of himself that wasn't Canon. But that was far, far away beyond the distant fog of oblivion.
ならカノン君にもカノン君である時とそうでない時で違う自分がいてもいいはず。使用人である時のカノン君は自らを家具と呼び厳しく自己を戒めてるかもしれない。でもカノン君じゃない時の君はもっともっと自由
Holy
に生きてい
mentality.
いと思うんだ。
Let's go, Jessica. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. She had been the only one in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn various things. And she had even received words about the friends she played with. Though she had been sad about that, she had given up, thinking that she had just been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica had stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like those Shiromiya family customs and pressure, those didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself who could do what she really wanted to do.
私さ、学校では
Like
ジ
an
ェシ
alter
ってあだ名で呼ばれてる。だからさ、ジェシであるときは自分に思いっきり素直に生きてる。だからこそジェシカであるときも頑張れるんだ。
Adorable.
カノン君にもカノンであるときとカノンじゃなくてその
Oh, whatever you say. Okay, I thought she was about to give him a name.
違う生き方をしてもい
That would have
い
been
んじゃない
crazy.
かな。カノンじゃないとき自分を好きになれる自分になってみてもいいんじゃないかな。
僕がカノンじゃない時。
He had thought that his real name didn't matter at all. So he had thought Canon was all he was. And now Jessica was saying that he should create a new existence, another self that wasn't Canon.
カノン君、嫌じゃなきゃ。
Yeah, okay.
教えてよ。本当の名前。
Oh, there's no way he resists this, right? Come on, dude. Cute girl. Love brooch in your pocket. Come on, man. He was silent for quite some time. Maybe his real name had risen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it. My real name? Bartholomew. In the end, he swallowed it back down.
忘れました。
He doesn't want to be Bartholomew, dude.
僕の名前などもうどうでもいいことです。
Those words signified a slight rejection.
僕が本当は何という名前であったとしても今 ここにカノンとしてあることだけが現実です。過去など何の関係もない。作られた家具の材料が元は何という木の
Oh,
幹だったかなん
wow.
て
That was a good analogy,
どうで
though.
もいいこと
Tree to
と同じです。
furniture? Dang.
だからよせって。家具じゃないんだぞ。君は人間だぜ。
僕は人間じゃない。
Whoa! Kenon clearly spoke his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Just couldn't say anything back and was struck silent.
お嬢様は人間です。だからどんな生き方をしようとも自由で、どんな未来も
Well, it'd be
可
like...
能性もある。それはまるで
I was about to bring up actually that exact analogy. I'm not even gonna troll. I was the analogy I was gonna say is like it's like a free creature. I'll even just say bird. I don't want to look like I was copying, but that's literally what I was about to say. It's like a free bird outside of a cage, telling the bird in the cage like you can be free too. But the bird in the cage is like to be aware that it could be free would hurt it even more because now it knows that it could be and it's trapped, right? Like. It's easier to just resign yourself to your fate than struggle against it, because struggling comes with pain, but struggling is also what you should do, because struggling's awesome, alright? Because you gotta fight for your happiness, right? But, like, it can feel easier to just, give it up, right? My real name, insert higurashi character, holy peak. Wait, you might be onto something. My real name? Keiichi Miyabara. I'm from Hinamizawa, and I want to go back. But to be aware, like, to be in the cage and resign yourself to is one thing, but to be, like, constantly looking out, you're gonna be feeling more pain, right? Desire is the root of all suffering type shit. He's calling himself a domestic duck. But ducks can fly, bro. Ducks can fly, bro. They may have wings, but they cannot fly. Bro, have you never watched Penguins Can Fly? That one game? That bird game that you fly as the penguin? Bro, penguin flying game. Learn to fly? Yo, bro. Canon. Peep this shit, dude. Canon. Alright, I'm gonna teach you something, Canon. Even a flightless bird somewhere in Antarctica, through the power of believing, can learn to fly. Alright, let's bang this game out real quick. We're gonna 100% this game real quick. Alright, let's hit it. This could be you, Canon. This could be you, Canon. Skipping across the water, the freest stone of all time. Using your experience to make yourself faster, stronger, more prepared to continue your journey. Jessica unconsciously got along with Canon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she didn't that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. Whoa, good. Wait, actually well played from Jessica here. Actually well played. The actually bringing up the one-winged eagle is a really cool thought in this context. That's actually a good analogy to bring up. I don't know how to use it, but that's cool. This is a level of humility of like, I don't actually know you, I don't know your struggles, I'm not gonna presume to know that. But why do birds fly? So that they can soar. Why did Icarus take to the heavens? Because even when he fell, he had flown, freer than anyone that walked the earth below. Do you not understand? To fly is to live, young Padawan. Get your booty ready for flight. We're taking to the air, you and me. Together. You're not furniture or a duck. Well, you are a duck, but even ducks can fly. Holy depression.
だからお嬢様、 それ以上残酷なことを言わないでください。
なんでだよ。なんで。そんな
It's just actually despair.
お嬢様が僕のことをご自分と同
And
じ
telling her to like stop
人
being
間だと勘
cruel.
違いなされているようだからです。僕とお
Could
嬢
a
様
furniture
は
feel
違う
pain
存
though?
在。
Think about it like
それを
that.
はっきり申し上げておきたかったので
Think
す。
about it like that, Canon. A furniture cannot feel pain. A duck can, but ducks can fly.
シャノンに聞きました。お嬢様は僕のことをお気に入りになられてい
No,
るとか。
stop. You're gonna tell her to... No. No, you're gonna break her heart. No, Canon, not now. No, no, no. No, I need Batterer to come out of the bushes right now and intercept this blow. No, don't do this to her. Canon, no, stop.
僕は人間に限りなく
He's gonna tell her that her feelings are wrong, that she shouldn't feel the kind of way she does because he's not one that can receive it.
だからシャノンのように
Oh
自分を人間
no,
だと錯
Canon,
覚して
stop.
一時恋愛の真似事をする
Are
こ
we
と
about
が
to
でき
like
るかも
beg
しれない。
Beatrice for some like deeper level of magics because this level didn't work?
でもそれは自分を
Canon's too hard
騙
to
している
break,
に
dude.
違いない。
He's too hard to break.
いえお嬢様を
No,
騙すこ
look
と
how
はないの
sweet
で
she
す。
looks. She's so sweet and
シャノンと
happy.
ジョージ様も
Oh my god, you're horrible!
その日が訪れ
You're
ることを
horrible!
シャノンだって理解してい
No,
るだろう
you're...
に。
Stop saying such
バカなことを
things.
バカだってことはない
The
だ
one
ろ
who defends lovers is the one that
それは
hates it.
ジョージ兄さんは立派な人だし、両親の期待も背負ってる。確かに結婚とかになればエヴァおばさんがいろいろと口出しをしてくるだろうし、まあそのゼントは多難だと思うぜ。でもな、ジョージ兄さんはそんなのに屈する人じゃねえ。シャノンをジュリエットになんかしねえぜ。きっと幸せにしてくれる。
Oh.
人は家具と恋などできない。
Bro, that's
お嬢
not
様は家具を
true.
愛することが
I
できない
love my chair. I
僕
love
も
my
お嬢様
chair.
を愛することができないと。
And I know that my chair doesn't
So
love me
申し
back,
上げ
but
たい
that's
です。
okay, because I can still love my chair. You know what I mean? Kenon, don't you want to be the chair? Come on. You're making her cry. You're gonna make her actually cry, dude. Those words of Canon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from today. There was no way she could have anticipated the emotions of such a blunt rejection. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had caused her to try and unravel something stubborn in Canon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in
お
shock.
嬢様が僕を好かれているという気持ちが僕の思い上がりによるものならどうか
You know what I just
お許しくだ
remembered?
さい。
I just remembered him struggling to lift a bag of fertilizer, bro. Canon, you're really pissing me off right now.
いや、まあその
Do you not hear how sad she is?
そこは否定しねえぜ。
ありがとうございます。
Don't you dare walk away, you piece.
僕を人間だと思ってくれてありがとうございます。そのお気持ちだけで
Oh, you can't edge humanity. You cannot edge humanity. Canon, you can't be like, that made me happy. I thought you said that furniture can't be happy, furniture can't love, furniture can't... Can a chair be happy? You just said you're happy. Canon, you can't do a little bit of both, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Would you like a little bit of this, a little bit of that? Shh. You know what I mean?
いや、
Look, Jessica's given up now. You've ruined them.
十分だぜ。
Canon, you are Canon. You deserve love and happiness, Canon. I don't care what you are. I don't care if you're a human, a person, a chair, a rock. I will do whatever it takes. You deserve love and happiness. I will be a panpsychist, bro. Test me.
その悪かった。
Test me! Jessica scratched at her head as she spoke and tried to force her voice to sound bright. She's so sad right now. She's gonna cry.
私一人が
She's crying right now.
いろいろ先走って
She's crying.
迷惑かけて。
She's crying.
正直ごめん。
This is the saddest sprite of all
人の
time.
休みを丸一日振り回しちゃって
No, he liked it. He liked it. He's just stupid. He's just stupid.
いえ僕も楽しそうなお嬢様が見られて
He's trying to like
嬉しかっ
back.
たで
He's
す
trying to backstep a little bit.
じゃあ今夜はこ
She's
れで終
ending
わり
it.
にしよう
She's ending the conversation.
私も部屋に戻って消灯しないとまた母さん
You
に
made her
怒ら
cry,
れちまうよ
Canon. What, did the golden boots, like, brooch fall out of your pocket, dude? I thought, Beatrice, your magic is fucking terrible. I thought this was a fucking relic, dude. What, does it only work on George and Lucas? What's the girl's name? Shannon? Fuck.
そうされた方がよろしいでしょう。おやすみなさいませ、お嬢様。
I could slap the shit out of you right now. That's probably a tear. I'm not even gonna pretend.
おやすみ。
That was the saddest thing I've ever heard. What does panpsychism have to do with anything? Are you trying to say chairs are conscious? I'm saying that I am willing to become a panpsychist and believe that chairs are conscious, aka that furniture is conscious, in order to make it make sense that I can give love to it and it can give love back. I'm willing to pervert my own philosophical ideology in order to make you feel deserving of love. Even if you're a chair, panpsychism, now chairs are conscious, boom, now you can accept my love. Do you understand what's going on here, Canon? This could be me and you every night. You're the one in the way. Jessica turned her back to him and slowly trotted away, looking disheartened. But suddenly she started dashing pell-mell and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. She's crying and running away. How could you do this to her? As he watched her go for just an instant, Kenan was tormented by the feeling that he had just made a huge mistake. But no, he thought this had not been a mistake at all. It was for her sake that he had been forced to refuse her now, while her pain was still at its smallest.
女を泣かせるとはなかなかやるではないか。
Hell yeah. Okay. Whip out the Beatrice, dude. Make some plays.
お前がそこまで拒絶するとは意外であった。普通に受け答えしていれば、わらわの魔法で二組目の恋人たちが生まれていたものを。
He resisted the magic, dude.
いつからそこに。最低なやつだな。
When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she had been there the whole time, enjoying their performance as if it were a play.
わらわへの暴言は愉快なる見せ物に免じて特別に許す。男と女のこじれ合いに勝る見せ物は千年を経ても存在せる
Beatrice, you're a
な。
freak.
わらわにとって
Beatrice would
は
love Love Island.
何よりも甘美な止めら
You
れ
think
る
Beatrice would frick with AI Love Island? AI
Mhm.
Fruit Island? Whatever it's called? You think Beatrice would frick with YouTube Shorts? Kenan pulled that beautiful butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the crystallization of the great magic that the witch had bestowed. Did he return it to you? Without hesitation, Kenan flung it hard onto the ground and stomped on it.
ほう。わらわの与えたものと知りつつ。
You just stomped on... Dude, Shannon?
それは何を
Okay,
意
you
味
have
す
to
る
understand.
今、理解した。
Shannon is laying in bed sleeping right now and just went like, ow! Oh, oh, oh! Because that brooch is linked to her life force, dude. You just stepped on her soul. I don't know, man.
お前がしているのは恋のキューピッドなんて洒落たものじゃない。お前は結ばれぬ者たちに恋を見せたぶらかして
Is that what you're doing
楽しんで
here?
いるだけの悪魔だ。
I think she was just manipulating people for her own benefit. I don't even think she cares. I think this is a byproduct.
そう思うも自由よ。わらわが力を貸した人間の多くはお前と同じようなことを口にする。
ほうけるな。お前はシャノンを憐れんで力を貸したんじゃない。恋に胸を焦がすシャノンの心の隙をついて
I mean, that's true.
自分を封じていた鏡を割らせた。しかもそれだけじゃない。その末路まで想像がついていてもてあそんでいる。違うか。
I mean, it's all gonna end in everyone getting freaking murdered, like...
家具とはつくづく哀れな存在よ。夢も未来も恋すらもないか。よいよい、身の程はわきまえるに限るぞ。
Yo, you kind of twinning with Eva, dude. She really feel like Eva sometimes, dude. Even in look.
ジェシカの心にはお前が察する通り淡い恋心があった。そなたはそれにハサミを入れ刈り取ったつもりでいる。だが知っておるか、木は勝手に茂らせたものより枝を間引き剪定したものの方が太い枝をつけるというぞ。
What, she's gonna come back with a vengeance? What does that
家具に
mean?
恋する
Beatrice, what are you
娘か。
talking about?
面白いぞ、実に面
What are you going on
白
about,
い。
Beatrice?
シャーノンとジョージもやがては結ばれ得ぬ恋に行き詰まり、わ
Unfulfillable
らわ好
love.
みの大きな果実を実らせるだろう。しかし、いかんせんあの二人はうまくいきすぎていて、
What, you want it to be
面白く
worse?
なく
Are
て
you gonna
な。
like throw rocks at them?
そこへ行くと、お前たちは大いにわらわを楽しませてくれそう
She's
だ
such
ぞ。
a problem. She's such a problem. She got bored of killing everybody in the first loop and started playing like Lovemaker. The witch laughed, even though she had known that the two could not be joined when she had lent magic to join them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that made it impossible for them to be joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, the relationship of Shannon and George, Kenan and Jessica would fail for certain. And as they wandered through the eternal desert in the hell of love, they would be tormented by eternal thirst.
わらわがその力を対価なく貸すことがあるとでも。
Canon did not believe that, actually. You're saying that to the wrong... You're saying that to the biggest doubter, minus battler of all time.
恋に手は貸そう。その対価は、やがて必ず訪れる二人への過酷な運命の干渉料としていただくわけよ。
Guys, I can fix her. Beatrice only believes this because she's never felt true love herself that hasn't gone wrong. So if I'm able to, like, make her fall in love with me and fall in love with her and then have a relationship that doesn't go wrong and, like, last into perpetuity, then she won't feel these cruel intentions anymore because she will actually understand true love at the heart of all things, dude. And this won't be asymptotic love, okay? This is gonna be non-messianic. This is gonna be actualized, real love.
これに勝る見せ物は千年
Nothing
経っ
to
ても
fix.
存在せ
Dude,
ぬ。
there's... Okay, y'all are beyond help. Y'all are beyond any help. Dude, she's bringing up Kinzo.
恋の味を知り、楽園を追放された哀れな老いぼれの末路。
Paradise, like the Adam Eve thing again.
死んでも死にきれぬ、さながら亡者のような生き
I feel like her
様を見
eyes
るがいい。
changed. She got a crazy look in her eyes.
やはりお前は魔女だ。
Uh,
消えて失せろ、この悪魔め。
頼まれずとも消えよう。まだまだわらわには力が戻らぬでな。姿を現し続けるのはまだまだ疲れることよ。そなたら恋人たちに力を授けるのに
I don't trust you
無
when
理
you
をし
say
すぎ
you're
たの
weak.
で
I mean, it's
な。
probably true to a degree, but I
触
still
媒
don't
の
trust
ブロー
it.
チなしで力を維持し続けるのは今の
Oh,
我
are
々
you
に
saying
は
like now
容
it's
易では
low-key
ない
your fault for ruining it? Cunning ground his foot even more into the stomped brooch. He felt it break under his foot, then it dissolved as if into water and changed into butterflies of sparkled gold, which floated away from beneath Canon's foot. Now they're gonna break up.
この姿を保
Now they're
ち
gonna
続け
break
る
up.
のが
Shannon and George are gonna fall apart.
しばしそなたの願い通り
And it's good. And Canon. Canon.
未知ぬ死を
But Canon is just like Battler in chapter 1.
我が魔力も必ず満ちる。そして必ずや訪れよう。わらわが蘇るにふさわしい
We're
時
so
が
doomed.
それが明日のことか来年のことかさもなくば100年1000年未来のことかは想像もつかぬ。だがわらわを楽しませてくれる者たちがおる限りわらわは必ずや力を得て蘇るであろう。その時までしばし姿を消す。そなたの手のひらにもはやあざはなく、そなたが望むならば明日の朝にはわらわの存在など夢か幻のように消し去ることもできよう。忘れ去られることほど。
Yeah, you need to be entertained and then also for people to know you.
だが、わらわは必ず蘇る。
But maybe Battler was like keeping her alive then because he believed she didn't exist, which still believes in her conceptually. Because rebuking something is not the same as forgetting something, right?
この島の真の主として
Forgetting something would be like
全てを
true
支
death
配
for
する。
her, but rebuking her would keep her alive as like a, because you're a counterforce. And a counterforce is like in relationship with force, which keeps force alive in a way that forgetting steps away from the equation altogether, right? Jeez, man. Second coming. You are not Mr. Christ. Okay, sorry, that was sacrilege. You are not Jesus Christ, bro. Mr. Christ? That's crazy.
再び
I'm
黄
sorry.
金鏡の扉が開かれ
Sorry. My fault. You are not Mr. Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Okay, lock in.
欲深な亡者たちが
必ずやわらわを呼び覚ます。
くどい。早く消え去れ、黄金の魔女。
Brum, 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 brum. Leaving behind a mocking laugh, the witch turned into a flight of gold butterflies and scattered away. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh.
Ah, 愉快愉快。なぜに久しぶりの人の世は
Okay.
こうも愉快なのか。恋に惑え、黄金に惑え。そのどちらにも惑わぬものなど人間にあらず。
She counters humanity, dude. She counters
故に
humanity.
家具とは言えた
Because he won't bend to either. Yeah, furniture was made to counter Beatrice. That's
家
something
具
I
は
was
人
thinking
間
about,
に
right?
奉仕するために生み出される。そしてわらわは退屈なる千年の慰み者として人間を虐げる。そのわらわが家具を支配で
Right,
きぬとは
exactly. That's what I was saying earlier.
なんとも愉快な
I
算
may, in fact, be locked in.
金蔵め
And again, that it was Kinzo. Wait, dude, I was
実に面白いことをしてくれる。
on this. Let's go.
家具め
Furniture
わらわを撃てるか試みて
is
み
the
るがい
the
い。
technique
今宵まきたる恋の種は
against the witch that Kinzo has
すでにまきたる
made.
種と含めてこれで3つ。
Thanks, 3. Jessica and then George and Shannon.
ベアトリ
Okay,
ーチ
Kinzo.
なぜ
Here it comes.
私を一人こ
Here
の
it
苦内
comes.
に置き去りにしたのか。私は憎い。これほどまでに恋焦がれているのに答えようとせぬ
Dude, she
お
is
前
trying to
を
answer. You just. I'm sorry, bro.
親方様、それ以上のお酒はお体に触ります。南條先生からも
Nanjo mentioned! Nanjo mentioned!
黙れ源氏
Nanjo.
お前にはわからぬ。
Well, I should probably write that
我が嘆き
furniture
も苦
resists.
しみもわからぬ。
Furniture resists.
お前だけは我が苦しみを理解してくれていると、お前だけは我が最古の友人であると信じているのに、なぜに理解できないと
Live
いうの
Nanjo
か。
mentioned.
おー
It's huge.
ベアトリーチ。
Pero
なぜ
Torici.
私だけを置き去りに。
Oh boy. If Natsui runs into her, I'm crying. My poor Jessica, dude.
なんだよ家具って
I don't know, dude.
わかんねえよ。
Maybe he's just like, I don't know. My poor Jessica, dude. Whole house sad.
おおいたわしやジェシカ様。
Chio, now is not the
寝
time.
室から聞こえてくるすすり泣く声に私は事情を知り
Chiho soliloquy incoming, dude. Look at her quarter creeping, dude. You are not German 985.
すべては若すぎた二人と近すぎた距離、そして生まれた家柄が遠すぎたゆえの
I know, Chio.
私はただただお嬢様のお気持ちを
You're saying this to yourself, dude. You're just saying this to yourself. You're reinforcing your own incapacity for assistance. That's what you're doing. You're not talking to me. I don't want to hear your excuses. You're giving yourself excuses, okay? Take your Kumasawa and get walking away. Get stepping, Kumasawa. Get stepping. Go be suspicious somewhere. And they hit me with Moonlit Night again. Oh jeez, now their lives are about to fall apart now. TD Wolf, thank you for another $2. Let's go. Family servant drama has begun. Family servant drama has been making everybody lose their freaking minds, dude. That's what's actually been happening, dude. It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. You should probably pause there if you want to stop soon. No. Beatrice. Beatrice. But their relationship's about to fall apart, man. That's probably a good spot. Frick. This has not been the direction I expected this chapter to go in the slightest. I thought we'd be kind of redoing chapter 1, but just with different, like, different things happening. As opposed to, like, we haven't even gotten close to what chapter 1 was doing. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Because, like, we've been just doing, like, love little, like, interpersonal relationships between some of the individuals. Goverkororong, thank you for the subscription. Rubs streamer's forehead. Batterless stream. Oh my goodness, you're right. Actually, batterless stream. Oh, for my brain working too hard. I literally just got here. Unlucky, bro. Unlucky. Oh man, are there any other notes I want to take for this thing? I feel like we also, like, we've gotten a little bit of a better idea how Beatrice works. I think especially with the Tori stuff. Nanjo got mentioned once. So that's good. Shout out Nanjo. This was pretty sad. We know that she has feelings in canon, but then he's a freaking, furniture maxing. Which is pretty unlucky. Where's this gonna go? I mean, so George Clooney and Shannon are going to separate because the brooch got stepped on and, like, Beatrice is, like, really into that. But are we gonna go to the family conference? I mean, surely, right? Surely they're gonna separate and have a big breakdown and it's gonna be really sad and traumatic. Maybe even during the family conference? Maybe we're gonna see some, like, seeds of deceit, or maybe it'll just be really awkward during the conference. I just feel like the conference has to happen. I feel like we have to do all this again. I'd be really surprised if chapter 2 was just, like, their love life and was, like, completely separate from actually engaging you, but it kind of felt like the plot, you know? With, like, the puzzle, the game. The game felt like such a big part of chapter 1, so I'd be really surprised if it's not at all what Beatrice is planning. You're just the kind of man I'd love to force into praising my name. You're just the kind of man I'd love to force into kissing my toes. I'm gonna be playing that voice line all tonight, bro. Man, and then also, like, Natsui being a dickhead was a lot of part of the episode. I feel like I could maybe write something about that. Very mean to Shannon and Jessica. Something like that. Check DMs real quick. Oh, I know you're talking about already, bro. But, Chad, I guess that's the spot, Beatrice might be peak. Dude, she's a battery. Umineko is peak, dude. I guess that's the spot, Chad. It's so sad. It's so sad. But it's probably for the best, Chad. That is all for this stream. For this session of chapter 2 of Umineko. Thank you, Intellectual Redditor, for the follow. We are doing another Umineko stream next week, Tuesday. Same time, 5 p.m. CST, we're doing Kanto, what is it, 8 or 9? I forgot. Hong Lu Kanto on Thursday for more Limbus Company. Should be fun. I appreciate your Umineko playthrough all time. You are funny. Thank you, Egg. Thank you, my good Egg. Yo, I appreciate your art, bro. W art. Beatrice, dude. But yeah, appreciate the lurkers, the chatters, the likers on YouTube, the subscribers on anywhere. Y'all are the GOAT. ReZero tomorrow. BoJack Season 3 should be coming soon to YouTube, because I'm close to finishing that on Patreon. I want to get Kill la Kill finale out on YouTube, too. I'm just dragging my feet, because editing is a huge pain. And yeah. Hopefully some more variety streams coming soon. I just need to figure out stuff to do. Right now, my best idea is, like, playing League. And doesn't that just sound like brain rot, dude? Me getting my absolute, like, mouth kicked in, my teeth down my throat, into my stomach. 2B Hero X, honestly, bro, there's some things we just give up on. No, I mean, I should get that on YouTube. It's just like, ouchie frickin' mama, dude. Ouchie frickin' mama, dude. But yeah, that is the spot for this session of Umineko. Should be fun. If you played League or me and AG and Q with you, I don't know. I don't know, bro. But yeah, I'm out of here, chat. I'll be seeing y'all next time. Hopefully very, very soon. Bye!
What masterpiece shall we play today?